Hello, hello. How are you? Me not expecting at all this season the stream. I say yes. We're looking for those, sniffing out those clues to set up like Farina herself. Who was that? Okay, I immediately got distracted. Last we left off is we needed to set a trap for Farina. But the world's Kokomi said, "No, traveler, I demand your attention," and so that's where we're going. Where's our quest? Wait, come on. Don't do me like this. There it is. I hope I didn't immediately scare people with my weirdness. But, yep. We were doing war stuff. Showing the war face. Man, I want to yoink that. Okay. And we had to go talk to soldiers. Oh shit. Wait. No! I forgot to turn the voices back. The voices! Fuck. Wait, aren't you captain of Swordfish too? It is you. You have our gratitude. Watatsumi Island wouldn't have come to peace without your efforts. I wasn't with Swordfish too, but I did see you in, uh, shit. This is why we have the voices in our head. You really gave it to those, samurai. God fucking damn it. I immediately start the stream and fail. You really gave it to those samurais in the fight of honor. It was quite a show. Quite the show. Rude. Right. Is there anything you need from me? I'm at your service. I heard people are a bit on edge these days. On edge? Oh yeah, I've noticed it too. In fairness, the battle isn't long over, and well, perhaps it isn't quite over for them. Know what I mean? Every single person looked death in the face that day. That's not an experience you forget in a hurry. Victory is declared, and all of a sudden the fight's over, but people can't just snap back to normal life again. I think things will improve, but it's going to take some time. I don't know what else it could be, but what I do know is that as long as Her Excellency is with us, Watatsumi Island is safe. And all the more so now that you're back. Seriously, if there's anything you need, just say the word. I'm not staying here. We're sniffing for clues to make Farina guilty. That's all we need. Be our mole. Go invade Fontaine. Nothing bad could happen from that. What a nice guy. Let's go ask some other people. Yes, and get our voices back.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Okay.
Peace at last. Living the dream. Hmm. Don't I know you?
Maybe. Do you?
I've definitely seen you somewhere before. Can't place you, but I'm guessing you're not with the Shogun's army. So, do you need something?
I heard people are feeling unsettled at the moment. Happen to hear anything about it? Is it maybe caused by Lady Farina?
Unsettled? Unsettled how? I haven't noticed anything. Not that I would, necessarily. I keep to myself, mostly. They're all too rowdy for me. We're at peace now,
Mhm.
finally, and I, for one, intend to make the most of it. My life right now is about two things and two things only: the sun and the sea breeze. Sorry that I can't be more help to you. I'll tell you someone you could ask, though. Sangonomiya. She knows everything.
She's a great
Seems he's about to tell us
strategist,
free.
not a
Let's
prophet. I
leave
don't
him
know
to
why.
rest and go find someone else to ask.
No sleeping on the job. Slap him awake before we leave. Now, excuse me. You were no help.
Ugh, I don't understand what Her Excellency is thinking. I mean, peace talks? Give me a break. Why would she agree to that?
Exactly. Everyone knows you can't trust the Tenryo Commission. I heard they've been secretly coordinating with the Fatui and plan to continue their attacks.
Wait, for real? You're sure of this?
Positive. Some of our guys had a run-in with a few Fatui. They caught them conspiring together firsthand.
I knew it! The Tenryo Commission
You know
are a
what?
bunch
I can
of crooks.
adopt my
I'll never
son. Shut the
change.
fuck up.
Honestly, it's kind of naive for Her Excellency to take them at their word, isn't it?
Shh, keep your voice down. Someone's coming.
Yes. The father of
What
the
you talking about?
so-called Fatui,
Captain,
bitch.
you're back.
How dare you talk shit about my son? You're fired.
Do you think we should tell the captain about what we were discussing just now?
Please
No,
do.
let's not mention it. She's one of her closest advisors. For all we know, the peace talks could have been her idea.
I'm sure the captain would see where we're coming from, but you're right. We should probably play it safe.
Also, can you not whisper any
welcome back
louder
to
in front of me?
Watatsumi Island, Captain. Nothing to report here. Everything is A-okay.
Her Excellency should be in the village at present. Head straight over if you wish, Captain.
Paimon definitely detected some hush-hush going on there.
Are you deaf?
If they aren't gonna talk, we might as well head over to the village.
Oh my god. Someone's deaf as fuck.
Admit it! We know you've been secretly supplying the Tenryo Commission with goods purchased on Watatsumi Island. I knew something was off about a Tenryo Commission merchant doing business here. So, what do you have to say for yourself, huh?
I'm innocent. Ha! You're as guilty as they come. You never should have been allowed to set foot on this island, let alone do business here. Take him away.
Excuse you?
Wait! Kokomi, there you are!
The Lady Prophet
Look down
herself.
over here. You should take a look. Pronto!
Your Excellency, this merchant is suspected of criminal activity, so we seized him for questioning. Our surveillance shows that in his whole time here, he has made numerous purchases, but no sales. And yet he has no stock in his possession. We believe it's highly probable that he has been supplying the Tenryo Commission behind the scenes.
Or your own fucking army?
That will do. Let's not let ourselves get too worked up here, shall we? Everyone take a deep breath with me. In and out.
Not her being the battlefield therapist. Calm
Matsuda,
down.
Uchimura, I understand that you're concerned for the safety of Watatsumi Island. But before we make any decisions over whether this merchant is guilty or not, we must give him the chance to explain himself. If he's guilty, of course, there will be consequences. But if he's innocent, he doesn't deserve to be falsely accused. This is Watatsumi Island. We deal in facts, not opinions. Excuse me, sir. As you know, my subordinates have some concerns surrounding your commercial activity here. Perhaps you could explain your side of the story to help me reach a verdict.
Of course, I can explain everything. I'm a trader on the island, so naturally I built up some inventory. I was planning to hold off on selling until the prices went up, but then, but then I was robbed by the Fatui.
That was so
They
sus.
took everything. Now, you think about that. First, I lose all my inventory, then I get treated like a criminal.
And why should we believe you?
Ugh, did we run into Fatui?
So what? That doesn't prove they took his goods. And even if they did, it'll still end up in the Tenryo Commission's hands. They're in this together.
What? The Tenryo Commission are colluding with the Fatui now? This is the first I've heard of it. I suppose it is true. What's that got to do with me?
What, the Tenryo Commission start colluding with the Fatui after the fighting's already finished? Seems unlikely to Paimon.
Especially after,
We
you know,
met
we
a
killed
representative of the Kujo
their
clan recently.
representative.
Doesn't seem like he'd have the time to be
Bitch
colluding
deserved
right
it.
now. But on the way over here, we accidentally on purpose overheard some soldiers mention the exact same thing. Kokomi, do you know anything about it?
It has been brought to my attention, yes. We are scheduled to begin peace talks with the Tenryo Commission soon. The Kamisato clan has arranged for them to take place in a neutral location. Kujo Sara and I will be accompanied by our guards. We will use the talks to discuss future plans in detail. But just as arrangements for the peace talks began to fall into place, I started hearing rumors of collusion between the Kujo clan and the Fatui. Allegedly, their goal is to completely wipe out Watatsumi Island. If that's the case, then the peace talks are likely a trap. Even the Kamisato clan could be involved.
What about
Sir,
our good boy
Are you
Goru?
quite certain that your goods were stolen by the Fatui?
Yes, it's the truth. I swear. They stole my goods and then they ran off that way. I'll bet that's where that hideout is.
And how do you know that's where the
Very
hideout
well.
is?
The potential ramifications of this incident are serious. We will retrieve your goods, and if everything is in order, it will prove your innocence. However, if we find evidence to corroborate the claims of collusion between the Fatui and the Tenryo Commission, I expect you to fully comply with our investigation. Do we have an understanding?
Yes, of course.
He's a flight risk.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Matsuda? Uchimura?
Well received, Your Excellency.
Good. Now, Traveler, Captain of Swordfish Platoon Section 2, would you join me in the investigation?
I guess.
Good. I look forward to seeing how you've progressed lately.
Well, telling it's about, like,
I also
justice
have
and
a
all
few
of
new
that,
things
I
to
guess
teach
it could
you.
make sense
Alright.
with
Follow
trying
me.
to find clues against Farina's guilt.
If we do find the merchant's goods in the hands of the Fatui, it'll prove he's innocent. Whatever's going on between the Fatui and the Tenryo Commission, we need to get to the bottom of it.
I'm lazy. Where?
Behold!
There we go.
Too slow.
This must be the Fatui camp that the merchant was talking about. From the looks of it, it used to be a Hilichurl camp. Who knows why the Fatui occupied it?
Looks pretty heavily guarded. How are we supposed to get in?
Guns blazing, of course.
Not by brute force, that's
Damn.
for sure. But that's not a problem. The terrain here gives us an advantage, and we haven't given away our position so far. Our enemy is in the light, while we are in the shadows. Strategically, we have the upper hand.
Strategically. But what does the grand strategist have in mind?
I think we have 3 options available.
We have more than 3
Option
options.
1. Take the king, and it's checkmate. The Fatui's presence in Inazuma is weak at present. Nothing more than a few scattered remnants. If we strike from above and take down their leader first, the rest of them will be hard-pressed to put up a serious fight. Option 2. Hit them where it hurts. Over there, for example, a store of gunpowder cakes. If we manage to discreetly set the gunpowder alight without alerting them, it would deal them a
That's not
devastating
gunpowder,
blow.
that's slimes.
They'd be caught completely off guard. Both their morale and fighting capacity would be severely impaired. Option 3. Use the environment against them. We're
So push
close to
rocks.
the sea here, so the air is very humid. I can gather the water vapor, you add a touch of lightning, and together we can shock them into submission.
Shit.
That's our grand strategist.
Wow.
It's a lot
Weaken
to
them,
think about, though.
burn them
But
alive,
we choose.
or straight up torture
That will
them. You know what? I
depend on
like the
our
third.
assessment of our own abilities. A surprise attack from the air is the quickest solution, but requires superior combat skills. With an explosion, we could rapidly reduce their numbers without a protracted battle. But absolute stealth would be required during the operation, or we'd risk exposing ourselves. If we decide to take advantage of the environment, we should be prepared for a lengthy siege. So, which is your preferred option?
Torture.
All right. We'll draw them out first to minimize damage to the camp itself. I haven't had much chance to fight alongside you in the past. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep up with your pace. Still, not to worry. Even
Don't
if
worry,
I can't
I'll still
claim to
carry
be a
you.
warrior myself, I'm no stranger to the battlefield. This fight should be well within my capabilities. Okay, let's clear out the camp and find out what they've been up to.
Oh, we're... Okay. Defeat the two. Oh. Okay, that's it. Hi. Excusez-moi. I'm just a wee child. Excuse me. Okay, this is not a combat team. This is not a combat team. I've made mistakes. Oh shit. Wow. Hello. Lamau. Rude.
Bow your head.
You haven't seen the last of us.
I see everything.
Can't run. Well, Squall and Fury. You dare to gaze upon me?
My boy. Please. Who the fuck are we? Is it this motherfucker?
Settle down so soon.
This might hurt a little.
No escape. You can't run from death.
Neither can you.
That wasn't quite what I'd call by the book. But it happens.
You never
Battles
said
are
by the
complex
book.
things, and the situation evolves constantly. It doesn't always help to stick too rigidly to a predetermined plan.
No shit.
Seems like as soon as the fighting started, the plan went out the window and we kinda winged it.
Yep.
And yet, the outcome is quite satisfactory. A testament to your ability and willingness to adapt. I must admit, I wasn't expecting to find the Fatui laying low in a Hilichurl camp. Presumably, they've been operating out of here in secret for quite some time. What's their objective? Are the soldiers right? Could they really be in collusion with the Tenryou Commission? Let's scour the camp for evidence. If the merchant's story is true, the inventory should be here.
Alright, time to take a look around.
Do we still have like somebody watching that fucking merchant to make sure he doesn't take the fuck off?
Hey, look here! Could these belong to the merchant? There's a lot of stuff. Some of it... Whoa! This place is chock full of bomb-making materials! This is way too dangerous. We should tell Kokomi right away and figure out the best way to deal with it.
That fucking squirrel.
Bow your head.
Weasel, whatever the fuck. Aren't you supposed to beat the shit out of these things? Voodoo? Or did I break it? I think he is broken. Sir, are you good? He's just running. Look at him go. There.
Quit following me.
He's definitely... Yeah, he's... for sure. It could have been because of the quest. Ooh, yoinkables. Damn, I can't kill anything here. What the fuck? Animatic page. This used to be where the great pirate Rinzo stored his treasure. The lads moved the last few chests out. Rinzu was a cutting man in life, though, and he left all manner of special symbols on the island. It might be a smokescreen, or it might really be treasure, but we'll only find out if we go there and see for ourselves. We found some of those symbols. Well, time awaits for no one. Best we dig up Rinzu's full hoard. Wow, so this really long. Paimon can't be bothered to read any of this other than the bit about the treasure. Wait, treasure? Come on, traveler. There's treasure to be had. We can't let the treasure hoarders get ahead of us. Let me see. Sounds like what's that pirate's name from Treasure Island?
Quit following me.
Those axolotls can be caught. Ah. Okay. Wait, that wasn't the... Or else I'm supposed to investigate. Damn. Do we investigate this? Ah, I see. It was all the way over here. I'm just blind.
So these are the Fatui food supplies? They look a little past their best. Is this really all they had to eat? Kokumi! Kokumi! We found the merchant's stuff! Look!
A bunch of bomb
I
supplies.
see.
Something wrong.
Oh, nothing. I just zoned out for a moment. Let's see here. Yes, these are the stolen goods, all right. Food, medicine, farming tools. All essential for post-war recovery. And he was probably stockpiling them until he could make a handsome profit. By contrast, it's doubtful that the Tenryou Commission has any need of these items, so the idea that he was supplying them doesn't make a lot of sense. In all likelihood, he's just an opportunistic merchant. Nothing quite as scandalous as Matsuda and Uchimura had imagined.
He's hardly a saint, though, right?
It's like a
How
gray
can he
area.
stockpile things that people are desperate for? We're not just gonna give them back to him and let him go, are we?
It's his belongings.
Doesn't feel right.
Just because
Don't worry.
he's holding
I had
capital
already
doesn't
foreseen
mean...
In my recently issued post-war temporary decree, I included restrictions on the prices of essential everyday goods. These items will ultimately reach the people at a reasonable price. If he had taken the time to read the decree, it's unlikely he ever would have ended up in this predicament.
Kokumi, you think of everything.
That'd be honestly
I wish that
nice.
were
A
true.
limit to everyday
Take this
necessities.
alleged collusion between the
The
Tenryou
price of those
Commission
things.
and the Fatui, for example. I'm still completely stumped. The low energy doesn't exactly help.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Come on, let's take the goods back. It's not long now until the victory feast, It'll be a race against the clock to get all of this resolved before it starts.
Got it! First we mend the peace, then we attend the feast.
Of course, you're very concerned about food, Paimon, as always. Okay. How was that? I want to know what the scandal is. And can we set it up against Farina? Oh! Don't mind if I do. Oh, I didn't want to ask. I don't care about that. I'm just stealing their cups from literally right in front of them.
The wind rises.
Which one is it? Ah, any. Here's your shit.
My goods! You got them back, huh? Thank you, Your Excellency. And thank you, Captain. You see, I told you I was innocent.
I'm not so sure. You could have easily planned the whole thing with the Fatui in advance.
Really?
Based on the information we gathered from the Fatui camp, there's nothing to suggest he had any correspondence with them. Had it been the case, then knowing how the Fatui operates, they would have left some evidence of it.
But what if...
Damn, not her saying they're
No ifs,
sloppy.
no buts. We've recovered the goods. As agreed, this is sufficient to establish his innocence.
Apologies.
Guess we got carried away.
What did I tell you? You army numbskulls don't have a clue. All brawn and no brains coming to me with your crazy conspiracies. Lay off me next time, got it?
Sir, I'm afraid you're getting ahead of yourself. You may be innocent of the accusations originally leveled at you, but hoarding essential goods is a crime under the temporary decree. You must bear the consequences. You have already admitted to being the owner of these goods, so we are obliged to respond with appropriate measures. In addition to enforcing the sale of these goods at the accepted rates, there will also be a fine, the amount of which...
Wait, Your Excellency, whose side are you on here?
I have no business
The
taking
law.
sides. As the divine priestess of Watatsumi Island, I abide by the principle of clear and consistent rewards and punishments. Just as merit must be recognized, mistakes
Why would she
must
be a better...
penalized. You may have been proven innocent of
fucking...
the more serious allegations leveled at you, but this does not exempt you from bearing the consequences of your mistakes.
She could very much be
Wait a minute.
Farina's replacement, I'm just saying.
Well, don't just stand there.
Hello,
Take
Frost.
him away. Time to pay up.
Your Excellency, he says all the goods belong to him, but it doesn't add up.
How
Those of
so?
the Tenryo Commission emblem are probably his, but not the rest. Especially these ones. They're clearly for shrine use.
It seems the Fatui simply dumped all their stolen goods in one place. Leave the shrine paraphernalia to me. As for the rest, I'll leave you to sift through and try to track down the owners. I know,
Damn.
that's a lot to ask.
Not at all, Your
She really
Excellency.
yoinked his
We're
stuff.
on it.
Yeah, almost.
But if I
Oh,
may,
trick
Your
pot
Excellency,
cast. Oh my god, babe.
maybe there were no signs
I
of
love you.
collusion in this case, but our people know what they saw. Something is going on between the Tenryo Commission and the Fatui. I know the peace talks are coming up, so please keep an open mind.
I understand your concern. I'll be sure to give it further consideration. I'm going to take these items back to the Sangonomiya Shrine. Why don't you come along for the walk?
Sure. Oh, we have to quite literally walk. Oh,
Watatsumi Island observes different customs than the rest of Inazuma. I imagine it must all seem a little alien to you.
she would be a better Hydro Archon than Verena, I'm just saying. Like, she's more mermaid and water aesthetic than just like big and flashy. She is logical, calculated. Because, like, she might, like, that dude, that merchant, might actually be guilty, and she's well aware of it, and the only reason she's
It's
letting him
been a long
go
time since I last came to
is
this
the
village.
track where he goes
There's been a lot
back
to deal with recently.
to find, essentially to expose
Next
the
time we
hidden
visit,
network
I'll take you to
of
visit
whatever the
Watatsumi
fuck.
Island's old shrine.
Damn, all these walking quests. Thank fuck.
You know, the earliest shrine on Watatsumi Island was not located in Sangonomiya.
Have you finished the Fontaine?
It was
No,
close to
I'm
the
quest
Statue of
lock.
the Seven.
I gotta finish this before I
Back
can
then,
finish
The
Fontaine.
people of this island recognized the shogun's existence, despite not venerating her as the shogunate do. But after she struck down our
Big sad.
protector deity,
Yeah, but Kokomi
the
walks on
shrine was
water
abandoned.
only after Old Wolf,
Relations
and it does it
between
after
Watatsumi
skills.
Island and the shogunate have soured ever
Furries.
since. Mistrust
Supremacy.
has become deep-rooted over
What do you mean
time.
furry supremacy?
I've been hoping to raise all this at the peace talks and discuss it properly. Grievances have to be let go eventually.
Maybe because
Your Excellency, what brings you out this way on your busy schedule? Oh my, you're looking a little worse for wear. You need to take better care of yourself, okay? All of our fates depend on you.
Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine.
Your
says
Excellency,
everybody that's
I
not
beg
fine.
you, heed a word of advice. After all this time fighting the Shogun's army, peace is not something that can simply be declared. If we reconcile with them, the god who once protected
I'm fine,
us
Drop's
will
dead.
have died
Literally.
in vain.
Come on, that's ancient history. Besides, the fighting is barely over. We should be grateful to be at peace once more.
I know, it's just... we should remain strong in these negotiations. We mustn't be too ready to compromise.
No
I
doubt.
appreciate your concerns. I will consider the options carefully and be sure to proceed appropriately.
Wonderful. We're all counting on you, Your Excellency.
She's probably not feeling well from all these people being like, hey, our lives depend on you. No
Your Excellency.
pressure.
Well, I'll be fancy meeting you at a place like this. Do you know, my daughter's enrolled herself in the Shrine Maiden selection process this year. If she makes it into Sangonomiya, I'll be one very happy mother. You're a kind and gracious leader. She'd be in very good hands. I'm always telling my daughter that if she gets the chance to learn from Her Excellency directly, she must make the most of it.
Like I said, Sangonomiya
I mean,
is just a
Just
strategist,
look
not
at
some
Her Excellency,
prophet.
Still so young, but so mature and intelligent. My daughter has always looked to you as a role model.
Well, if she comes to Sangonomiya, I'll look
Which is
out
funny,
for
because
her.
isn't Mona like a low-key prophet?
Your Excellency. Boy, am I glad you're here. As you know, agricultural output has taken a pretty big hit this year. Let me bring you up to speed on the latest situation.
Oh, Your Excellency, isn't this the captain of Swordfish 2? Will she be based on Watatsumi Island from now on?
Your Excellency!
Please, remain calm, everyone. I'll get around to all your queries. Though, for the longer
Where's
ones,
Goro?
I'd
She needs
prefer
fucking
it if you could write a
assistant.
report and submit it to the shrine.
He's probably too
Then
busy
I
running
can
from
respond to each one as and
Yaimiko.
when I have the time. Are you alright?
Oh, I'm fine.
This kind of
You
thing
know,
is worn
just
off a bit
standing by
sadly,
watching
huh?
you do all this work. Not helping once.
Your Excellency, here you are.
Get to the Yai quest.
There's been a
I'm
situation.
too.
We're still waiting on the delivery of a whole batch of ceremonial items. I'm beginning to worry that they've been stolen.
Oh, we retrieved those already.
If they're surrounding me
No
like
need
that,
to
I
worry.
say shut up, write a letter, and send it to my house. Honestly, true.
Really? That's fantastic.
Same.
You never cease to amaze us, Your Excellency. I sorted through all the petitions received recently and placed
Especially
them on
because, like,
your desk.
I'm not a
Also, according to the schedule,
audible
you're just in
learner.
time for your meeting today on the development of the textiles industry.
Give me
But
something to
today,
read and I'll remember it. Tell me by ear
I
and
know.
fucking
Yes, the
lose
two
all
young
hope.
ladies have arrived safely. We're just waiting for you.
I see. I was hoping to take a walk around the island with you, but it looks like we'll have
Damn.
to save that for some other time.
Sorry, date night's over.
Well,
Back to work.
Let's rendezvous tomorrow at the entrance to Sangonomiya Shrine. Then we'll go and make preparations for the victory feast.
Yay! The victory feast! Just to be clear, we're talking lots of delicious food, right?
Paimon. I
That's
swear to God.
the name of the game. There'll be some Watatsumi Island specialties, which I'm sure you'll enjoy.
Great! See you tomorrow then!
That's why I love this session so much, because don't worry, she's such a no, Paimon. For taking rations, yeah. Nothing but rations. Actually, Paimon just gets the scraps. She is backup, like, emergency food. She's gotta, like, outweigh the cost of feeding her. And she's a lot smaller than us, so less food would mean more, I'm just saying. Her secret. She has a secret? Emergency jumpster. Yeah. Paimon's one of those people where it's like if you have like scraps or leftovers or can't finish your food, you just give it to her. Not in a bad way. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. I'm one of those people, though, to be fair. Have leftovers or extra and I'll fucking
Kokomi
eat
isn't
it.
here yet.
Down.
That's weird.
She stood us up.
She doesn't seem like the type to show up late to things.
She
let's
planned
wait a
to
little longer.
stand us up. After some more time.
How is she still not here? Do you think she could be in trouble?
I mean, there was the
What's wrong with that
negotiation
soldier
thing.
over there?
Ah, fuck. Alright, there we go.
Are you looking for Her Excellency?
Yeah, no shit.
I'm afraid she isn't here at the moment.
We're just
I don't
standing
know where she's
outside for no
gone.
reason.
So strange. Guess we should just call it a rain check then?
No, we're
Not
too nosy for that.
necessarily. If I recall correctly, Her Excellency has made special provisions for such a scenario in her general operational directives. Let me see. Yes, number 98. Should a visitor from afar come to see me, and should my whereabouts be unknown, direct them to proceed southward until they arrive at a tree with purple foliage. The footnote stipulates that this only applies when Her Excellency has made no communication regarding her whereabouts before disappearing. And
Jeez.
even then, only when the visitor in question is of VIP status. As far as I'm concerned, you two tick all of the boxes. I keep this directive on me at all times. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I
this
wouldn't
is the
be
right
able to
course of
memorize
action.
that. Actually, no, I lie. I remember memorized whole fucking books. I think he has a skill issue because I think the largest book I memorized was drill and ceremonies when I was in a military thing, and had a couple hundred pages in it. So skill issue, my man.
The wind rises.
Are you sure this is the right place? Feels like we keep heading deeper into the middle of nowhere. Hey,
This is where she runs away.
Kokomi! So this is where you ran off to. We were gonna meet up and get things ready for the victory feast today. What happened?
It's you. I apologize. I'm not feeling my usual self today.
Burnout be
You
real.
got sick? We'll go find a doctor right away.
No, it's nothing like that. It's just. My energy is completely spent.
You run on energy? You mean you're like a ruin guard?
No, it's just a figure of speech. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I can't always be the infinitely capable person I present myself
Uh,
as.
Sorry, I got distracted. Shit, oh my god. Okay, I'm getting spammed with phone calls. What the fuck? No. Do not disturb. We're done. No phone calls. Um, if it's just a figure of speech, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I can't always be infinitely capable person as I present myself as. Yeah, I could sense things were getting in.
You noticed? I guess I haven't quite mastered the ability to hide how I'm feeling. I'll keep working at it.
Ask
To be
Nahida.
honest, I'm not really cut out to be a leader. At first, my dream was to read up on military strategy and perhaps become an advisor. Constantly communicating with people, trying to retain their morale, having to read between the lines, making sure everyone gets the recognition they deserve. It's such hard work.
Yeah.
You're somehow supposed to make people feel wonderful, just from being in your presence, while also commanding their respect. It doesn't come naturally to me. And truth be told, it's something I never wanted for myself. But because of my bloodline, I was always going to end up being the
Bloodline.
divine priestess, sooner or later. Like it or not, it's just the way it is. So, whenever I feel overwhelmed, I come here to just lose myself in a book and relax for a while.
I
Don't
feel
worry,
that.
it doesn't affect my work. I handed over preparations for the victory feast to someone else. I have to make a speech tonight, and I mustn't give the troops any reason to suspect that something could be wrong. This peace was hard won, and I want them to feel at ease.
Is there anything we can do to help?
I should be feeling energized again soon if I hold off on work for a little longer. If only there was some way I could listen to a good read on military strategy. I'm sure that'd speed up the process. I was reading a book last time I was here, but I only got about halfway through. Oh, where did I put it?
We'll find it for you. And then we'll read it out to you to help you recover.
You do that for me?
She just
Thank
needs a
you.
nap. Like, bruh.
I'm really lucky you came back to Watatsumi Island.
Or do I have a book for her to read? Read my book. I've started
It
posting it
looks
actually.
like there's a way in over there.
The chest?
Let's take a look.
A yoinkable? Yoink.
Unnecessary.
Okay, now we gotta figure out how to get back up. Worth it though.
Quit following me.
Yeah, what the? Okay. Okay, they snoozed. They loosed. Oh shit. Not. Really? Okay, we're just teleporting back up. Anything I could do? Yes, it's called fucking off. Blah, blah, blah.
Too slow.
Honestly, I feel that though. Where the fuck is this secret base? Is it behind the waterfall? Wait. No, it was just where we were at, no? What? Wow. You know, I got very distracted by the chest.
Whoa! Look at all these petitions! So does Kokomi make time to deal with these even when she's resting? Sangonomiya Events Cash Flow Statement. Consolidated Annual Report on Fishing Production. Watatsumi Island Monthly Maintenance Expenses Breakdown? This is a lot of work for one person. And it's on top of all the directives she has to write and the people she has to meet day to day.
I feel
No
that.
wonder she gets burnt out from time to time.
I'm my own accountant for the Gem Lab, and boy, what the fuck? I can see why she's tired, because I'm also tired.
Hey, look! Could this be the book she wanted?
Oh. Bruh.
Swordfish Captain came back today. Energy +4.
That's just,
Secret notes. Today I spent the entire afternoon arguing with representatives from the Merchant Association -4. I love that she keeps a chart of how much energy she has. News of peace talks reached us today. +2. Captain came back. Aw, we give her 4 energy. Who the fuck had 5? Today we received where in the tank might be colluding. I see it. Finish a day's worth of work. Energy -3. I mean, I would say it's a +1 because like that relief you get from finishing work. We saw nothing, and if we did, it's all Paimon's fault.
here.
It is Paimon's fault though.
Guess that was the wrong one. Let's keep looking.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you need that many copies of the same book, girl. I'm speaking from experience.
It's gotta be this one, right? Look, there's even a bookmark. None of the other books have one, so she must have finished reading those already.
Or not
Ooh,
started.
It's pretty dense. Paimon doesn't understand a thing.
Are you literate?
Let's take it over and read it to her. Kokomi, is this the book you wanted?
I'm not sure, actually. Could you read a bit out loud?
Act to the plan, and plan to the situation. Attack where the enemy is weak. Merge where the enemy is blind.
Yes, that's the one. Thank you.
You read Kokomi her favorite military
Kokomi?
trees. Oh, that's cute.
Kokomi! Oh no! She's
Fucking
fallen
yawns are
asleep.
contagious, goddammit.
What are we gonna do?
Let her sleep. What the fuck?
Tonight's the victory feast. Not to mention that the peace talks are just around the corner. She's got so much to do.
Let her fucking sleep. Dear God.
Sure that's a good idea?
Yes. Because she needs the energy.
She does look pretty exhausted. Guess there's still some time to go too. Alright, let's keep her company while she rests.
Paimon being the apathetic bitch.
Disaster. Protect peace at all costs.
I thought I was apathetic, but goddamn Paimon. Also too, like...
Things are slowly getting better. Oh. Did you see?
We take a break together.
What time is it?
Because, like, if we woke her up, then what? She's tired, she's grumpy, she's incapable of doing things, and that's just gonna slow us down.
I can't believe it got so late. I haven't slept that peacefully in so long. That's gotta be 3 whole energy points right there.
Oh my gosh.
Should be enough to see me through the peace talks. Thank you. Well, we better get ourselves over there. It's nearly time to light the bonfire.
Woohoo! Kokomi's back to full energy!
She's
Good
had
to have
3
you back.
energy points. She's been losing like 4, 3, 4, and 5. That's not full. I can do simple math, Paimon. Where are we going? Is that close? Enough.
Upon the gale.
Dropping by.
It looks like everything's in place for the feast. But I still need to give a quick speech before the festivities begin.
Oh, how much energy will that take? Do you think you've got enough?
Bruh.
Don't worry, I've got plenty. Thanks to you two, I recovered more quickly than usual.
That's great! We'll be
She's not a
rooting for
freaking
you.
robot, I swear.
Welcome, everyone! Today is the day that we celebrate our victory. Recently, our war with the Shogun's army came to an end, and we finally saw the abolition of the Vision Hunt Decree. None of us can know what the Inazuma of the future will look like. But tomorrow, I meet with the Tenryou Commission for peace talks. I give you my word that I will strive for peace for Watatsumi Island once and for all. Thank you all for your valiant efforts throughout. Truly, it is only through those efforts that we have been able to prevail in this trying war. This feast is held in honor of each and every one of you gathered here today. I hope all of you get to relax and enjoy our hard-won victory.
Where's Goru through this entire
Tonight
thing?
seems to have gone off without a hitch. I'm so glad it's all going smoothly. People tend to be more open when
We need
they're
our good
in a
boy.
good mood. Could I ask you to go around and see what information you can gather? I still
We're
have no
great
further
at
leads
snooping.
regarding the issue of potential collusion between the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui. And I'm concerned that something might happen at tomorrow's peace talks.
Okay, sure. We'll go ask around.
Oh, this man's. Sir, I will stand on your fish and demand answers.
Watatsumi Island is finally at peace, and it's all thanks to Her Excellency, Sangonomiya.
What's new? Anything to report?
Recently, let me think.
Besides a traveler standing on your
Well, the
fish.
biggest thing for us is that we can finally get back out on the ocean to fish. During the hostilities, the open sea was full of warships. We just had to make do with what little fish and shrimp we could get our hands on closer to shore. When the catch wasn't good, we'd all go hungry. The poor kids were crying all day and night, but there was just
Yeah.
nothing I could do. We'd go to bed ravenous and be tossing and turning all night long, trying to keep it together until the morning. At least things are finally improving now. I hear you're captain of Swordfish too, is that right? Well, thank you for your service. Here, have a fish. It's freshly caught, so it's a bit, fishy. But it's fine.
It's not the one I stood on, right?
No, we couldn't possibly.
Ah, come on, take it. Without you, we'd probably still be going to bed hungry tonight. Her Excellency always teaches us to repay kindness with gratitude.
Okay, well, thanks. Come on, let's go talk to some others.
Okay, who's the next person? You'll stand on your veggies. No, veggies. Veggies. Fucker. Fuck your veggies. There.
Hey there! Care for some fruit and vegetables? Nature's remedy when you overdo the barbecue.
When you overdo the barbecue.
Are you referring to the thing about the Tenryou Commission and the Fatui? I've heard rumors, but nothing too detailed. It's funny you should say that the soldiers seem excitable, though. I've had the same feeling. See that guy over there? He's been acting strange these days, always shouting and waving his spear around when he's got nothing to do. He scared the heck out of me a few times. It's a
They got
miracle
trauma,
the fighting
don't
has
they?
finally come to an end. Yeah, I really hope we don't go making any more trouble for ourselves. Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have much information. If you still have questions, you may as well go and talk to him.
Sounds promising. Let's go see what that guy's deal is.
PTSD.
Quit
Lack
yelling
of
at me.
therapy. Not enough grass to touch. I'm sorry, that was mean. No, I'm not.
Ugh. This guy smells of booze.
Huh? Wait, don't tell me. Captain of Swordfish 2, right? You
Yeah.
actually came back. I thought you'd abandoned the platoon and made a run for it.
Nuh-uh.
Not
We
like
would
you.
never run from a fight.
Huh. That's so. All anyone talks about these days is peace and stability. Do you remember what the most important thing is to the Resistance?
To the resistance, the will.
You got that right. So I'm gonna put you to the test. Time to see if you truly are a bona fide Resistance warrior.
Bruh.
I'll answer your questions, but only if you can beat me in a duel.
BB.
This
Fruit.
guy.
Babe, what?
Tell him to just have a normal conversation. What do you think? Are we gonna do this?
You good, Voodoo? We can hardly lose
We'll see about
to a
that.
chump like this. Lol. When I heard him challenge, I was like, bring it, pussy. Yeah. It's like, you challenge
You're
us?
a strong fighter. No wonder Her Excellency chose you.
Yeah, no
You really
shit.
do have a warrior's will. Then maybe you can understand us. Captain,
Me understand
Comrade.
you? Comrade.
will you join us?
First, you need to tell me what's going on. He said comrade. He's with the Fatui. Get him, boys!
We made it up. The story about the Tenryo Commission colluding with the Fatui, it didn't happen.
What? Poor Kokomi's been worried sick. You're telling us you made the whole thing up? What the heck were you thinking? This could send you right back into war with the Tenryo Commission.
Yes, that's exactly what we're hoping to achieve.
Why?
Peace talks? Everyone's been drawn in by the idea. That's why the future of Watatsumi Island is at stake. What's to stop the Tenryo Commission from stabbing us in the back? And what's to stop the Raiden Shogun from issuing another Vision Hunt decree? We are the Resistance. Everything hinges on our warrior's will. We can't trust the Tenryo Commission or the Raiden Shogun, but we can put faith in ourselves.
So you just want to, like,
Surely
fight
you
till you're
agree with
dead?
that.
His point does kind of make sense, but something about it doesn't feel right to Pine.
Yeah, you just boils down to he just wants to keep fighting.
Everything you said just now was pure speculation, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Are you seriously willing to make up a wild rumor and ruin the peace everyone's worked so hard for, all because of some imaginary situation that may not even happen?
Overthinkers
Don't take that
really be
tone with
like
me,
this, though.
acting like you're above all of this.
I mean,
Don't
I
you
am.
Understand? For the sake of victory, we embody the warrior's will to the fullest. You understand? We were all in. Now they're suddenly trying to tell us that none of it matters anymore? You'd have me just put down my weapon and start living like an ordinary person, but how can I? How can I when every time I close my eyes, I see the faces of the friends we lost in battle? Every time I see them there in my mind's eye, it reminds me that I can never forgive the Tenryo Commission and never forgive the Vision Hunt decree. I guess
Have
you're
you
not one of us.
thought about seeing a
Well,
therapist?
whatever. Go ahead and tell Sango Nomiya if you want, but you're too late to stop us now.
Too
Can't
late?
stop them
What do you
now,
mean?
'cause they're having a good time.
Darn. Doesn't seem like he's gonna answer that one.
No shit.
What are we gonna do? This is really serious. We need to give Kokomi the full story right away.
Tell me when you have trauma without telling me you have trauma. I know, right? Sungonomiya mutiny is happening. Ma'am.
So,
It was all a
we found
lie.
out a few things. The whole thing about the Tenryo Commission colluding with the Fatui is baloney. They made it all up. They wanted the peace talks to break down so that they could carry on fighting the war. And they said it's too late to try and stop them, no matter what we do.
I see.
What?
I'm fine. Don't worry. This
It
is
says
my fault.
nobody fine ever.
If only I'd perceived what they were feeling earlier, it never would have come to this. I think I understand what Kozin means when he says it's too late. The talks don't begin until tomorrow, but both sides have already sent their guards to the location. They are responsible for making sure the area is safe and secure. I highly suspect that one of Kozin's pro-war co-conspirators will have infiltrated the guards with an intent to reignite hostilities tomorrow during the negotiations.
Probably.
That's no good. Do you want us to head over there now and switch out the guards?
That won't work. Firstly,
You didn't
the
even
act
try.
of bringing a new team of guards to a neutral negotiation site will put both sides on high alert. It would almost certainly push the pro-war faction into taking action. They would attack the Tenryo Commission's guards, and we'd be in danger of war breaking out once again. Not to mention that we have no idea how many of Watatsumi Island's soldiers are involved in this plot. If we change the guard in haste, we face the issue of not knowing who to trust.
Sounds like a really tricky situation.
It is a tricky situation,
So is there really
Paimon.
nothing we can do
Thank you,
about
Captain Obvious.
Don't let it worry you. What's done is done. Now it falls to me to devise a counterplan. These soldiers crossed the line, but the blame is not theirs alone. Whatever happens, I will find a way to ensure they do not come to harm. Let's meet here again tomorrow.
She rushes back to the shrine. Okay. Let's double check. Oh, we now unlocked this. Should we finish this quest though? Let's finish this quest so that we can just have it out the way and not worry about it quest locking us again some other time. Okay, where we go? Oh, it's just here. Sleep on the beach, she said.
Well, the peace talks are upon us. How do you feel? Prepared? Here,
Sandy.
take this.
What is it?
These are some directives I wrote last night. These negotiations are complex, to be sure, but I thought about it carefully and realized there are no more than 187 possible outcomes. I took the liberty of writing them all down.
How nice of you.
This way,
I
you
will
be
read
able to
none of
adapt with
it.
speed, no matter how the events play out.
Whoa, this is huge! Let's see. Fierce dispute, violent escalation, armed revolt, coordinated attack, seize hostages.
Okay, so once...
Wow, there are so many! But you've thought of a solution to each one! Paimon suddenly feels a lot less nervous.
Glad to hear it. These peace talks are quite exceptional. It is a major step forward both for Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate. But any amount of dissatisfaction within our ranks weakens our negotiating position. We will have to work all the harder if we want these talks to be a success. As the Divine Priestess of Watatsumi Island, this responsibility is, of course, mine to shoulder.
I mean, I also want
would you be willing to lend me a hand?
Yeah, we want the peace talks to happen
Excellent.
too, so we can get
Okay,
paid for
time
helping
to
this
head off.
quest. Am I greedy for money? Yes. Am I ashamed? No. Bruh. I believe I could fly. I believe I could touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Too slow.
It's been a while, Kujo-Sara. I believe the last time we met was on the battlefield.
Yes.
Oh, they fought?
Where you dealt my forces quite the devastating blow. But before we go
Oh, yeah,
any
that's
further,
right.
what are you doing here?
I'm here to be a witness.
That's right. She's here to bear witness to the proceedings. She experienced the war between us firsthand and has made an enormous contribution towards securing the peace we have today. I couldn't think of a more suitable candidate.
Seems reasonable. Then let's get straight into it.
At least there's no beating around the bush.
The first item is the Maritime Administration issue.
Okay. We
During
actually have to
wartime,
listen to
we
these
restricted
talks.
fishing rights for Watatsumi vessels in Narukami waters. We intend to remove these restrictions. But going forward, any of your vessels that fish in our waters will have to pay taxes in accordance with Narukami legislation in order to bring their catch back to Watatsumi.
That's fine, but if they're paying taxes, they should also be entitled to protection from the Tenryou Commission while in your waters. Any
Makes
losses they
sense.
sustain due to issues of public security will need to be compensated by the Tenryou Commission.
Also fair.
Accepted. Let's add that to the peace treaty. I can assure you that your vessels will be quite safe in our hands.
Negotiations seem to be going pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
The next item has to do with the movement of people and military authority. In the past, our people have been subjected to lengthy interrogations on arrival in Watatsumi, and the same has been true for your people on arrival
That's
to Narukami. Economic
unsettled.
cooperation between our islands has suffered greatly as a consequence. Few merchants are now willing to engage in inter-island commerce. Since the war is now over, I propose that we have the Yashiro Commission appoint a business council to oversee trade between our two islands.
The problem there is that trade is a reciprocal affair. We'll need to involve merchants from both sides in this process if it is to succeed. We cannot give the Yashiro Commission full authority.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Watatsumi Island facing severe shortages of many essential goods at the moment?
Rude.
Having the Yashiro Commission organize everything centrally would work in your favor.
True, we're experiencing some shortages, but we will recover in due course. Between the diverse range of goods we can produce ourselves and our strong trade links with other areas, we are capable of sourcing everything we need. Not to mention that your proposal would require separate talks with the Kamisato clan. If they've yet to sanction it, I believe you are going beyond the remit of the Tenryou Commission's authority.
Let's leave that aside
Oh.
for now, then. On to the military question.
Colorado.
Watatsumi Island's forces will need to come back under the jurisdiction of the Tenryou Commission.
The tea is
That just
hot.
isn't
I'm
feasible.
just saying.
Not in the short term, at least.
With all due respect,
Grab our little
feasibility doesn't come
teacups.
into it. The Tenryou Commission alone has ultimate responsibility for Inazuma's national security. We cannot allow Watatsumi Island to be the sole exception to this rule indefinitely.
You Kujo scum! Colluding with the Fatui isn't low enough for you already. You just want to take everything away from us.
Shut the fuck up. I'll beat the shit out of you.
Comrades, never trust the Kujo. Let's get them.
Protect
Fix Madame Cujo!
Oh my god.
Number 16. No, wait. 67? Or is it 73?
Why did we give the notebook to the least legible person? Just grab both their spears and break it in half. Pussies.
Kokomi! Which scenario number is this in the directives?
The
None.
last one. But hold off for the moment. Stand down, Tadakatsu. Situation has changed. Please stand by for further orders. Rest assured, I am fully aware of your concerns, but I will deal with the situation from here. Madam Kujo, this is rather serious. I believe
Everyone's on edge and Kokomi is like, this is fine, literally.
Excuse me for a moment. Nobody makes another move until I have finished investigating. You two, here, now!
Yeah, what's with the pussies? Ring them a new one. That was the most janky wink I've ever seen. Don't do it again.
Collusion with the Fatui? Is this true?
I wouldn't exactly call it collusion as such.
We were approached by a few Fatui. They mentioned a potential cooperation to keep the war against Watatsumi Island going. At the time, I felt like we could give it a try. After all, there'd be nothing to lose.
But we were extremely careful. We didn't agree to anything. We just said they could maybe start by heading to Watatsumi Island and stirring things up a little. Then we'd see how it went. With respect, ma'am, there was no collusion. It was just a one-off conversation. How anyone from Watatsumi Island even found out about it, I have no idea.
That's enough. When we return, there will be consequences. Might I remind you that this is the Fatui? Have you completely forgotten what they did to us? You should be having no interaction with them whatsoever, let alone entertaining offers of cooperation. So, what did they want out of it?
The Fatui's main forces have already left Inazuma. The few who approached us seemed like they wanted to settle a score for their boss.
Oh, her subordinates. So they're
Oh,
out for
I
revenge.
see.
They want to keep Inazuma in a state of turmoil.
It's Senora's
One day,
people. I
will
mean,
hunt them down. Every last one. We
they're all a
bear
bunch of bitches, just like their
responsibility for
boss.
this issue. My sincere apologies. I have my own negligence to blame for this state of affairs. Please, grant us another chance to continue the peace talks.
But of course, Madam Kujo. I have every confidence in your ability to resolve this situation. For the time being, however, there is evidently some discord within the Tenryou Commission's ranks. I would therefore not feel comfortable releasing Watatsumi Island's forces into your command at this time.
It seems that I must acquiesce. I will lay this issue aside for now, but we shall revisit it as soon as the Tenryou Commission has resolved our internal issues. As for the trade issues we raised, I will discuss options with the Yashiro Commission and make sure both sides have ample participation in the final arrangement.
Seems like Kujo-Sara's on the defensive now. These negotiations should be smooth sailing from here on out.
Shut up, Paimon. You always blow our cover. Kokomi and Sara complete the
I never
follow-up.
knew the Grand Strategist of Watatsumi Island was a skilled negotiator, as well as a formidable commander.
I mean, you have
hope
to be a
that when we
skilled
meet again,
negotiator.
we can continue these sit-down discussions. Settling our differences on the battlefield is rather taxing. I think we can leave things there for today. Once I get back, I will conduct a thorough investigation into the Tenryou Commission's internal issues.
I should inform you that we took out a Fatui camp recently. I suspect that before long, they will attempt to re-establish contact with your people in the hope of procuring some assistance. I recommend you say and do nothing on the matter for the time being, lest you tip them off and they disappear. Wait for them to come to you. That way, you can capture them all in one fell swoop.
I will bear this in mind. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Until
She
we
is
meet
her
again.
own strategist. Why is she taking... You know what? Okay.
Your Excellency,
I won't judge.
Let's
They're
discuss it
starting
after
their
we get back.
situationship. Oh gosh, it's so far. So is all good now? Do we just like talk to the troops?
Your Excellency, you knew?
I have already been informed on the reasons for your actions. You believe the Tenryo Commission to be untrustworthy and sought to sabotage the peace talks and reignite the war. Fortunately, the end result exposed and thwarted a secret Tenryo Commission plot. Yet, this was purely incidental, and the end certainly did not justify your means.
But Your Excellency, so many comrades have sacrificed themselves in the line of
He
duty.
keeps calling them
If we stop
comrades.
now,
He's so
aren't all
sus.
of our efforts going to waste? I want to keep fighting. I want ultimate victory.
Not allies, not brothers in
even if it means I
arms,
have to pay the
comrades.
ultimate price.
I understand your sentiments, but you cannot simply impose your will and expect others to bear the consequences. During the war, there were highs and there were lows, and in the end, there was a glorious victory. For you, perhaps the experience was one of great excitement, but you saw nothing of the countless others who will remember the war quite differently. Most people suffered terribly through each day. Watatsumi Island's people yearn for peace because they have long since given all they had to the war effort. They are tired of treading water and don't need you dragging them back underneath once again.
But...
I understand, I do. And the fault is not yours alone. It was largely an oversight on my part. I taught you to nurture a warrior's will, but never how to let it go.
No, you
It's
don't
not your
have
fault,
to
Your
let it go.
Excellency. It was ours. Our selfishness. Either way, we are ready
A
to
warrior's
accept
will is
sentencing
also to
under martial law.
protect and care for the people.
Very well. Then I hereby declare...
Yeah, because comrade is a higher level of friendship forged in human battle, I say. But still. You're fired.
As of today, I am founding a new secret corps of the army. This division will be responsible for keeping Watatsumi Island safe and secure, neutralizing any and all threats to the peace of our island. You and your comrades will all be welcome to join, but be warned, the training will be grueling. Perseverance and grit will be in high demand.
Your Excellency, what are you saying?
I have concluded
Apparently
from
you're
today's
promoted.
peace talks that the Kujo clan cannot achieve absolute peace and stability in the near future. Many seek peace, but there are still those who pursue war. It is right that Watatsumi Island moves towards peace, but we must still retain a defensive capacity. Those whose warrior's will is alive and well, I invite you to embark on the most challenging training regimen of your lives. I don't want to hear from any of you again until all of you can take on 2 shogunate samurai at a time.
Hey.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
All right, dismissed. Go and report to General Goro.
I felt like this quest did was give you yet another reason not to move to Inazuma. I know, right?
There will be no more leniency from
I never
me,
wanted to move to
whatever reasons you
Inazuma.
may have.
Yes, ma'am.
They did
From
my
now
boy
on,
dirty.
We will focus on our training. Thank you for this opportunity,
We
Your
stay in
Excellency.
Sumeru.
We'll report to General Goro right away.
Not just because of Nahida, but like, honestly, that's been my favorite place so far.
I think that's finally everything in hand. I can feel my energy level starting to
Civis, what?
drop.
Want peace, be ready.
Can I be
Civis.
back at the hideout for some
Yeah,
rest?
no, you. I don't. I failed Latin, sir. Do not Latin me. Oh, fancy pants. Rich McGee over here. Fork you.
Too slow.
help, peace has been restored on Watatsumi Island once more.
How's your energy level? What is she, a fucking robot? Dear God.
Recovering. Slowly, but surely. I should be raring to go before too long. Today was a reminder that I don't cope well in situations with lots of people.
I'd move to Sumera and
I've
join the
improved,
Forest Watchers.
but
Any other
I
regions
still
in
get
a heaven
nervous
for me.
when more than a handful of people are involved.
Yeah, the Forest
I think I might
Watchers
get Gord to
or
handle the negotiations next time.
the Academia after they got their shit together, okay? Because I like learning shit, honestly. Like, if I could afford it and I had the free time, I would just be constantly going to university, learning new shit. Like, I don't have to get a degree. Maybe I probably would eventually, because, you know, if you study long enough. But, like, genuinely, love learning new shit. Just can't afford it or have the time.
Do you think so? To be honest, I'm still a long way off what's expected of a divine priestess.
Nah, you made it,
In the
girl.
past, I was concerned only with winning the war, restoring peace, and making sure everyone could live a happy life. But I realize now that wasn't going far enough. People have all kinds of aspirations, and just as many measures of happiness.
I feel like the energy level is a
I
joke
have a
take on the
long way
shark
to
game.
go.
Spend energy
But
move.
that's okay.
Ah,
If I can't make the journey in one giant
the
leap,
Academia is still
I'll
miserable
just
after
have
they
to
got their
settle for
shit.
taking it one small step at a time.
Yeah,
In
but at
short,
least they're not
I've still got some maturing to do.
as bad.
Could you stay here on Watatsumi Island? To keep me company for a while longer?
Not her proposing. Girl, I do not settle. Not with you. Only with Voodoo. I'm taken. I literally just had my anniversary, girl. Back of the fucking line. Now let's go frame Farina. They all proposed at some point, Lamau. Yeah. Thank you. We had our 3-year anniversary.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
You're ready
Have
to
you seen
frame.
the article I wrote about you?
No.
You got
Oh yeah,
some
we did.
nerve. You just used us to make some quick
If you could
war.
have any character, who would it be? Oh, if I could have any character. See, I have. Okay, it would be Nuvalet, Wanderer, and Navia. Because Dragon, my son, and my daughter. And I do have them. Maybe. I don't know who else. You know what? Dotore. I would have Dotore. That is what I don't have yet. And I demand. Okay. You've got some nerve. You just use this to make a quit more. I mean, who hasn't, Paimon? We deliver packages and letters for free. We fought wars for free. You think we got paid?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Oh my god. How dare you bribe me with food? Because that'll fucking work.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Shenhe, I haven't seen my girl since Lantern Fight.
Still,
Yo, a
what
lot of
brings you here all
people
of a sudden?
mentioned
Are
that.
you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Mona, dude, I'm sorry.
So you know
It's
Miss Mona
every
as well.
time. I'm so
Guest
sorry.
columnist for our paper. Really good one, too.
Arlecchino and
She's so
Capitana.
young and already
Lose the
such a
50-50
brilliant astrologist.
name. Oh,
So she
gosh.
mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Rip. I'm so sorry. No, that's happening with me and Kafka and Honkai Star Rail. I initially skipped her because I thought it was just a bunch of like, oh, dummy mommy hype, but like she wasn't that bad. And then I was like, cool, she's rerunning. And then lost my 50-50. So who's gonna rerun soon? Oh, Arlecchino. It's possible.
Nice.
Kafka's
In
hot.
which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an
She's
exclusive interview with
okay.
the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Oh, I do have an answer for you, Frost. You asked me, or like if I had any of the characters that like who is my Dami Mommy like simp for character, I'd get Aventurine. Aventurine's hella good. Honestly, Aventurine and Fushuan in Honkai Star Rail, best support. Highly recommend Birch. Its story's amazing. Um, Lots of foreshadowing and stuff, so like you can look and like overthink everything and it makes sense. Um, I don't have a Dami Mommy I would like bark for Frost, but on the flip side, Seth, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I've probably not simmed for any other Hoyo character as much as Seth, and not in the way for CC ads. Have my free character. Uh, for a future. Ah. I mean,
Huh?
yeah.
The article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more
Bruh.
like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Just another interview.
Yeah, are we even qualified?
Any character. Mona, Arlecchino, Tartaglia, and Sino.
If I say you're worth
Oh,
an
you know what?
interview, then
Sino,
you're
yeah.
worth it.
Sino would
But
be a good
not right
option.
now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, and venues, and props, and...
I don't care for Natlin. Honestly, it it feels like a cop out. All of the hype and description and lead up to it has been extremely misleading to what it would actually be like. And I feel like what it turned out to be is like a Netflix adaptation of what it should have been. I'm not excited for that. I'm excited for Kazuha. Yeah. Most disappointed in the Pyro Archon only because she's literally the spitting image of the oldest character of the project been working the longest on. Spitting image of. So I have mixed feelings on that because I've been working on my project for on and off for 13 no, how old am I? At least 12 years. Budget Jurassic World. Oh my god, it is. It is budget. I got 75 pity and a guarantee that Twink is coming home whether he likes it or not. Yo, say, and I'm saving everything for the Twink.
Talk to you later.
Like forget constantly giving us back-to-back Dami Mommies. Give us the
And what's that?
the fathers, the
Just
Twinks.
for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow? What would you do today?
What Dominion should have been.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass.
That's fair.
In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking.
Mr. Nita Showtime.
Oh,
Oh fuck! What's happening?
Tomorrow, but I will still successfully finish an exclusive exclusive interview with a truly unique person. The story I
Well,
would wind up writing would truly be
welcome to the
timeless.
Gem Lab, Birch. I hope you enjoy your stay. We've got plenty of room on the shelf. I forgot to adjust the volume of these notifications. And they're jump scare every time.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job. And I'd be
Why do I
proud
hear
of leaving
boss
such
music?
an article behind.
Because it's the best
Streamlabs.
music.
I was born to be a journalist. But
Oh.
anyway,
Streamlabs.
that's my answer.
Oh, fuck.
And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Oh, I'm a fight with Streamlabs. The fuck? How dare they? Where are they? Where is Streamlabs? God damn. So many things are broken. What is happening? Okay. This isn't working. Man, we're about to get into Inktober, and everything's gonna break down right at the last minute. Fucking. Oh, there. But thank you. Welcome. I mean, it is the Gem Lab, and it's true.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
October is beat. Oh, hell yeah. What day?
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
20th.
Been
Nice.
thinking.
That would be good. Inktober birthday. Yeah, for leading up until, like, maybe mid to late September. Actually, no. I probably would be streaming almost every day for October because there is um a Twitch affiliate thing where it says, "Oh, you need to stream 20 days out of 30 in 1 month." And since Inktober, I'm going to be posting a picture every single day for 31 days. I'm just going to have a fuck ton of art streams. Hopefully try and get like some Hoyo games squeezed in there in between, but yeah. You're free to join us on your birthday.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow,
We'll have a little celebration for you.
and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? See, I don't have a sketch for the 20th.
So we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Yeah. I don't have a character or a sketch for the 20th's prompt, so you could pick the character if you'd like. Until that moment comes, I think I'll journey on.
You mean still traveling?
Yes, cherish every single moment that I have to look upon this world. We're so deadpan. Wendigo. So the prompts will be dictated around a comic I'm working on. And I think I can actually incorporate a Wendigo in there. Double checking. Let me see. 20th is... Ooh, I can add a Wendigo in there. Hell yeah. For sure. I got you. I got you. By the way, I have had a White Knight playing in my head. It won't stop. Have you seen the white version of White Knight where all the voice actors in Hoyo sing it? You mean still traveling? Yeah. We're so deadpan. As we said, yes, I want to cherish every single moment.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by, and as night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the di Rasula safe house in the base. Navia, having finished her business with Poison, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. He was doing a service. He really popped off.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Grow mold. That's
But
so
it's still
rude.
better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
You don't say. Could be the
So the two of you are
water
still
from the
here.
Astral Sea.
Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillac sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So you under the impression that we're wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
What happened now? What do we gotta
Yes,
fix?
inside the Opera House.
Of
The
course.
Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
The Phantom.
Riot?
Baby, I forgot to ask, since this is
that
pretty much
said,
the end of
I don't
Fontaine,
personally
what do
think
you
it was
think?
that serious.
Did they make Paimon way better or not at all? They gave Paimon less of a whiny personality. Like she's not, and she points out the obvious a little less often, which is nice. Anyone, I need help. What did you bring us? Really, it really be like that. Paimon's less whiny and like pointing out the fucking obvious. Yeah, she is. God, she really. uh, but now she actually like contributes to conversation. She has a lot less chill, and her apathy was cranked to the max. But she's she's definitely less Dora now.
Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Yeah, she's not an
loudly accusing her of
inconvenience.
doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to
The
grow,
new Dora.
and protests against the Hydro Archon started to
Milani.
break out.
Oh no.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I'm predicting Milani is going to be more like Amber. Are you going to go for new characters? I'm not sure yet. Maybe the Pyro Archon for debatably because she is the spitting image of my former lead character of the longest project I've been working on, so mixed feelings. I'm gonna go for Kazuha. Yes. The best characters coming out during Natlin are the reruns. Maybe Capitano.
I agree.
Yeah.
People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So
I'm personally saving
is Farina okay?
Kinich because,
Seeing that
come
the
on,
situation
Naruto and
was spiraling
Sasuke's.
out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed
Actually,
that she'd
maybe
gotten
him.
tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Isn't Capitano a bad guy? How are you able to play him? There's a couple of characters. So, like, Wander was a former Fatui, so is the Knave is questionably a former Fatui. At least that's what, like, the wiki and, like, definition says, is she's former. Yeah, Arlecchino. So, it's possible that Capitano either could be fired from the Fatui, he either defected, or we're now going to be allowed to play antagonist characters because I got one of the like surveys earlier this year asking how would the community feel about playing antagonist characters without them having a redemption arc. So I feel like that it might be testing the waters for that. We'll see. Anything people say that Capitano is actually very just kind and perfect. Fatui, high turnover rate. Yeah. The Futuri does have a high turnover rate. Yo, I do want Dotore. I will. The moment I get to hear Dotore is playable, I will not spend for anything. I do want to save for like copies of characters or maybe there's special weapons, so I'll get copies of my son, my daughter, and my dragon. But if Dotore becomes optionally playable, fuck any copies. I'm saving just for him and I'll have as many copies of Dotore as possible.
So, you mean she's still missing?
He could have a redemption.
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Okay. Theory time is I feel like Dotore could become playable because he might not be the antagonist we're looking at in the perspective of like, oh, he's just a bad guy going against us. Sure, he's fucked up, Tevat, on a wide scale, but he also sees more to Tevat than we do. So he might be in the Abyss Hound's perspective where everything looks different to him, and so he is acting accordingly, or he may know. Hey, I'm not going. So use the Shagun, not Ace, it's possible.
That said, I don't
Make
think there's
Dotore
much to
cute.
worry about. She is a
If
god
they do,
after
I'll be
all.
so mad.
Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Do not make my Dotore a Shota. I will be so mad.
Good.
Y'all.
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alright, time to go fix everybody else's shit again.
Hurry over to Poisson then.
You should
If we
caught on.
know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation.
Obviously.
Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And
No.
as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Obviously.
When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about
And the
Poisson,
charade
she
begins.
couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yes. Now we get the
It
frame.
would be hard for her to ignore
Lady
being accused
Justice
by the
herself.
public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to
Or
slip
Melania
away to
Niche.
Poisson
Not
and
her.
try to relieve the sense of guilt
Yes.
that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course,
You're
but
getting all
Paimon
worked
can
up
do
over
the
nothing.
announcing and back it up too. Cool, huh?
I'm not worked up over nothing. This is very justified to be worked up over. Daddy Dotore cannot be a Shota. I am passionate about my theories. And he is redeemable. Honestly, I feel like when we go to face Dotore, it'll be more of a moral crisis of do we act in accordance to Tevat and how the people of Tevat see things?
So why don't you keep your mouths shut? We don't want to make the children cry.
I will make all of the children cry. Weep for me. Weep as I burn the world.
Over nothing.
I see becoming a detective's done you guys. I think becoming a detective has given Paimon maybe half a brain cell.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Let's see, where do we gotta go?
deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
We literally see her. I'm personally looking forward to Piero. Oh, he'd be so cool. I'm looking forward to him too.
That's Farina, right over there.
Shush. You'll blow her cover, Paimon.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all.
I have no hope for him being playable.
Everyone's
Yeah. I don't have hope he'll become playable.
I'm sorry.
But I just can't wait to meet him at least.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
Pointy beard.
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
I will get the Saritsa. Yeah, if she's playable. Yeah, I guess we do have to come for her. You know what? She does mean well. She's doing her best.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Just us exposing your most vulnerable moments.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
It's only a matter of time.
Tear
It
stains on
is.
your face are obvious.
Oh.
What do you mean, tear stains? I remember.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Moving. I'm still trying to process it.
I mean, bruh. Oh my god, it's almost time. Yes.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
And how will you do that?
I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh,
To be
and I'm
found?
sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Dose Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
You know what? I felt bad because she was crying and now I just want to push her back in the water. Stop trying to act tough. Like, actually, beyond this. Yeah, stop trying to act tough for once. Girl, it doesn't do you good.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Oh, damn. She had a whole mob.
Quick, after her!
They were willing to risk their life. Also, I'm not crying.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
Yeah, you got a mob after you, the fuck?
They are...
You good.
They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Oh my god.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Is that the excuse to run away? Yeah, there she goes.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Not everybody in the light jog. It must be before the 1970s, before running was invented. Just light jog. Farina loves the copio, yeah. She's coping hard.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Archon of Copium. True.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
If only she could drop the act. Like, for 5 seconds and talk like a normal person. Oh, damn. She's deadass trapped in here.
god! I totally thought they had caught me.
You're
No,
now tired?
I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
I thought you're winded from all this big talk you've been blowing, all this hot air, girl. You might want to lower your voice. This place isn't what I call soundproof.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon. What? Don't you good girl us?
What's happening?
We're kicking her out.
Shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster,
Yeah.
probably.
A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some
Like I said,
emergency
she's
plans,
lost
so the
chill.
evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Returning to the water. Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. Yeah. You begin to talk amongst yourselves as Farina
It's
slowly
true.
calms down.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to
She
me.
was growing on me. She was... yeah. Honestly, her speaking voice, besides the large and theatrical voice, her speaking voice is beautiful. Oh my god.
I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine.
Got my
No
popcorn.
matter what we do,
It's a
the
bit more
will of
chocolate.
the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up. Her voice lines as a character in the menu. They are not acting voice. They are that voice. Oh, that's so nice. Y'all got the popcorn ready. What are we walking? I'm so on guard now. We can't make an enemy of the divine. I wonder if that's what the former Archon did. Again, we don't. I'm theorizing. Damn, you made cheesecake? Look at you. No, for sure. I'm still wondering if the Hydro Archon had something to do with Conria, because like the flying island was in the tabloids of the prophecy, or like the tablet of the prophecy, and like the people from Conria call themselves the sinners, same as the Hydro Archon. So like I wonder if she had some kind of connection. But even then, you still haven't given up.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate.
Cheesecake and Dr. Pepper.
For me
Damn!
to finally be free.
You really are out here having a feast. So that would mean all hope would disappear.
I've thought about giving up so many times. Especially after we almost lost Poisson.
Wait.
Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
I'm
But
suspicious of something.
It all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry.
I saw one of friends
I will keep
just went
hope
live.
alive for everyone until the very end.
Oh no.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Stop putting on the
Don't
act.
take any of what I just said seriously.
How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Uh-huh. We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. Have to get more information. You might not have to shoulder this burden. Ooh. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everybody, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
My burden.
My friend one. No, the Lord
That's
me.
impossible.
I have a theory. A game theory.
Stated
Fuck
right
yeah.
from the start that this would be my duty alone.
I always am doing that. A game theory, especially with Honkai. Like, I'm so obsessed with game theory, and I miss Matt Pat. Like, I started. I never finished it. I was going to also do it on live stream, but I didn't. But like in Honkai, all over Penacony, there's like this weird script and alphabet for like different signs, graffiti. Sometimes it's image the Matt Pat's still on GT Live though, and so that's kind of one of the only game theory stuff I watch, just because I'm not ready to move on. I'm not ready. But like, I literally was deciphering the text for Honkai Star Rail just to read the graffiti, the notes, and stuff like that, because like I want to look for like the foreshadowing, because Honkai does storytelling justice. Storytelling might not always be perfect, because I feel like there was definitely a few moments where they copped out on like tying up loose ends, but they tied up all loose ends. That's possible as stated from the start that this would be my duty alone. Even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you would call a witness.
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
That's true.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Exactly.
If that's the case...
Damn, we really gaslighting her. There's no time left. Is this box gonna fall apart and she's just gonna like expose herself to everybody? Oh my god, was I right? Oh my god! Liddy, what the fuck? That's so traumatizing.
So why don't you keep your mouths shut? We don't want to make the children cry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Wow.
Now, without
She's
further
gonna
ado,
forever be
we can
traumatized.
proceed to the trial of our god.
The first time she opens up to somebody and you flip it back and be like, joke's on you, there's hundreds of people who used to look up to you now watching you at your most vulnerable state. Holy shit. Trauma unlocked.
This is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh shit. I doubt she wants to duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Yeah. Does that answer the question?
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Yeah, because she's gonna lose.
What's going on? Did I just see an
Me
Archon
next.
surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would
Woof.
seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
She's always.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
Wow.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you.
I don't remember if I told you, but
Applaud
use
and
toward
rejoice.
people who is down.
One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Let's see, I don't remember if I told you, but I used to be a bit judgmental towards people who was down bad for a very big booba character in these games, but then already came fuck, she's like, oh god. You know what, fair? I don't... Yeah, I still don't have, same thing happened to Honkai when Acheron released. Interesting. I don't have a female character I simp for. I simp for Seth because I want to put a collar and leash on that man. But I don't have a mommy yet that I would woof for.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the
More
most
okay, she's not.
exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of
Friend Pocket had
Fontaine.
his moment when we
The
saw
trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, now we're making history.
Collecting perfume. That's... I might. If only I had a sense of smell.
Over the whole thing. Like, come on.
Because, like, perfume containers are really
Forced to
pretty.
stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
She has to.
Then, who will be my opponent in this trial?
The
Good
court
question.
asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Us? Oh damn, I collect Warhammer. So what do you reckon costs more? Oh, Warhammer's so fucking expensive, bro. No. We were in Husband's World as Arlecchino and Emily. I was like, let's hope they add a mommy character that husband likes to now.
Is that so? Very well.
Damn,
then
she...
please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though, as long as I can defeat Farina in words.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
And a shameful amount.
Prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean
I
the
have both
ones who
Nagash
scoured the
and
settlement for me
Grimacor.
were also from
Hell
the
yeah.
Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
Damn.
That's right.
That's rough.
That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As
That-
the super
a lot of-
ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a
Dear
massive
God.
amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We
I
had
can
to select a
imagine them all
location,
just
construct the
building this
giant
thing.
magic
Don't mind the
box,
Fatui, just
dig a
actually
tunnel,
not killing.
and open up a path through the
I
water.
know.
It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry we're traumatizing you.
I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
I'm not doing the part. Sorry. Someone say father.
Prepared a stage and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
Voodoo, we don't talk about the chasm quests. Fuck the chasm quests.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you,
It's also kind of her job, though.
Traveler, I suppose
She
your
risks
role
her
was
life
to
every
keep
time.
me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything
I
amiss
just 100%
before
the chasm
revealing
for
yourself
Primus.
as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
That's the trick, Birch. I don't. Voodoo helps me. Voodoo helps me with the quest and exploration. That's way easier now that maps have layers. I cannot imagine doing that without layers. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we arrive on the stage. You guessed wrong. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped you'd share your secret with us before the box arrived to the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's
Damn.
fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
It reminds me of like those like secret tests where like a friend asks you, "Oh, hey, go do this for me." But like you know that friend hates that thing, but they ask you to do it anyway, so you do it for them. And then like, "Oh, you failed the test." That's what I feel like just happened. Like she didn't know she had a last chance to explain herself. She probably would have if she knew. Bruh, this is so traumatizing.
Is already set.
They
so
really
there's no
set her
reason to
up.
disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is judge the Hydra Con. Plot reason. Yeah, she is flighty, but like you could pin her in a corner before you spring the trap. And say, hey, you're kind of backed in a corner. Still, I can't help but feel a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Babe. No, that too rude. You go what? Consent, first of all. Hence, mention. This is really pure than saying, hey, This is your last chance. I'm just saying, don't you point the finger at me. I'm saying give more people a knowing opportunity. Madam Prosecutor, what is
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Ooh.
Charlotte wanted to give us something?
Evidence. Thank you.
She's here too. Hey, Charlotte.
Oh, of course you would. She's just like me, nosy as fuck.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine.
Ooh, that's good.
So in other words, we can refer
Charlotte.
to this
Yeah.
anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Yeah, it's a very practical
Let's
gift.
quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Hell yeah.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Truth behind the serial disappearances.
This
His
is the first
conviction.
time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Meeting
But
with the
Fatui
Nervillette.
Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Intrusion of primordial sea in
Fortress of
Fortress
Meripede
Meripede.
was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Bruh. Did we get sad at Tepe's death? I'm new. Tepe is... I don't think I've gotten there. I've hard-pressed the Archon quests just to be able to catch up. I might not have seen Tepe's death. Oh wait. Or is that one of Navia's, the delusion guy in Inazuma? Oh, that's right. Yeah, we did see that. It's in Inazuma on Watch. He died because yeah, I remember him. I felt no sympathy for him. He took something knowing it was bad for him, and even when he said the second we met Tepe, I was like, he's gonna die. Yeah. And he took something knowing it was bad for him, and after he was told, hey, that's bad for you, don't have it, he kept it, so I feel like it's a consequence of his own actions.
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
The whale in the dream, interesting.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Tea time with N?
The words of someone as extraordinary
right.
as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay. That actually was a good refresher. I forgot the dream and the witch.
The defense are both in position.
After
The
he
trial
bragged about
shall now
defeating
begin.
multiple two. Come here and we'll see how big your balls are. Oh yeah.
There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this.
True, she needs to know what she's defending.
It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
Yeah.
True, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Oh, we have voice lines.
I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty. But
Traveler's getting paid.
I hear
Whoa.
that right?
I know, right?
She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Damn, even
Lady
he is mad
Farina,
about this.
Do you plead guilty to the charge?
Leeway due to air levels. Ah.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible.
Look at Vinci.
But what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born.
I finished the
There would
Fontaine
be
Archon
no
quest
fooling
after
their
20 days of
memory.
playing this.
See?
Save for the moment.
Even
Yeah.
the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never
Wait, doesn't that
be
mean
upheld?
she's like one charge
If
guilty?
you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
And two, like, she's kind of screwed because she's in the trial, and regardless if she's right or wrong, or like she persuades the people, the Oratrice is about to call her shit out because it sniffed out Child being guilty, and he doesn't even know how he's guilty or connected. So Oratrice sees more truth of a full situation that's on trial. So like, she's screwed regardless. Case started. Well, people only see their you as their Archon because of their long-held belief.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Damn, that really haunts her, doesn't it? I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina? Ooh. By the way, did you hear the people got mad because Nilu hugged Traveler in the Simulanka quest? Really? People really mad about that? Bruh. Whoever's mad about that, touch grass lovingly, XOXO. It was cute. Irrelevant. Child's conviction. Meeting with the knave. Or tea time with N. N communicated with you. N communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you need to give up hope. During the diplomatic meeting with the knave, she revealed that she had already probed Farina on her own. What kind of back and forth is it? Or was I supremacy? People got bad at claiming that Hoyo is shipping them and someone even photoshopped. Your son's face over. What? That's so weird. Okay, no. Y'all. Fandoms are sometimes weird. I do not speak for the Hoyo fandom. Neela as a character is just horrible. She is. She's very little sisterly. Like, you wouldn't hug your family like, oh cool, we got through something kind of concerning and weird. Like, family hug. Like, if it was a kiss, I can see where the fans could be upset because now you're making a ship canon and like everybody's got their own head canons. But a hug is a hug, bruh. Other side of Genshin. There's just a hug that I got traveling around it. Of hat got again, fandom be fandoming. Okay, question. Sorry, I'm getting so distracted. Why can Farina live for so long despite being, she's being human? Child, I don't think has anything to do with it. And or during the diplomatic meeting with the nature, revealed that she already probed Farina. Believes it's possible that not only is Farina not really the Archon, but she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse. I heard what happened. This is why I don't tell people I pay Genshin. I won't pay Genshin. Maybe another Honkai. I feel is worth it. Genshin, no. Zenless, they gotta convince me.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan.
Are you Conrian?
And second of all,
wait, is she
if
Conrian?
that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
ZZZ, convince me of Lycon. Oh yeah. I mean, but Lycon's standard banner, and Seth isn't out yet, but he's also a 4-star, so I'm gonna like pull the shit out of the banner, and then once the banner's done, I'm gonna pull the shit out of like the standard banner to try and get Seth and Lycon, because I still don't have them yet. I need my werewolf father. If Arena's Conrian, then why no Hilichurl? Not all Conrians are Helichurls, though. Look at, yeah, Pureblood. That was it. Because I was like, we have Dane's Lift, there's also, oh fuck, Kaya, and possibly Dotere. Yeah, and Piero, that's it. Yeah, Piero's Conrian.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low
Pinocchio.
as to use the harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might
Was
naturally
more of a
resemble the type
descendant.
of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity.
But they're
Curse,
still
after all.
pure blood. So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Oh.
Well, don't start celebrating too early.
As if they've
now.
never been right about
Even
anything.
if I have
Yeah.
been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house. Or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
We need to turn our eyes to the Oratrice. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control of the Oratrice. That's true. It was a child's conviction, right? Can we select it? Yes. Dotere's a psychopath. He is a loving psychopath.
But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Yeah.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
And the rooster is
decisions
manipulative.
of the gods
Yeah,
are
fuck the
naturally
rooster.
difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide
I hate that
an
dude.
explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Damn.
You will prove
He is
yourself
really pulling
unable
out
to
the father
defend against
card.
the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Damn. He's cracking out the belts.
You neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created
That's what the
by
question would be
you,
put in time
the
out. Yeah.
manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first
One more
created.
one from Farina and Hydro.
You can't argue
Yeah.
that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then Farina, can you give us a brief demonstration of your powers as an Archon?
Power as an Archon.
Do it.
There are many ordinary citizens in
Do
the
it.
audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
The same way Nuvolette did. Do it.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision. Can she not control water?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
That's true, we never saw her use water.
It's all because of Indemnitium. All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives.
Not like one splash of Hydro will kill anyone. Yeah.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Damn. Oh,
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
hose her down. Get the spray bottle.
Come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
But you are.
The same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor says
I almost
is true,
feel bad.
she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Ooh. This
Enough.
is.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Honestly, she's so traumatized. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she's just a human, but if she's only human, 'cause I'm only human. What evidence do we have? Murder case unfolded. Turns out that Fontanians can be dissolved by water, primordial sea. Vashir kidnapped and dissolved many young girls who had been dissolved. The intrusion of primordial sea. The entrance of the sea is sealed. Pulled Farina by accident while going for Rosaria copies, and I don't know what to do with her. From what I've heard, she's good. She's a good support in offense. But I will point you to Voodoo because he knows better. He has her. Put as much HP, crit rate, and crit damage on her. She slaps. There you have it. Is sealed beneath the forbidden zone of the fortress of Maripina recently. The sea has nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back. While exploring the ruin near Poisson, it began to collapse and Navia fell in the water, containing only the protection of the dead members of Spina della Russa prevented her from dissolving. Pitting on Clorin's banner for Farina and got Clorin on 50-50. Hey. The one time you wanted to lose? No. Bruh. I want to lose every Zenlit, except Jane Doe. Actually, I'm saving for Jane Doe. Fuck that. Never mind. I don't want to lose. I want to get Jane Doe, and then I can lose as many banners after, so I can get Lycone. We're looking for evidence that she's a human. That's not relevant. Maybe this? No. Truth behind, turns out the Fontaines can be all by water over the years. Vache kidnapped its son. I can't. It's one of these two. I feel like it's this one just because if she would... This one. Let's go with this.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Bruh. Damn. Wow. Rude. Then this one? Because it was one of those two. Because if she was the icon, she would have been able to... Okay.
Can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Are we going to try and dissolve her?
Claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
My god, there...
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Are they going to tell her to sewer slide in literally in court?
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now.
Yeah.
I've brought some seawater from Poisson.
Wow.
As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
That's just cruel.
If you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved
Melus
the
and
reverse.
Silver mentioned.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Would she be fine? You good?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings,
except for
you
when
possess the
enemies.
right to decline participation.
Wait, sorry. This test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline the participation. Okay.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But
Have some
refusing to
water.
participate
Meanwhile,
is
brings a
basically
bucket
the
full.
same as a
Yeah.
confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Would she dissolve herself?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Whoa. Well, I'll be damned.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin?
Yes, she was
If
scary.
you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
Oh yeah, because she can see differently.
That should be enough.
Please
Just be
announce
sure not
the
to use the
results of
same
your
one.
evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin.
Damn.
Lady Farina, you may return
So
to
she's
the
drunk.
defendant's stand.
Lamal.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Yeah, but like,
Well,
diluted
considering
enough,
your
you get
tendency
drunk.
to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
Yeah.
Farina could have...
Yeah.
I can't believe... You...
Wow. But what's really going on here? Farina can't have not too fast. But what's going on? Farina can't have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. It's not okay. It's not too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Again, this is low-key torture because she was vulnerable, then we flipped the lights on and been like, haha, your vulnerable moment, your first vulnerable moment is exposed to a crowd, and now she's probably feeling like she's getting publicly humiliated.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Damn. This is so cruel.
Everyone,
How do you feel? Got the damage.
I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh. Wow, even he turned away from her. That has to hurt.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Charm
With
girl,
all the things that have been
it's
said,
sad.
Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Remember, the prophecy is... Oh!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. It's too stacked against her now.
Can she hear their thoughts? The final prophecy reminder is that the water will rise and take everybody, and only the Hydro Archon will be left
In my
alone.
capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Oh, Settlone crying on her throne. Everyone will be gone for Farina.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Not that reminding me of the Honkai ticket system, though.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did it declare she's innocent?
The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
But is it under different
However,
circumstances, though?
The exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been
it's a huge...
death by the Oratrice?
It is.
We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
To be fair, impersonating Archon
So
is...
why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Yeah.
The children cry.
I'll keep talking. But, like, it is a grave, like, injustice to pretend like you are an Archon, so like I can see why
This outcome
such
is
a grave.
quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences,
do they have to follow?
Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange, though, is instead of Farina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydra
Indeed.
Archon.
Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
She could be human and the Hydro Archon, but not the original at the same time. Like, it's not one or the other.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Oh, our little soft boy, what's up?
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
You femboy, yeah.
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
So sweet. Our little introvert. With some other help from Days and Slate. Ah!
That the first prophecy slate?
Also, he found it and put it together. That's good.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine
Protect
to try
that man
and
at all
find the
costs.
missing
Absolutely.
slate.
Fremine
I
is
looked
precious.
everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
He got the whole thing by himself.
Oh, no. Father
Possibly.
will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's not too late. No, it's not too late. Head pats.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
He locates it and Fatui bring it out. I see. That's fair. Do we get to like compare it?
So what do you see? What is it?
Looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've
Bruh.
already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
That was no chill, Paimon. The fuck?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other
Metal
three stone
piping.
slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Yeah, can we get a visual of all of them? Select to check the descriptions of the stone slates to extract key information on them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate content in the incidents recorded in the interview notebook. There, you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water level in the menu interface will rise. Ooh. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy will be revealed. Ooh, the real events related to the prophecies.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Possibly.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
I wonder if it has to do with the process in which she turned Oceanids into humans. Because the Primordial Sea, doesn't that have to do something with like the great old one, like the original dragon? Nuvolette said something about that before.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
That's probably what's happening right now.
Didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
So we accidentally contributed to the prophecy. Verify the truth. The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. The first piece that was originally missing had been found by Fremine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. It turns out that Fontanians can be dissolved in water from the Primordial Sea. Over the years, Vache kidnapped and dissolved many young girls. For his experiments to try and find a way to bring back his wife, who had been dissolved. Though Nuvolette believed child innocent, the Ortrees judged him as guilty. Even Farina didn't know. The entrance of the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the zone in the fortress of Meripede, and recently the Primordial Sea is nearly broken out. It was only temporary by Nuvolette's power. Okay. The Hydro Archon. Oh, you have a cat? Pet tax. You have to send a picture of the cat in the Discord server now. Get slapped with the pet tax. After the court proved that Farina was not the Hydro Archon, the verdict was displayed. The Hydro Archon guilty is punished to death sentence. I think, you connecting your consciousness, she believes prophecy will certainly happen, but that you give up hope. It began to collapse and Navia fell into water containing permanent water, only the protection of dead members. Maybe this?
That doesn't sound quite right. Let's think about this some more.
Then this. Because If they came from Oceanids to human, like the reverse the process.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Yeah, because they all just turn back into Oceanids. The slate showing the prophecy describing the it shows Celestia floating in the sky. Never mind, it was the door. Ah. Hey, Lumion voice jump scare. Yeah. It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. Let's see. Over the years, Vashik. So, child innocent, guilty. My door is very squeaky. Ah. But entrance of the primordial sea is sealed beneath there. Containing primordial only protected. Hydro Archon punished by death. Mine has a hole in it. You know what? I thought about getting a cat door so like my cat can walk in and out, but it would probably walk out and never walk back in. I mean, if they're worshipping Conria, the Hydro Archon is guilty. So like the original Hydro Archon, right? Oh,
Perhaps
hey.
what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Honestly, I kind of guessed this. Because I don't know which else would have fit. But that also works here. Because, like, this is her now being surrounded by the people. And then her having to accept the judgment. Do they throw her into the primordial sea? Okay. That was so...
Let's think about this some more.
That was heavy. Then, wait. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. He is not the Archon. It's not that. Navia fell into water. Oh! Maybe?
It's
she
not
fell
as
into the
simple
water.
as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
That was low-key traumatizing my freaking daughter. I think Goru should have gotten a climbing stamina consumption reduction since rock climbing is one of his hobbies. Yeah, that would have made sense. It shows a scene that is basically identical to that described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontanians will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on her throne and weep. It's pushed back with Nouvelette's power, or communicated with you by... She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope.
That doesn't sound quite right. Let's think about this some more.
Oh, Paimon. You're not allowed to flex that you know more than me.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater,
Like
which we
Mona
know
swimming.
can
I
cause
feel like the whole
to dissolve.
would have been based.
Seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly. They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
But they're all in one Oceanid. Just curious.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will on Wednesday.
The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Yeah. Tomorrow I got a D&D game with my beloved husband. Verification complete. Not the church music.
That's how you can make sense of it.
Vache's victim gathered.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
So the first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
Waterboard and baptized Farina. Dear God.
How only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydra Archon was her creation of the Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Yeah, and like Conrio, like Farina is just sitting up there while everyone else is having a fan theory club. I know. She's probably in a state of shock, if anything. Again, sitting alone on her throne crying. But also too, like, Celestia hated Conria. But that's just a theory. A game theory.
Why the Oratries judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
What do you mean it's possible that Albedo being created by gold was the reason why Conria was bombarded in Stone Age? I kind of skipped through a little bit of Albedo's quest. I suspect it wasn't the only cause. Yeah, for sure. Conria really did not like the Heavenly Principles. He is not a real boy. Neither is my son, or anybody here. As of the third slate, I'm still convinced that should come after the fourth slate.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Yep.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
What do you know, Nubilat?
While you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
It is currently 144. for me right now.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Ooh. I forgot he can do that.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe
Shut
I
up,
should
Emma.
share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Go on. Pop
Your
off, kid.
hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority
Is this
to
the
create
Hydro
a new
Archon
form
right
of human
here?
life. Not
That
one
bubble?
to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
You know what? That's fine.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your
Copium.
regular Fontainian.
Yeah.
But it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So what is the 3rd
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
So this was fated to be.
It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
You in turn
in
fulfilled
truth,
it.
everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
She's just coping. It feels like there's no way out of it.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
This is what happens when you try to fight.
To be a prisoner
Anyway.
of fate.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will also be fulfilled soon?
She's taking a quick power nap. She fainted. I mean, to be fair, the prophecy is vague, and a lot of the information is vague, so, like, it makes sense. that the prophecy is coming true because he didn't expect that we would be on
Traveler,
trial.
I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Please do.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Child. Where is Mr. Worldwide? The ultimate proof. Just what is the true source?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
So, prophecy? Is it the whale?
It was both dream and reality.
Oh, damn. So we had it wrong. Rough.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
What's up, y'all? It's your boy, Child. Mr. Worldwide. No, I hope we run into him in Natlan.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oh, shit. Water boy in the land of fire. Yes. Oh, damn. Oh my god. Do we get to see him as a dragon? Oh fuck. Let's go! Oh, he is an unhappy boy. Why is he upset though? What the fuck? Slap him. Oh my god. Child was the real Pinocchio all along. He got swallowed by the whale. Where's Arlecchino? Bro's the guy from the Bible. I never read the Bible. I never took interest in earth religions. Oh shit. No one decided to try and catch him. They were like, hey, he looks horrible. He looks like he's gonna fall. Let's watch. So remember when Risley holding the primordial seawater and wished. Damn.
Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
And wager, and it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
Why? Do tell me.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Explain.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
And so they look like
Precisely.
food.
That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Bruh.
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
Makes sense.
Just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
It will.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, He must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Do we get to see his teacher?
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Mean.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
Yeah.
And swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy
They're all going to
will
get
be fulfilled
swallowed.
no matter what, huh?
Fern is still napping. That's what I was thinking. I was like, Fern is still here though. And like, wouldn't she be more appetizing? But okay, so the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
So the whale's gonna try and just eat everybody? After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. But what if this is all about fate?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Yeah, they probably don't have sight in the primordial sea.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everybody? Or did we miss something? Did I? Wait, I forgot about Free. Yeah, she's been here. Our girl has been traumatized and cried. What was it that she wanted to say to me in that last moment? The fate of Teyvat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance. What was her real secret? Ooh, another cutscene. Uh-oh. Is it making another judgment on its own?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh, the Trees carries out the death sentence? Oh, yeah, because everybody left. And she sits alone, crying on her throne.
No, I still need answers.
Oh. Oh, where are we? God, this is the worst time to need to use the bathroom. Fuck. Bruh. I shouldn't have drank 2 cups of water right before this. No, and I still can't pause it. I can't pause it. I can't pause it. Oh, shit. Okay. Like 5 seconds. I swear. Hey, I'm back. Uh, have a good night, Birch. Yes, see you on Wednesday as well. Okay. Farina. I love that that's the name. Farina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
I like this
You are not
voice.
Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
It's interesting. They
Oh,
speak the
that wasn't
same,
my
but
goal,
different
of
tone.
course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the
Amberly
uninitiated.
voice acting for an
It hardly gets more
Yeah.
disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
Wait, this is Amelie? Hold on. Hold on. Or is it a different Amberly? Who does Amelie voice in Genshin? Because I didn't think she had a Genshin voiceover. Honkai, yes. Jingliu. Yeah, Jingliu is in Honkai though. Maybe I'm confusing things. Okay. I am. Amanda Lee and Amber Lee are very similar names. I got confused, my bad. I'm dumb. But regardless, yes, voice actor is popping off like a queen.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Also, too, her outfit's very starry, so like it's reminiscent of not Tevat, because like we've had a little bit of a repetitive design choice of like people of Tevat or like against Tevat have this very like Art Deco structural fucking architectural design, and then like kind of story, so like Conrians or outside of Conrian stuff, and so like she's very that. Just saying.
Yes,
Because
as
it's
you have no
starry
doubt
rather than just
surmised,
water.
it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although,
Do we
looking
get to
back
see
now,
Egeria?
it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of.
The former Hydron
Between
did
the
fall
task of
during
saving the
Archon War.
nation,
Ah.
the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, And not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Looking back now, it was hardly an inheritance of one dreams between tasks of saving a nation, the quotidian duties of a Hydro Archon, not to mention the original sin of creating humans. She could have originally been Conrian.
But one can
because she was
only
left with the
play
duties.
hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Okay.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Aww.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All
Casually.
part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled,
She's
I
interesting.
invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
Which makes sense why she's a little crazy.
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Did we make it? I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid in the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Aww. Farina, what's she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that's probably isn't Farina. It's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I want to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let's try talking to her. Yeah. This may be her inner self, but it's going to be the most truthful, so give answers. I'm too short.
Quit following me.
How's it going?
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage?
Trevor was like, this is weird, but I have a
your
look weirder.
admiration for
Yeah.
my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent
Don't
to
look at me.
reprimand
Don't
you.
look at me.
There is no need to state your name.
Oh.
Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience.
Oh, do not
Just let the
jest.
stage lights
Can
go
you
off,
not
please.
feel
Only
it?
for 1 second. Ooh, fuck. That brings me bad memories. I just recently learned of something.
I am Focalor. The eyes
That
of
way I
countless
can
Fontanians
become
are
myself
upon
again.
me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Let's go turn off the lights. She wanted them off.
Dear audience,
Oh!
The performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Excusez-moi. Yeah. Stay back.
Silence.
Stay back. Back with you. Shoot. Get hosed.
The tides beckon.
Rude.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Excusez-moi. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? The ticket. When did that end up here? Ooh. What's that? Either way, it looks like the show isn't about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel. Oh, scene 1, before a mirror Farina.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this
Oh,
be?
well, it's before she had long hair. That's adorable.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people
She
will
tucks her
all
hair.
be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
She has long and white clothes. I see. I wonder if her clothes switching back between light and dark is her switching between like consciousness slash personality of Focalor and Farina.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything
Also, not
clearly.
people thinking the villain in the acting
The
show.
only thing I know
Like
for sure is this
Snow White.
prophecy.
Better than Snow White herself,
Will it
Lamau.
really come to pass?
Oh no.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just
More
like
switching the
them.
roles. I see.
Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would
Also,
also
not her
be
being
the
tall.
justice that belongs to you.
Focalor being tall. And
Don't
Farina
worry,
short.
it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your
By putting the
identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Uh-oh. No, you won't. Scene 2, Ascension speech. Ooh, is this when she announces she's the new Hydro? So quiet. Oh, I gotta walk around. Can I? We have the Honkai curse. We can't jump.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say?
I tried to do
Almost
this.
appear like a god. To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ahem! Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Pure
In
earnest.
truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
So she started off very honest, and she just kind of
Once again, thank you all for coming. If
was
you
driven
should
by the
have any
pressure.
questions or suggestions,
This year has been fucking
please
wild.
send them to the
Start
Maison
gotcha
Cardinalise.
games. Ah.
The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This
Fair.
should do it.
A lot's changed for me in this year as
I
well.
thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena.
No, yeah, because now she has long hair and she's still in the dark
What
outfit.
do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering
Teofil's,
if some weak
didn't see that.
puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self
Her
here
laughing
in
this
this opera house.
Damn.
You may
Yeah.
consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Sound courage with conviction.
Dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
That's a bold claim. Opera House Farina. Ooh. Is this... Oh, we can run now. If that's what the people wanted, it's what she had to give them. Yeah, unfortunately. These are cute little setups.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette.
I wonder what...
Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
So she's looking forward for the end of this whole masquerade.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good.
That patch was probably
Very
named
good.
Masquerade of Guilt.
If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
So she
Going
really
down
cares
to
about these
citizens' homes
people.
every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Oh.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Farina. How many scenes are there?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Man, she needs, like, one day off. Even if she doesn't bother or see anybody. Damn. Scene. Opera House. Farina.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored
Gosh.
indeed.
That would drive anybody insane.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the
show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
How does Neuvillette come into this? Like, where did he come from? His personal connection to Focalors? And what does he know?
All I've done so far.
Besides just being
I've
Hydro-Durgan.
conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Seen Farina Ann. Oh, Opera House Farina Ann isn't Neuvillette.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. This is seen from within the magic box. This is great. Didn't think we'd play in her world, surely.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I?
Yeah.
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive
know what
the
you feel
heavenly
seeing this, but
principles,
for me
you
it
must
hurts.
first deceive yourself.
it doesn't hurt. Like, it's a painful experience, but it's nostalgic for me. In this lifetime, before I regained the memories of my previous lifetimes, that was very much what I was stuck in. And when you finally break out of that cycle of constantly always having to pretend to be somebody you're not and speak with somebody else's voices that isn't your own without having a way to express yourself or somebody to confide in or turn to, you're just alone. And even when you're alone, you can't express. There does eventually come a time where, like, you can't cry anymore. And the thing that's sad for Farina is she's made to always have feelings. Because something very human is to be able to stop feeling. But Fossilor made Farina very flawed so that she can't stop feeling those feelings. And that's the cruelest part. That you have to kind of feel sorry for. And I'm a little numb to this experience just because it took me a long time to get past that. And it's hard to explain. It's it's not even like to cry, like I don't feel like crying. It's just I empathize with her. She has my sympathies. But like moving past something like that is something you have to do alone. It's a very lonely experience, but you've had a lonely experience that whole time. So it's one of the, like, when they say you grab yourself by the bootstraps, you pull yourself up and you move on, that is exactly what you have to do. And it is hard to summon that little bit of strength to grab the bootstraps, but once you do, you got it. And and it's hard to let go of other things too. It's hard to let go of the routine or something you're so used to for so long. Being somebody and doing things that you don't normally do just because you need to do it. It's hard to let go because it's routine. It's something you're used to, and it's scary moving to something unknown, but you're not okay stuck in that situation, so you have to move on, but it's scary under that. It's new and you're not used to making decisions. You're used to following orders, following a script, following a regimen that you're given. So it's the fear of new things, the fear of change, and the fear of decision. That's kind of like all breaking down and being placed onto Farina. Like she was given the opportunity to make her own decision, be able to confide, express herself when she never had the chance to. And the first time making a decision, the first time choosing to confide in somebody and express how you feel and go outside of this regimen is terrifying. It may be as small as saying, you know what? I hate the flavor of strawberries. It's not my favorite flavor. I never liked strawberries anyway. It may be something as small as that, but because for so long you have to say I love strawberries, anything that has strawberry flavor you have to have, or you have to pretend you like a certain scent even though you can't fucking smell it. Like, yes, I love this smell, it's great, it helps me relax, and it's like you don't even fucking know it's there. Just finally being able to decide I don't fucking care because I don't even know what it is or the experience of this. I was just given words that describe something that have been acknowledged by other people to be accurate. So finally saying no more of this clockwork routine. kind of makes everything fall apart. It's like having a clock and taking out the pendulum or the hands off the face. Like you take one part of the clock and it's no longer a clock. It doesn't work, and that's the scary part. Is taking it all apart and putting in your own pieces. It just starts with the first step. That first step's the biggest step, and it's terrifying. On top of the fact they set her up so that the moment she had to take such a monumental first step, she's traumatized forever for not taking that first step. Like, she probably will never stop pretending to be Farina, because even considering the opportunity, like considering change and becoming a different person, is terrifying. Like, knowing you're not supposed to consider or think about these differences or being somebody you're not supposed to consider that. You're only supposed to think about what you're meant to think about. It's still scary in its own right. It's like having an intrusive thought, but those intrusive thoughts is just how you truly feel. And being told how you truly feel should be accepted, while it's not, and you're being told who you truly are is this other person, you lose yourself in the mask. If you pretend to be somebody for so long, how can you tell the difference if that's just not who you are anymore? And she's constantly having these questions. She's constantly having this internal dialogue, and she's internally fighting with herself. That she's considering it and almost confessing is a step closer. Because she's had these questions, but she's never considered confiding. She's had these questions in those moments, and she considered it for the first time ever. That is a huge step, and while it's so internal nobody else gets to see it, it should be a large step that should be encouraged, even though it's not noticed usually by other people. Very little, like, only very empathetic people usually kind of notice these internal like this internal struggle that's going on, or like somebody else who's also gone through it would be able to recognize, because it's just an experience. But that consideration of a change after something for so long needs to be celebrated, not just congratulated, not just rewarded, but to be celebrated, because it's hard. It's easy to just put your head down and do what's put in front of you all of the time. It's easy to follow orders. It's easy to follow a process, shut your mind out, and know that the first order is to wake up, change, take a step out, smile because that's what you're supposed to do, make food exactly how it is, or eat it a specific certain way because that's what you're supposed to, then talk in a certain way like you're supposed to write, to communicate with other people, to empathize. Talk about only specific subjects because that's what's expected of you, is you only talk about these topics because those are the topics you like. And if you question it, you're deemed crazy, or you're looked down on, or people call you weird or abnormal just because you've been this person for so long. People can't see you as anything else besides that person, and again, you're further pushed down into forced to play this person you've always been, is because people expect you to continue being this person. So when somebody considers changing to actually be who they are and express themselves and break this cycle of pretending to be who they're not, it needs to be celebrated, not just rewarded. Or traumatized. It shouldn't be traumatized.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
A suicide machine.
You have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been
It kind of
placed.
looks like Oceanid too.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne,
Made the
shaking
guillotine
the
for
rules
Farina.
established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then Leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wish we could.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh, it's primordial water. Isn't that? Because it had like a little bit of sparkly essence in it. Or is it just fancy rain?
What just happened?
Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no
I
longer
love how
function,
Noodle is like, oh
I
god.
require
No,
an executor
no,
to
she's
help
dead.
me mete out justice.
Oh, Bubbles. Aw. He's a good boy, okay? He's doing his best to process how he feels. An executioner, help me.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
I love, too, that we all fail to address that child's probably dying or dead at the moment because of said narwhal. Like, oh, thank God he helped, but like, meh. He could be dying right now. Lol. Fuck. This is still not a combat team.
I have already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea.
Oh, fuck.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Asshole.
We can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall return to it together.
Bitch. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be a yeehaw, alright. Oh, fuck. Fuck you.
Sorrow turning into hostility.
Run! Run, my child! Destroy the Eye of the Maelstrom. Come, 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 get it, get it, get it.
Devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Come on, come on! What the fuck? You've let your fucking cooldowns a little too long. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Am I dead? Oh, hello, Abyss. Fuck off. Ow. This music slaps, bro. The fuck? Hold on, I just... Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the
You need to
moment
get closer.
and use my power to
Cause
suppress
perspective.
its root from within.
What? What? Okay. Honestly, I don't know how to... It was Navia. I just wanted my princess. Please. My daughter, my son. Daughter, son, and Durgan. The...
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons.
I was not meant for combating engine. Fuck off.
How amusing. You're dead.
No, I'm dead. Fuck off. My son. No. Bites. The fuck? Why are they fighting me? Excuse you. Fuck off. Fucking hurt my son, you asshole. No! Really? 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 You son of a bitch. I fucking hate your guts. This fucking narwhal. Did he kill it? He's such a bitch to fight. Yeah. You don't say. What the fuck? It's a black hole. Welt? Oh. Not Welt. What? our boy.
Cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well.
It
was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Master's pet?
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Is she... Yeah. I get she's Skirk, but like... Does she train under one of the witches? Like, what do you mean Master's pet?
Power. Who are you exactly?
I don't know how I feel about Skirk.
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Wow.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take an all-devouring narwhal as
I have
pet?
to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an
She's a
all-devouring
Yanshin.
narwhal. That kind of power is
like
wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
I have to agree, it is strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. Yeah, so
All in
does she
all,
fight?
it fails as a pet.
Is she one of the trainees of the witches? Or is she like training to become one of the witches?
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name
Heavenly
is Sertologi.
Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
I don't think I have.
The Fowl?
Still nothing?
Maybe the center.
Well, how about the Visionary?
Gold?
Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle.
Yeah.
She's Alfredo's mom, right?
Here we go.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
So she's training to be one of the Hexen
Also
Circles.
mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the
And using power
all-devouring
from the other
narwhal
world.
used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
No, Gold
In
is
other
the name we
words,
know.
the prophecy
She
that
made
you've been fretting
yeah.
over should now be in full swing.
part threw me off because when Paimon said Gold created Albedo, I was like, yeah, but we haven't met him yet. This guy. So, no. I see. No, there's a little surprise about that, Paimon. It's natural after all the prophecy will come true. We knew and accepted this. However, Neuvillette can separate the waters.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
I wonder if the Hexen Circle knew it.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Is everybody okay?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be
Dude,
washed away.
Ah. Okay, that's what I thought. He separated the waters.
Help! Over here!
Raft simulator, Genshin style. Time limited lore nugget, bruh. I hate those limited lore nuggets. I was like, oh, you didn't play in the summer of 1985, so you don't get to know this very important info. The Noah's Ark. Oh, it's a flying ship.
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry! Hey, lend a hand. Look! The water's receding! It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
The ultimate claw machine, yeah. When do we get to drive that? I'm just asking.
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
Sure, things are a little fucked now, but nothing time won't fix. About that. Watch, the next scene we're talking outside of like the courthouse, everything's fine.
The soul renewed. The Spirit de Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spirit de Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, booner brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in the
What do
capacity.
you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
That's
The value
actually a
for
good
these big
idea.
scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Make me curious about how things will play out.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news,
Oh my
if you
gosh.
haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
She's obsessed with finding him.
Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
She's low-key a yandere for Risley. Okay, hear me out. Paimon is speaking, and your live duty model mouth is moving, so you... Oh no! No! How dare. Okay, I'm gonna go to the Statue of 7 and heal my sweet baby boy. Revive my children. Okay, now where do we go? Wait. Are we quest locked? Finale. What the fuck? It just de-locked off of our quest. Hello, housekeeping.
Navia!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Getting paid
I'm
30
here to update myself on
prima-
how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
She
Let me
hears
introduce you.
gossip. Or
This
smells
is
it.
Mr. Garun Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Oh my gosh.
But
I kind of
if you
ship
don't
him.
mind,
That's cute.
could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
See if there's anything the Fontaine quest taught us is that the Fatui
Well,
aren't all
her
there.
reputation's
Yeah.
greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait
Russians
out
are
the heat.
known to be cat lovers. Aww.
All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you
His
mind me asking a few questions?
surname pretty much means snowman.
How you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's sake?
Girls
if
writing
we're talking
literally
about doing
every
things for my
article.
sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
Also, too, one thing I'm really surprised is Dane's lifted and just like Kool-Aid Man through the wall out of nowhere. Did I hear a bit?
Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Sure.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Respect.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You already knew she was.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijun
His Kool-Aid Man stuff is at 4.7. Ah.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move
He's
first.
like Zhao, but the seven.
Stay
Where does
safe now.
Abyss?
And
He
tell me
is.
if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Not particularly.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
In the agreement
All right
is.
then,
Aw.
this way.
Damn, I don't get to be nosy and know what their agreement is. Bruh. Spill the tea, sis. Grizzly's like, Archon, save me. Aw.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I'm
She's such a reporter. She knows how to butter up people to talk. Typical reporters.
Another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Bruh. She really doesn't know how to squeeze opportunities for all their work. She does.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then,
They're
two
so
solo
touchy.
photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah,
Is it
Seaweed.
deadly?
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Sejuane. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can
Sejuane
see.
and Rena are like two
Fontaine's
peas in a
undergone some
pod.
changes,
Aw.
but this place is still more or less the same.
Yeah.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier?
One
Miss
makes
Levine?
food that's dangerous, the other makes food
kind,
look
sir.
sus.
I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
Did you
I'll
just call him a
leave the
hermit?
spotlight to you two.
I'm dead. You walk with Risley for a while.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
That was quick.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Like knowing photo
Thanks
shoots?
for your cooperation.
That was fucking quick.
Come on, traveler, let's go.
That shit usually takes an hour. At least. That's a
There'll
fast photo
be a
shoot.
next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Yeah, I learned my lesson. Gotta... Okay, it is down. Hello? Lift?
Too slow.
Yes, the lift is slow. Where's the lift? The fuck? Dear God. Should I just jump? Do a flip! Lift is running. Who else is in the elevator? Isn't this my world? God. Why did that have to take so long? Why is it so tall? Who's over here? Oh, the kids. The children.
They really are here! How did you know?
They're always here?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon.
Bags of holding.
And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Navia, unfortunately. But if you hurt my princess, I'm gonna smack the heck out of you.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Wow.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Bruh.
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one
That's
who
cute.
proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Aww. it. Wait. When we get skins next, will our sweet little Fremine have a skin to match his siblings?
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the
literally
first
trying to
step.
see how
He'll
steady.
become a part of our show eventually.
Aww.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive.
I'd probably be
She
more
got
like
rid of
Lynette.
everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, traveler?
I'd probably be like Lynette, because like I've 100% said people haven't talked to each other before. Because they wanted to talk, not because any weird reason.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
I love that some
guess you haven't heard.
address father as he, while some
After Lady
she.
Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervilette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a
Oh my gosh.
diplomatic gift.
Why?
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
You just got your power back.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervilette has had a significant change of heart
Like the power
regarding
of
the
High
matter.
Sovereign. Okay.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervilette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But
Well, he
back
is
to the
now.
topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Yeah, because like if I remember right, he shouldn't be using that form excessively or for long periods of time, which he did. I guess you can call them or war buddies now. Gnosis is the channel for the sovereign power.
With the Fatui.
Ah.
I think we'd be allied with them this time.
I kind of guessed a little
by
bit.
such a simple switching of sides.
Wonder who that could be. I wonder.
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance.
Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Can you answer us why you're
That
taking
is our duty as harbingers. Yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
I wonder who this is. Huh, let me scratch my head. Face looks a little familiar.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep your
Well,
position?
that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I remember something. Please deliver
A
this.
vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
When father fucks off again, I'll be going to bed. Okay.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
I might have a food
Greetings,
break
Miss Journalist.
once we get through these quests. Like the little wrap-up quests.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh,
I'm
she
sending
has
you.
such an
Okay.
intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
I'll probably look it up while I
That's right.
cook food.
Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Should we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
How do we... Should we... Let's teleport here, and then we'll run around. My OC actually has a magic pocket he got from the show. Aww. Nice.
Squall and Fury. Too slow.
Where are we going? Okay, still around. Oh, it's that weird spot again. God damn it. They should probably put a teleport on the other side, because climbing up this thing is obnoxious. I thought it would be cute if every nation had a kind of impact. That'd be cool. It's a good idea. Is there like a official design? Like, do we see what the pockets look like? Doesn't look like it.
Swan Fury.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Quit following me. Behold!
Are we arrested again? Are we about to get arrested? Sir. Not the freaking symphony in the background, damn. Chill.
So you really are here, Neuvillette? Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Oh, yes, please.
Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the
As I
mystery.
said, Fontaine, Matthew gets magic pocket. Natlin, not sure yet.
It is strange how words can
A
often leave a
surfboard
bitter
Durgan.
taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neuvillette sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalors deceived the heavenly principle and used Farina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw
Focalor
Farina's.
destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what
Sumera,
you did to save the
his trust in
Fontainians from
humanity is
dissolving.
damaged.
For
They
me,
restored his
the
trust.
authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro
Oh, that's
element.
cool.
Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
That's cool.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making
Month
the
that, give him back
prophecy
his
appear
book.
to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment the Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Where's
Ask
your
away.
part?
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, because if we have a couple more years, I'm wondering if we go Natlin, Snezhnaya, maybe Heavenly Principles. But I want to know, like, if we go against the Heavenly Principles, like, or the Abyss, or hell, maybe both, like, would we ever discover the full, like, have it confirmed and put into our faces, the full story of the Dragon Sovereigns? About the initial verdict that passed on child. Fontaine,
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he
maybe
awakened
Secret
the
Archon.
all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
See, I'd like to think that there's a secret Archon, because it would make sense. And, like, if you look at the Gnosis as chess pieces, it would, like, complete the pieces. But I also just want that story explained of, like, the dragons, how they worked, and what their story, like, in front of our faces, and not like, there's a note in this quest, and then, like, 8 months later, there's a reference to another thing. You're gonna piece it all together. Like, it's not bad. Like, it is a way of storytelling. but Genshin also has a bad way of storytelling. Then does not make it enjoyable to discover the story like Honkai.
As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed
Your
like
father
water.
disappeared because...
Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to
You're
pray
fine.
for children?
No worries.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Now we have
away.
Hydrodite, so...
I will tell you the truth as I know it.
That's fair. Let's see. Fontaine... Yeah, about the Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left.
What's is she?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
Such a
In
father.
truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
By the way,
As
now
such,
that you know the whole
before
thing,
I attend to my other responsibilities,
she's tried to
I must
send
first
gifts.
and foremost
Aww.
continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the
That's
duty of the
sweet.
Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem,
That's
which is
really
that the
sweet.
Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Future Gnosis next stop.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume?
I bet she was like, I know
I'm
it,
afraid
but
that I have
shit,
little
I
talent as a
traumatized that
travel
bitch.
guide,
Like it was
so all I can
personal.
do is
Just
tell
seems...
you what I know about that
Aw.
land.
Honestly, the knave probably meant well, but I imagine Farina would be so sick of seeing like cakes and sweets and stuff because one, it'll just remind her of being Focalor, Farina, the Hydro Archon all the time. And two, like if you eat one thing for so long, you get sick of it. Like I imagine she's probably sick of cake, but she has to keep up the act.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Oh.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain.
Quite literally,
Sounds like a real tough
just the
customer.
tournament ring.
Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Well, I got no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Oh, were you?
What is it?
Stop hiding
In truth,
things.
I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Ooh, another cutscene.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Well,
What
now.
next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons.
Oh,
But
she's
it's
short.
something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course.
Let her cook.
How could I forget?
Where was it from?
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Oh.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
The Gnosis. Who was the third?
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
Who's the...
No need
Do
to
we know
fret.
who the
These are
third
just
descender
my
was?
personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then?
Child. So once Child licks his wounds, he'll come back and tell Neuvillette all he wants to know.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A descender, she mentioned one of them. I'm the fourth. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died. Heavenly Principles was first, and we don't know the second, third, we're the fourth. But our brother isn't a descender because he's from here. I feel like we know who else is another descender. Isn't Zhongli a descender? Okay.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Kinda.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
Why?
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad.
Someone came up with a wild theory about Bennett's unknowingly in possession of...
Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
Huh. That's an interesting theory. We'll have to see once we go to Natlan, but like, wasn't the, one, where's Bennett from? Because I thought he was, from Mondstadt. And then... maybe he has something from the third descender as well. Because if it just brings nothing but misfortune, maybe he found something of the third descenders rather than a full Gnosis, but like maybe the eye or something. I don't know, that sounds concerning, but plausible.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
Wow, not him calling me
being
out.
at court.
It's unclear. He was saved by an... Ooh.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
Again, signs of bad luck.
I
Yeah.
suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Because, like, if the Gnosis, like, the Gnosis in themselves haven't particularly brought about direct bad luck. Like, sure, it's brought bad luck in maybe kind of like turmoil, because That's kind of what we've been doing is we've been going around fixing all these issues and problems that stir up around the Gnosis. So that could be just like a vague source of bad luck. Um, while maybe Bennett has found or has something of the third Descenders that's concentrated with bad luck so that bad things are constantly happening specifically to him and around him because that's so hyper focused on him rather than just like an area. I suppose I mean, can you understand the will of the
I
gods?
suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer.
Okay.
The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
I'll check it out. Hell yeah. How are we? Cold Case Commission arrive at the Adventurers Guild in Sumer. We have. You know, we go to Nightland tomorrow. Yeah. It'll be on. Okay, that's the interesting part is the update is at a really weird time for me. The update officially happens 1 or 2 hours after I usually start streaming officially. So we might start with a different game, then switch to the Natlin update, potentially. Once the update happens, and then once the update happens, and then like once I can download the update. But for now, I'm going to take a food break. So we will. Alright. And we're back. All consumed on food. Let's bring back everything else.
Paimon coming.
But we got goodies to collect. And we have officially completed all the Archon quests. So. Now we just start fucking around. Here we are. Okay. We can unlock Arlequins. To just see. Let's do it. That's us. Kina. Emily. Oh, fuck. There's so many options. Did we do all betas? We have not. We'll do one run through of each story quest, and I feel like that's going to be plenty of time.
Fundamentally speaking, there's little difference between snow and rain, yet people lavish praise only upon the former. Fate can be truly arbitrary. I'm back. Did you see anything interesting?
Couldn't make heads or tails of anything.
Not to worry. They're all for alchemical purposes. You'd be hard-pressed to find an everyday use for them. Well, on with the research. There may be significant differences between different worlds. Take Tevat, for example. Here, those with visions can manipulate the elements. But worlds may well exist where only one person is able to do so. Or even everyone. So, leaving elements to one side, do you possess any unique abilities? Ones that don't exist in this world? I think answering this question calls for the same methodology as last time. In other words, time for the next experiment.
We're battling slimes again?
No. You shan't be required to exert quite so much effort this time around. Now, see this pillar here? Use your willpower to try and break it.
Bruh, I can't do that.
That was your best effort? Well, can't be helped, I suppose.
Do I look like I'm from the Hexen
What's
Circle?
with the disappointment? Isn't that, like, impossible?
No.
Have you tried using your elemental power with food? I don't mean for cooking, as such. Rather, channeling your power into the ingredients themselves. I'm curious to see how the taste and texture respond. It may even help with proliferation.
It probably tastes like whatever it is. You sure you're not just hungry?
I suppose I have a curiosity for things that others find surprising. Anyway, why don't you cook us up a sunshine sprat? I've just finished preparing the recipe.
Made by gold.
Cooking?
Paimon
was looking forward to more mad scientist stuff.
Not only is this recipe a staple for me, it's also worth experimenting with and highly nutritious.
Hold on. Paimon. Cooking, Paimon was looking forward to her mad scientist stuff, yet is mad at Dotare. I see how it is, the hypocrisy.
Paimon bets you're just hungry. It does sound yummy, though. Okay, Paimon approves.
I know what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm. Good buddies are always on the same page.
No,
I'll leave you to it then. Looking forward to the results. If there's anything left over, maybe Timaeus can finish the last morsels.
Paimon doesn't think we'll have that problem.
Yeah. Paimon.
How are we gonna channel elemental power into the food? Maybe try the willpower thing again. Where does it get these ideas from anyway?
That was fast. Looking forward to testing the results.
It's your turn. Wait. This? Are we supposed to cook something particular? Sorry.
Let's just do it the old-fashioned way.
Sunshine. Frick, where did it go? If only we had like a... No, we can't. Every day I'm a little closer to sticking a fork in a fucking toast. Here we go.
That was fast. An average outcome experimentally, but you've really brought out the flavor. You seem well versed in the science of gastronomy. As far as the proliferation hypothesis is concerned, we've come up short. Seems like food presents the same headaches in your world as it does ours. Unless... could it be that the natural laws of this world are limiting your unique abilities?
We just didn't know how to channel elemental power into the food. It's a little more complicated than adding herbs and spices, you know.
Not to worry. At least we put some food to good use. No need to feel disheartened. And here's your portion. Enjoy. I can box it up if you like.
Woohoo! Thanks! Glad you were paying attention.
Your Paimon's new favorite. Yeah, and you can take Paimon.
I can tell that you're good friends. Paimon was keeping an eye on you and your safety during the whole experiment. Not that Paimon would have been able to do much if things had gone wrong. But anyway.
I mean, she never...
Hey! You were being nice a second ago! But you do have tasty recipes, so Paimon forgives you. And you're right, we are good friends. You have good friends too, right? Good students?
Yes. I'm fortunate too, I suppose. Anyway, moving on to the next experiment. There are all manner of alchemical items here. Keeping them in their proper place is a challenge at the best of times. A while ago, I had the misfortune of misplacing a batch. I managed to retrieve the majority, but 2 vials have been evading me. Animal crystal fly elemental extract and electrohypostasis powder.
Paimon's barely finished eating and you want us to go gathering again?
Don't worry if you can't locate them. I was planning to replace them anyway. Though finding them would save me the hassle. If you had, say, a superpower, like night vision or vibratory sensing, a lost property would be a thing of the past. I must have dropped them somewhere in the area where you were looking just now.
So, guess we'd better take a look.
Alright, there should be some elemental traces.
Oh yeah! You could use elemental sight!
I forgot how we do that.
Quit following me! Ah! Wretched vermin! The wind
Who the fuck are you? Oh wait, who was supposed to be those? How do we do this? Is it? Okay. Explain that I haven't played Genshin in a while without explaining. Okay, I was pushing the right button.
This must be electrohypostasis powder. The extract of an animo crystal fly can only be animo elemental energy, right? This
Goodness, you managed to find them. Incredible. 1,000 thanks. I'm wondering, this elemental sight, this is what allowed you to locate the items and find me here on the mountains, correct?
Yep. Guess it does sort of count as a superpower, huh?
Unfortunately, though elemental sight is seldom seen, it is not unheard of in Teyvat. Only a never-before-seen otherworldly power would be of benefit to my research.
Wow. You mean we failed again?
Rude.
Don't be disheartened. This falls entirely within my expectations. Besides, getting these items back, I'd call this a very worthwhile experiment. I have to commend your deduction that the items would contain elemental traces. Right then. Up until now, our research has focused on your otherworldly identity. Our research on your identity as one of us is just beginning.
With you to the end, how far do I...
In essence, the differences between humans are reflected in our intellectual and physical capabilities. Let's start with physical. Looking out from where we're standing, can you see what Sucrose is doing?
Sucrose? No.
And if you jump from here and landed on that cliff, the one over there, could you see her then? So what about if you planted a single blow on the mountain face here, and it burst into 1,000,000 fragments? Then could you see her?
No.
Then I shouldn't get too excited. Still, we'll gain a more thorough understanding with an experiment. I know of a location that will be perfect for a physical test. Please, follow me.
Still in one piece. Good thing the vial's so strong.
Behold!
That's probably the right way, even though it's not fair. I hate climbing it. My son, grab the rock. Grasp it. Okay, this is the wrong button I was thinking of anyway, so it's just really obnoxious.
You want us to jump? From up here?
Not necessarily. Not if you know of a better method, that is.
That's so very
Whichever method you choose, the experiment will end when you reach the opposite shore of the lake. I will factor the time expended and your top speed into my comparative analysis.
The opposite side of the lake. So, we're gonna be swimming?
Without limitations, we complete tasks intuitively, using the method that seems most rational to us. Some of us would be unable to stand the icy waters. Others might find the whole thing rather refreshing. No matter what choice you make, it's all a part of the experiment. For me, Every detail is invaluable to the research.
My kind of experiments. This is actually less stressful than the super.
Then if you would, please, I eagerly await the results.
And when are we supposed to notice?
Wait a minute! While we're busy testing, what exactly are you gonna be doing?
Me? Recording data, responding to risks, providing emotional support.
So if we do decide to go swimming, you gonna dive in with us?
No. Unless you're thinking of conducting competitive research?
Oh! Forget Paimon said anything.
Do I get to jump? What's our jump? Chest player.
Great work. I've never seen a performance quite like it. Your reputation precedes you, Traveler. The data shows that you're easily outperforming the average citizen in Mondstadt.
But you followed us the whole way without breaking a sweat!
Me?
Does he sweat?
Actually, I used alchemy to cheat a little. But anyway. If it turns out that the natural laws of Teyvat do not affect you, I should be able to make various inferences about the otherworldly civilization you belong to. If the natural laws of Teyvat do affect you, then I shall be able to make inferences into the kind of evolution that would occur under the absence of such effects. The innumerable possibilities that this could present, the captivating insights, it would be something to savor again and again.
But how does this help your research?
He just wants to learn.
You've helped me to unravel many of the problems that were holding it back. When we return to the campsite, I should be able to show you something interesting.
What else have you researched?
I may be about to make some analogies between you and a few unusual specimens. I hope you won't be offended. Gold, petrified trees, a sun 8 times the size of our own. The essence of the investigative process is enthralling, but such feelings are inevitably fleeting in nature. I'm willing to pour all my energy into research, and yet specimens are finite. As the unknown transitions into the realm of scientific understanding, the feeling of enlightenment is lost. All these things that start out as objects of fascination end up possessing the prosaic mundanity of a sunsetia or a sweet flower. They cease to be noteworthy.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to paint those hilly turtles? Because you got to see something new and interesting in the differences between them?
Precisely. To quote my exact words from earlier, these creatures are, for the most part, quite boring, not worth closer inspection. There is precious little about them that serves to pique my curiosity now.
So after all these experiments, are we gonna be, like, boring to you? Like some basic draft of a sketch?
Of course not. You have been of great assistance to me, and I will remember this friendship for a lifetime. Now, before we head back to the campsite, there's one more experiment. Intelligence. Follow me. There are some other ruins nearby.
We don't perform well under pressure. Yep.
Too slow.
Squall and Fury!
I imagine you must have encountered more than a few conundrums during your travels. I'd like to observe your intelligence by means of a practical test of your capabilities, much as we did for the physical test.
Wouldn't a written test
I'd like you
suffice?
to explore these ruins and return with your findings. There are 2 puzzles located at the far ends of the ruins. After completion, you should be able to activate the mechanism in the center. As with the physical test, there are no restrictions. Everything you do is an action I wish to observe.
I'm getting good at these. Where there's a will,
Remember
there's a
that
way.
this is a test of intellect. So should you get lucky in any way, that won't be factored in as part of the test. So, let's see you in
It'll be
action.
all luck.
Start wherever you like. It's a complex environment, so proceed with caution.
Behold!
Are we supposed to like have them all?
Got a job.
Is it Geo? I probably look stupid right now. You know what? Don't fucking judge.
I'll take the lead today. Cha! Ha-ha! Coming at ya!
Not sure what you're asking of me. So I will use my cheat sheet. Probably grab a cheat
Sealy like these are a common sight in the mountains. Returning them to their rightful places is up to you.
the other spot. Is this it? You know what? Not what I expected,
Bow your head.
Is that it? Did we do it? Are we winning?
Squall and Fury! Settle down!
Watch out! Hey there!
Yeah, I know the challenges are there. Let's see.
Behold!
Dance there mockingly.
Squall and Fury! The wind rises.
You go back.
Committed to memory. Yeah.
Squall and Fury!
Bitch. Pretty fucking. Attention. Back away from me. Go to your spot. You know where it is. Don't act like you don't.
It should now be possible to activate the central mechanism.
Why do I feel like I'm
Exactly what will happen when you do is something I'm looking forward to finding out. Oh, seems that the water level has suddenly decreased. We should be... What's this?
unfamiliar patterns?
To the best of my knowledge, these belong to a script of some kind. They can be found all over Tevat, but they've never given up their secrets. There's still a lot to learn about them. And as for why they should ever have come to rest here, a true mystery. Let me make a copy first. I'll make time to go over them in greater detail after our research.
Another thing for the don't understand list. Unsolvable mystery this, weird experiment that. It'd be nice to get some cool results for once.
I know, right?
Seems like if you want the reward, you gotta pay the price.
I've truly gained a lot from all this. Comparatively, the little reward I can offer is too small to mention. Let me return to the campsite first. By the time you get back, I may just have a fleeting miracle for you to witness.
Oh. See you soon.
Paimon's kinda looking forward to seeing the results of all this brain ache.
You know, it's a brain ache for you.
Unless you can think of anything better to do, let's head back to the campsite.
Not so fast. You're not leaving until I'm convinced that nothing dangerous is going on here.
Girl.
You didn't leave the mountain?
I most certainly did not. And I've witnessed everything that you and Albedo have been up to. I must say, you let your guards down.
Okay.
Or maybe you were drawn in by his compelling-sounding hypothesis and friendly demeanor.
Girl, you're way too suspicious. He has ulterior
Taking
motives.
orders from a complete stranger? Drinking anonymous potions? Participating in all kinds of strange experiments?
Yep, that's
I'd
us, the
sooner
goal.
believe you were tricked than that you would be so naive. Or perhaps, you were colluding from the beginning.
Nope, we're
Sister Rosaria's guard's so high, she can't even see over the top of it.
That's great. I didn't think
It doesn't matter what you think. He could be a saint for all you know. But I understand him a little better than you, Outlander. I'm only concerned with one thing. Whether his alchemy has transformed you into something more sinister.
No way! Paimon would have sensed it. And anyway, he didn't even use any alchemy.
With an alchemist of his level, you wouldn't sense a thing. In any case, I'm not about to let a potential threat back into Mondstadt.
So,
Damn, he's kicked out.
what are you gonna do?
So you came here to be sure, so you must have your ways of sure.
I've got to hand it to you. You have your moments. If I can be sure that nothing you came into contact with is dangerous, that's good enough for me. I've investigated everything else. The only items left on the agenda are these symbols.
But we don't even know what they mean.
That much is true. Not to mention, seems like there's nothing more to them. But for insurance purposes, I'd better make a copy.
That's fair.
This is now a location of interest. Regular patrols should be set up here. Now then, all things considered, I deem that you pose no immediate threat. Which is what I was hoping. I would have been one very unhappy sister if you'd made me work overtime on your account.
Overtime?
Before we go our separate ways, Outlander, a word of advice. Don't be so quick to trust Albedo, and don't repeat the same mistakes that you did this time. You made a lot of rash decisions today.
She's gone! So stubborn. Mondstadt doesn't have many people like that.
I mean, she just lacked security.
Huh.
Oof, damn,
Never mind her. Let's go see Albedo.
Back on the other side of the mountain, goddammit.
The wind rises. Too slow.
You're back. Good timing. I've just about reached the conclusion. You took quite a while. Did you get held up on the way back?
No, whatever made you quite literally.
Time for the results. We got a myriad of data today, and it was very difficult to finish all the research in one go. But the integral preliminary conclusion that I can offer you is you're very much like a human from this world.
That's it.
You couldn't tell that just by looking? We spent all day working our butts off for that?
Please, I understand that this may have seemed self-evident to you, but in fact, nothing in this world should be taken for granted. Have you ever considered that the world of Teyvat may have a natural hostility to Outlanders?
Only the gods would know. Yeah, perhaps.
I mentioned the natural laws of this world. You're able to converse with me here without consequence, and nothing seems amiss. But it's arguably a small miracle. The only other life form that, like you, has come here from afar is the seed that I mentioned. Under the effects of Teyvat's natural laws, it isn't even able to sprout, let alone bloom. But after I observed you, I had another idea. Imitating you helped to inspire my alchemy. And so...
Whoa! It looks like something's appearing!
Oh, that's so pretty.
the transition from nothing into something, from shoot to stem, and now to fruition. Is not nurturing otherworldly life also nurturing the world itself?
Aww.
It was beautiful and so short.
It would seem that that's as far as we go. A transient bloom of incomparable beauty. Life's proudest achievement.
Paimon thought with all our efforts, it might have bloomed forever, and it didn't even have any fruit.
Life is a manifold tapestry of free entities. Its value shouldn't derive from how long it stays with us. Even a momentary burst is precious. A short life can be well lived. A life lived efficiently, lived to perfection, is necessarily one unburdened by loneliness. So, do you understand what I meant about us conversing here arguably being a small miracle?
Damn. We're just like, he's trying to have a heart-to-heart, and we're like, man, where's our fucking brother?
Huh? Things feel a little heavy right now. Don't be sad. You've got Paimon to look after you. Albedo, Paimon really wants to be your friend.
Thank you both. Even if dispelling loneliness is not essential for life, it certainly doesn't hurt. Your help inspired me to discover the means to make a flower bloom.
Am I a helpful
I mean
specimen?
that the time I've spent traveling with you in the mountains was a valuable journey for me. In the future, if the need arises, can I solicit your help again?
Sure.
Well, glad I can count on you. I made a point throughout of telling her how ordinary the results were. But what was that sediment I saw forming at the bottom of the vial? It should not have been there. What could it mean? Those born of Earth are bound by its imperfections, but those born of chalk are free of impurities. You and I are alike, both composed of a substance that has yet to be fully defined. If, one day, I lose control, destroy Mondstadt, destroy everything, can I rely on you to stop me?
Here's a really hot take. That's a very interesting finishing quote. Very hot take. If there was multiple versions of Alberto and multiple versions of Goke, and he says, if I ever lost control, would you be able to stop me? I say no. Let's get to our next quest. Nail. Going. Wait, where did his quest go? Does it just disappear because we finished it? Or does it go over here? No, this is personal companion quest. Yeah, it just disappears. Okay. Let's start with all the Mondstadt people first. No. Okay. We went to Leeway next, right? Mondstadt Leeway, yep. Continue to the Leeway group. Maybe I should have done, nah. Because I want to see my princess and then father. Let's go snoop. A board used for hanging Wangshan funeral parlor. Oh, shit. Okay. In case the characters in the back of the towels must be the special offer.
You must be the director's new hires.
Kind of.
Not us! We're just very curious about Wangsheng Funeral Parlor and Hu Tao.
Well, I wouldn't get too curious if I were you. Too much knowledge isn't good for ordinary folk. The director is tactful when it comes to what should and shouldn't be known.
That is a nice
Her? Tactful?
No. So behind this door is Wu Shang Funeral Parlor. It looks far more ordinary than the director made it out to be.
We should get going. Let's go find Hu Tao.
That's settled then. Write it like this. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor Bumper Sale. Buy one, get one free. Buy two, get three free. More for your Mora. I love it. Better than all that lifeless brochure stuff. We want people to feel warm and fuzzy.
But director, isn't Lifeless the name of the game in this industry?
Yeah.
That's old hat. We're opening up new ground.
Why does Wangsheng Funeral Parlor need to open up? Yes, director.
What'd she do?
Poor guy's given up.
Right, we should get going. I am not letting new business escape us.
We? As in us.
Who else? Do you see anyone else around here? Oh, well,
Yes.
you probably wouldn't see them if there was.
Stop adding little afterthoughts like that. It creeps people out.
Just a joke. Sorry. Everything you see is everything that's present. For the moment, at least.
Are you sure? Comforting. It's good to think before you speak. So comforting.
Lighten up. The way I see it, people make death scarier than it really is. What people truly fear about departing this world is suffering and regret. To deal with the trauma, they let their imaginations run wild with notions of ghosts and evil spirits.
But, like, aren't they real? Because
Oh, baseless fantasies. What we've ended up with is a topic that people are morbidly afraid of talking about. If I don't broach the subject, then Wangsheng Funeral Parlor won't be long for this world.
But we've seen ghosts.
Oh, more approachable and appeasable than you'd imagined?
Paimon wouldn't say that. Let's just say at least it didn't hurt us.
You must have come across a particularly ferocious entity. How should I put this? Most spirits are incapable of harming ordinary folks. The job of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is to guard the border between life and death. One component of this is correcting notions of death and the afterlife that people may hold. Simply put, for those unable to see the border, they're best kept as far away from it as possible. So for ordinary folks, the best case scenario is ignorance of all matters concerning spirits in the afterlife, or even better, a belief that none of it exists.
Then you really don't have any excuse for spooking the heck out of people.
You make it sound so abominable. I'm just trying to get them to see the humor in it all.
I mean, makes sense why people think you're
I
weird.
never thought you'd be such a bore. Never mind. If you stick by me, everything will become clear. All right, let's get going. Follow me.
Director, wait. What about Big G? Don't forget.
Big G? Who's that? We've been in Liyue for ages and never heard that name.
Oh, nothing. Just something Mung's been pleading with me to take care of. Should be a piece of cake.
Where are we going?
To visit an important potential client. I'll lead the way.
Sorry, who are you?
Hello, I'm Hu Tao, director of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Okay, so why would someone from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor be looking for me?
Nothing major. How are you feeling these days? Any aches or pains?
Bro, she's low-key
You shouldn't ignore them, by the way. Very often they're an omen of something terminal. When we're healthy, it's easy to forget the crushing fragility of life. So, aches and pains, best to keep an eye on them.
What are you getting at? I'm in great health and enjoying life very much, thank you. Go and find some other poor soul. Goodbye.
I wonder if she can see what
Why do they get angry? What's wrong with a few earnest health tips?
Paimon thinks it's because they're coming from the director of a funeral parlor.
When she mentions, like, the border of life and death, like, what's the afterlife for people from like, former people from Fontaine, like, after death?
And you are? Be quick. I'm busy.
Hello there. Would you be interested in understanding a bit about our services at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor?
Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? I'm not in need of your services. So you're out here looking for new customers? Don't you think this might be a bit of a crass way of going about it?
Hardly. Isn't this the fashion these days? Bring the service to the customer and all that.
I'm not sure it's every service that falls into that. Anyway, please bother someone else if you don't mind.
Another failure. Still, not the end of the world.
Paimon's curious. Does this approach ever work out for you?
She just doesn't answer.
I know your face. The Wangsheng funeral parlor director, right? I'm sorry, I'm really in no need of it.
Don't apologize. Get to know us. We've got a new sale going on. Ever hear the saying, out with the old, in with the new? Well, going out with a bang is the best way to start off in style on the other side.
That's the worst way to phrase it.
If you keep talking like this, I'll have to call the Millilith.
No. Okay, relax. We're leaving.
Yeah,
but Wangsheng Funeral Parlor awaits your distinguished patronage.
You really don't give up, do you?
Tough crowd. There's no
Are
persuading
you
by like.
trying to make me feel better?
No.
Thank you. Seems you understand me far better than most people.
Not really. This is just getting really uncomfortable.
Yeah, enough business development. Please find something.
Business development? Is that what you see this as? Surely you don't think all that was business development?
Yeah.
Then what was it exactly? Traumatization for its own sake?
No. The business development ended after the discussion with the Adventurers Guild. I was helping to find somebody for Mung. You remember Big G?
Yeah.
As it turns out, the Big G that Mung is looking for is a ghost adrift in the mortal realm. The three we saw just now were all people I suspected of being followed by Big G, but having seen them, I didn't sense the presence of anything otherworldly. So we just had a quick chat, and I left it at that.
So that's what you call stopping for a quick chat? I wonder what business development.
Why didn't you say so? Paimon thought you had some kind of sixth sense for, people in declining health.
Yeah.
Huh? What would I need that kind of ability for? I'm no doctor. Were you seriously hoping that the director of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was going to start healing people, or...?
Paimon was trying to subtly imply that... never mind. Paimon wouldn't know how to explain subtlety in a way you'd understand.
Well, let's leave that for now and head back to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. This Big G matter is very closely linked to Mung.
Is it? Okay, is she here?
Squall and Fury!
Mung, I'm back. I'm afraid we're still no closer to finding Big G.
I see. Well, I'm just sorry for the trouble. I've already searched in all the likely places.
Who is this Big G anyway?
Let me guess, it's like a
I guess I should start at the beginning. My home was in the vicinity of Wuwang Hill. In my youth, I had a good many friends there. Big G was one of them. We were the best of friends. Inseparable, really. But
did you part?
one day, there was an accident. And that was the end of him. I've never forgotten. Too many memories, I suppose. I often return to Wuwang Hill. But recently, after one such visit, I started to feel strange. Now, every night, Big G appears in my dreams. I can't help but wonder, did I disturb him somehow?
Sounds like a tall story. That kind of thing doesn't happen.
Perhaps. I don't have proof, but I can't stop worrying. I get more anxious every day. How would I ever come to terms with my childhood friend becoming an evil spirit?
That's why he joined Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. In place of a salary, I'm helping him deal with this matter. And in fact, what Meng has said is entirely plausible. Spirits on occasion do find a way into our world. But as for evil spirits, I think you're scaring yourself. Even I have only encountered malevolent forces a handful of times.
But are you sure there's no danger? I couldn't bear for him to go around harming people.
You see what I mean? Look at the state of him. If we can't find Big G, it'll eat away at Meng forever. Those people we found today were also Meng's childhood friends. I thought there was a good chance Big G might have hidden among them. But here we are, empty-handed.
Wong Hill, childhood friends? Seems like we're out of leads.
Sorry, excuse me. Is this Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? My name's Luo Chung. I've had this awful feeling recently, like something's staring at me. Some of my friends and I went to Wuwang Hill the other day on a dare. After I returned home, I felt ill. I've been having recurring nightmares, but the doctors can't find anything wrong with me. I think that it's a curse, right? I've been cursed by a demon.
Say no more. There's no doubt it's a demonic curse, all right, and a serious one at that.
You believe so too? Then it's just like they say in the tales of old. The vengeful spirits of the gods who fell in the Archon War return to cast their evil curses upon mortals. And if the curse isn't lifted, it will burn through the body, laying waste to flesh and bone. Oh, what a wretched end! The symptoms I'm having are just like those described in the tales.
Wuwang Hill? No, I don't think it was a curse. It was probably just Big G.
Hold your horses, both of you. There's no need to creep each other out.
Isn't that exactly what you like to do, though?
Wangsheng Funeral Parlor specializes in demonic stuff like this, right? Help me. I beg you. I'm too young to die.
All right. Don't panic. Leave it to me. You've come to the right person. However, in order to lift the curse, we need a suitable location, and we need to make some preparations. Come with me, my trusty assistants. I'm going to need your help.
I guess I'll come too.
Help him make the preparations first. The incense exorcism, the one I taught you. When you're ready, come and find me. Once we've finished with this, we'll get back to the Big G matter.
Okay, I guess.
Right. Let's go.
You want to use my hat as an umbrella? Huh. The audacity to even make that request.
I wonder where he got it. Fuck off. I'm not acknowledging you.
Rituals are you gonna perform here?
No ritual at all. We just need to kill some time.
Eh?
Wait, you didn't take all that vengeful god's curse stuff seriously, did you? They were eradicated ages ago.
So then what's the point?
You saw those two. One thinks he's been cursed, and the other one believes his friends turned into an evil spirit. It's hard to reason with them. Now you see why I believe that ordinary folks should be kept in the dark. I've seen too many people lose their senses on account of things like this. If you want to calm them down, you need to convince them with something tangible. And the best way to do that is to make a great show of destroying the boogeyman they believe in before their very eyes.
Sounds like that might work. If you were trying to cheer up a 3-year-old.
Isn't it better to tell people the truth? How old are you?
Why did you ask that? Paimon just wants to know why we can't tell everyone the truth.
Because you can't guarantee that telling an ignorant person the truth will improve the situation instead of exacerbating it. What I can do is pretend to pull back anyone who believes their time is nigh. But since the curse is imaginary, our fix will also be make-believe.
Makes sense. But why would anyone believe that it's a curse?
Do you know the history of the Yaksha? They once fought against the ancient gods. They fought brilliantly in a battle that engulfed the whole world in darkness. Although the gods were defeated in the end, their resentment persevered. That resentment turned into a pestilence spreading amongst the ordinary folk. Hysteric people mistook it for the curse of the gods. The plague took the lives of many, which only furthered its spread, as the dead were a breeding ground for the disease. Then someone discovered how to prevent it from spreading, purify the air, and burn the bodies of the deceased. The pioneers of these practices were, you guessed it, the founders of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Paimon didn't see that coming. Really?
Yes. Anyway, it took many years, but eventually the plague was completely eradicated. We've dealt with similar phenomena multiple times throughout the ages. Each time we successfully restored the balance between life and death. To sum it up, we are gatekeepers, guarding the border for the sake of both the living and the dead.
So that's what you meant.
So when I say this curse is just a figment of the imagination, I say it with more certainty than most. But I also can't really go telling people that the ancient plagues were real, or it would incite panic. Anyway, let's wait a bit more and get ready for the show. This ley line monolith will make for a really great prop. You're finally here. We just finished our preparations. Now, look here. This device is used to drive away evil spirits. It'll absorb the curse inside you and cause it to take a physical form. But don't worry, the traveler here is a seasoned warrior and will assure our safety.
Doing the dirty
Oh,
work
right. I forgot to tell you. It'll be fine.
Will that really solve my problem?
Trust the director. She might look like a weirdo, but she's serious about everything she does.
She might look like a weirdo.
How can you call me a weirdo? I mean, wouldn't you say it's more charmingly naive or disarmingly different? All right, let's get down to business. My glamorous assistant, please activate the device.
I forgot that was so high up. You probably hardly had heard me for like a solid whatever, besides my laugh every now and then. That's probably really fucking annoying. Dirty work.
Is it really possible to materialize the curse? I'm counting on you!
Search forth.
How are you feeling? Did the curse leave your body?
Yes, I feel more invigorated than ever before. I'm cured. I can't express how grateful I am for your and the Traveler's help. If it hadn't been for you, the curse would have taken my life.
Great. In which case, I guess now I can tell you. You've been pranked.
What?
This exorcism device? People like you wouldn't recognize it, but it's just an old ley line monolith deceptively effective at attracting monsters. And those were real monsters, not a manifestation of your curse. So riddle me this. If I didn't do anything to lift the curse, then what's the cause of your sudden recovery?
Placebo.
The curse wasn't real? Then why was I sick?
Well, you caught a cold, ate something bad, or just scared yourself sick. It's anyone's guess, but I'm leaning towards the last option. Wouldn't be the first time in my career.
How unexpected.
I also didn't expect that, but still, I'd like to thank you.
Don't mention it. I found a way to deal with your fears this time, but I can't do it over and over again. So I'd appreciate it if you try not to give in to superstitions in the future. Human life is short. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Wow. What a weird thing to say.
She's weird, but that's fine.
I shall head back. I'm sorry for troubling you.
I feel relieved to see that it wasn't Big G's doing. However, unless he crosses the border, there will be no end to his antics.
God, you still believe
Since we
it?
are done with the matter at hand, can we resume our search for Big G?
I believe that won't be needed. He found us first.
Big G?
I didn't mean to bother you. Any of you.
That looks
This
fake.
is Big G? He's just a child?
Well, he
Well,
said
if
childhood
he is
friend.
a spirit. It's quite normal that he looks just like he did when he left this world.
That's not what Paimon imagined when Paimon first heard the name Big G.
Let's bring him back to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. We have much to do.
Quit following me. Squall Fury.
We can teleport. What am I doing? There's no way I'm running all that way. My son does not have the stamina.
Upon the gale.
After all that's happened, Paimon's not even sure what's going on anymore.
Well, I didn't expect... he's not an evil spirit?
Actually, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Remember what I said? There's only so many evil spirits in this world. It was a twist of fate that made him leave Wuwang Hill in the first place. Now, for some reason, he can't go back.
This explanation sounds a bit far-fetched to Paimon.
Actually, she pretty much summed it up.
Good explained.
Don't ever question my professional instincts.
I just wanted to check up on my friends. That's why I came to Liyue Harbor. I promise I wasn't up to any mischief. I never wanted to scare anyone. A few days ago, some people came to Wuwang Hill on a dare. I heard them saying they'd come from Liyue Harbor, so I followed one of them back and ended up here.
Ah, it must have been poor Lo Chung that you followed. Maybe he didn't notice you, but he could still feel your presence. Now we know what caused his nightmares.
I was discovered?
Well, I
mean,
assume so, otherwise he wouldn't have been scared half to death.
Why didn't you come looking for...
Yeah, Hu Tao and Meng were searching for you all over the place.
Oh, that's because I couldn't find them. It's my first time in Liyue Harbor, and I got lost in the city.
Now that you mention it, Big G always had a poor sense of direction.
Bruh.
When we were kids, he'd never go down the hill by himself. We always had to lead him.
That's fair.
So, all of this was just because you got lost? Why didn't you just fly? Like any other ghost or spirit? Don't you think it's much easier to find your way from up above?
I can't.
Why?
It's too high for me. I'd get scared.
Oh my gosh. What a pussy.
That's right, yes. He used to be so afraid of heights that he wouldn't even so much as look down the hill. You haven't changed a bit.
I mean, to be fair, he died and he can't change.
I knew I wasn't supposed to show myself to the living, and with so many people walking around Liyue Harbor, my only choice was to hide. I wouldn't have found you if it weren't for the Leyline Monolith's call.
I'm so relieved that you haven't become an evil spirit.
Like
Yeah, that's
I said,
nice.
don't ever doubt my professional instincts. Now, all we have to do is escort this lost child back to Wuang Hill, and we should be done and dusted.
But he just said he wanted to visit his friends. Apart from me, there's also Little Wu, Mumu, and Songze.
Well, if that's the case, we can't let him down. We'll ask them all to help us prepare a farewell ceremony for Big G. Meng and I will escort Big G back to Wuang Hill. You meet with those three and ask them for keepsakes to symbolize each one of them during the ritual, then come and find us.
They're all friends. Can't we just go there all together? Or maybe we can take Big G to them.
That's not a good idea. I want to scare them.
Maybe.
I wouldn't want ordinary folks to become superstitious. The less they know, the better.
That's
so
true.
Be careful what you say when you collect the keepsakes.
Are we really going with Hu Tao's plan?
We could just say that, like...
At least by keeping things low-key, we won't be giving anyone nightmares.
Yeah, I was going like, you can just say, oh hey, I'm making a shrine for our fallen dead childhood friend.
Hi! Do you remember us?
Unfortunately, probably.
You. Sorry, I won't be needing the funeral parlor's services anytime soon.
Meng told us the story.
Yes, we grew up together. We still keep in touch even now. I don't know why he started working for Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. To be honest, I find their director to be quite peculiar. But he must have had his reasons. He's on his own now, after all. And he still can't get over what happened to Big G. Did he tell you about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. If you could pick one thing to give to Big G as a keepsake, what would you choose? Just, theoretically speaking. We're just being hypothetical here. Definitely not gonna actually go commemorate him or anything.
That's a little on the nose. Fucking Paimon.
I'd cook something for him. Oh, he could eat spicy food like no other. His favorite meal was extra spicy Jueyun chili chicken.
Don't fucking eat it, Paimon,
I can
swear
make
to
it
God.
for you if you bring me some Jueyun chilies. I'm sure he'd appreciate the flavor of his childhood years. I still use that old recipe.
Deal! Just give us a minute.
We already
Jueyun
have it.
chilies are a common sight in Liyue. I can rustle that dish up in no time if you help me find some.
Got it right here.
Great. This should be enough. I'll get started on the Jueyun chili chicken. I guess you've got other folks to track down?
Yeah.
When everyone's ready, I'll get the dish over to you.
Great! See you later! How did he know about the others?
He probably didn't. It's because you're so freaking obvious. And the other dude doesn't stop harping about their dead childhood friend. It's kind of obvious. It's to commemorate.
The wind rises.
Not you again. I told you, I'm not interested in the inner workings of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Meng told us about you. You're good friends, right?
That's true, yes. Come to think of it, I remember he did join Wangsheng Funeral Parlor recently. It didn't take long for his good friends to figure out why. The Big G incident. But I know there's nothing we can say to help him get over it. Letting go of the past is a painful process. I would know. So, is Big G the reason you're here to see me?
How did you know? We didn't even say anything.
Again, dude's harped on
I'm
this.
a businessman. I've got a sixth sense for this kind of thing. Everyone hears the name Moo Moo and thinks I must be dim-witted. I never heard the end of it when I set up shop. But I'd say I proved a few people wrong. Here, take this. It's a top-of-the-line toy box we all dreamed of owning as kids.
Back then, none of us could afford it. We were penniless. Today, business is booming. I ended up buying loads of these. It was a dream come true.
Wow!
I know that
you
feeling.
Must be like super rich.
For me, it's a memento of a childhood long gone. Without it, we wouldn't be where we are today. So, having found me, I guess you'll be looking for Little Wu and Songza next.
Mm-hmm. We already saw Little Wu. Now we gotta find Songza.
I see. If it's Songza you're after, let's meet at the overpass at Feiyun Slope. It's just above the staircase leading down to the dock. I've got an errand to run. I'll come find you as soon as I'm done.
Sure.
Quit following me.
Honestly, this place is kind of cool.
Huh? You're all here.
Reminiscing about old times, thinking back to past events. We've been at it for years.
Our hometown was completely destroyed in a disaster, so we've got nowhere to go back to. Now, home is wherever friends are.
They've just been telling me you're looking for keepsakes? I make artisan style lanterns down by Liyue Harbor. I guess they represent me better than anything. A few days ago, I bought some quality plastrite shards. They're currently all in the warehouse at the dock. I've already spoken to the manager. Could I ask you to retrieve them for me?
Seems like you already know what's going on. Be back in a jiffy.
Well done. Playing errand boy once more. Errand boy for the errand boy. I fucking heard that. You stop that child. Maybe.
Hi! We're here to pick up the plastrite shards for Songza.
I think she mentioned it. Yes, here you are on the register. No problem.
Damn, they
the
already
plastrite shards are
this
over in
shit.
that crate there. Please, help yourselves.
Doesn't seem like they're here. Let's look someplace else.
As I gaze out upon the sea.
Doesn't seem like they're here. Let's look some. These look like what Songza was talking about. Let's head back.
All the way back over, huh? Would it be too much of a crime to make it a little easier?
Behold!
To navigate around in here. So I do like the architecture. And like twisting bridge. And the layered. Everything.
Too slow.
My thanks to both of you. This looks like great stuff. Please, wait a moment. This is the final step.
Mounts the
Okay, there we go. I wrote all 5 of our names inside the lantern. You know, during the annual lantern rite, we all release a lantern like this. No matter what the days may bring, whichever roads we choose to take. While this rite remains observed, each of us remains the same.
As for the matter of Big G, the 3 of us have discussed amongst ourselves and agreed we won't press you on it.
But if you get the chance, please let them know we're doing well, and that the things we once spoke of, they've all come to pass.
You can count on it, and I won't press you on the things you once spoke
Thank you.
of.
We'll pass it on. Big G is lucky to have friends like you. We got everything we need. Let's go to Wulong Hill and find Hu Tao and the others.
Wait, it's over there. Oh, that's too far. Bruh.
Quit following me.
What the? How am I supposed to get up there? I'll just go here. And then I'll just run over this creepy looking place. Oh, this is where we had the barb quest.
Squall Fury.
Oh, you're back already? Sooner than I expected. You didn't go spilling the beans, did you, Paimon?
I love
that unreliable to you?
Yes.
I'm kidding. Anyway, looks like they were willing to hand over some keepsakes, so I guess they knew the deal. Nevertheless, when it comes to things like ghosts and ghouls, spirits and souls, the one thing everyone knows is you never know what to expect. Which explains why they were reluctant to pry and find out the full story. Which is just as well, because if they had attempted to, it would have been too much for me to deal with.
Well, it sounds terrifying. Can't tell if you're serious.
Guard the border between life and death. This is Wangsheng Funeral Parlor's most important responsibility, and I'm stricter than most.
So what about us? Does it matter if we cross the border?
Of course not. After all, you were caught up in all this already, just like Meng. It's not the end of the world if you catch a glimpse behind the curtain. And where we're going, don't be surprised at what you may see or what may occur.
That sounds
All of
sus.
it exists within the border between the living and the dead. An
Okay.
ordinary place, really. The only special thing about it is that nobody really knows about it. Whatever you do, don't get all worked up over nothing, okay? Or else by the time we're out, I'll have to erase your memories.
As
So
if you
listen to
would
everything
or
I
could.
say. Let's go.
I'm scared.
That's the point. She's scaring you out of being
says,
superstitious.
We're already caught up in this. We better see it through to the end.
Okay. Oh, it's just up here. Oh. A domain. Let's... Do we...
Well, since you asked so nicely.
This had better be important.
Wait.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
The tail! I love it. Oh,
Whatever would you do without me?
the heckin' tail. I want to pet the tail. Oh gosh.
Wow! What is this place?
Somewhere close to death, but not like the hell or underworld from the tales of old. This is just a place where the ley lines tend to go a little bit haywire. So keep your cool. Follow.
That pattern looks familiar.
From the right angle, you can make out the whole thing.
Oh, just like last time.
Like betas. There we go.
Everyone hold hands.
Right now. Right here.
Silence!
people normally put it? Pomp and ceremony?
Je ne sais quoi.
I'm sure that's not how people put it.
Where's the last bastard? There he is.
The wind rises.
By the way, I imagine Adventurers Guild members are good at making order of things. See if you can find a way to get the right things into the right places. Usually it requires a bit of destruction as well as elemental reactions. On your marks.
You talking to us?
Oh no.
What?
What reaction are we supposed to... Huh? Is it...
Silence.
What do you want me to do? Did I need somebody with a bow and I just didn't bring a bow? Fuck. Or do I have to go back up there and grab another something? Come. Okay. Bruh. You were for real? And what was all that bullshit about elemental reactions? Oh my god. Fucking Hu Tao. Can we get some heals? Or not?
I see everything.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Be sanctified.
Rude. All of you. And chest. I'll steal your stuff first, and then we'll move forward.
This looks the same, but there aren't enough. So confusing. Let's have a look around. Or up ahead.
Yeah, fuck spiders. Hello? Me? You know, you're right, that was a bad idea. I didn't think about that. Am I going backwards? I think I am. Honestly, I got so used to swimming in Fontaine, I was like, oh, run out of stamina while swimming? Not a problem. Our fastest swimmer over here. Oops. Nope. Well. Oh wait, yeah, we can just feed her. It's like, wait a minute. I don't know why I thought I couldn't. We just went in a circle. The fuck?
Huh? Isn't this where we just were before?
Yeah, fucking spider. Damn. I still trying to get used to the dive button. One of these days. Maybe we're at the point where we're looking for. Because, like, you know how, like, Foxfires plays tricks on people?
What in Teyvat is going on? Have we even been moving forward this whole time?
It's almost as if we're constantly being sent back to the beginning. Everything resets.
We're stuck! The spirits have trapped us!
Don't be daft. You've put my mind at rest. Seems it's not easy for ordinary folks to cross over.
So you set us up?
Yeah. If you don't have enough, then why not just carry it through a few more times?
So I have to carry this fucking... Ah, shit. Can we just, like, conserve our stamina? I jumped in way too early. And the slowest race there ever was. Now we're drowning. What the f- are you for real? Bruh. So just bring the Foxfire thing with us. And then, like, when we reset, we'll have a second. I get it. sure we have stamina. There we fucking go.
We're stuck! The spirits have trapped us!
Don't be daft. You've put my mind at rest. Seems it's not easy for ordinary folks.
Finally! Paimon thought we were gonna be trapped in that weird place forever.
That's exactly the point. Trespassers end up running scared.
So that's the weird stuff out of the way, right?
I doubt.
Yep.
Okay.
Just dive off the edge here.
Lol. Don't belly flop. Yeah. I wanted to dive. Flop. We probably can't dive into water we can't swim in, though. Like, depths swim. Yoink.
Welcome to the farewell ceremony site. Our destination is just up ahead.
Oh.
I know you're excited, so feel free to have a look around and talk amongst yourselves. Soon you'll find out there's nothing special about this place.
Looks nice, though. Random llama.
Are you clients? Apologies. This is just a little unexpected. Seeing that it was Hu Tao that brought you puts me at ease. But I'm afraid we don't have the means to entertain guests here.
You are?
My name is Lan Si. I've been waiting for someone for a long time now. Exactly how long, I couldn't really say. Everyone says waiting is difficult, but walking, watching, talking to newcomers, and the old crowd, it helps to pass the time. I can keep waiting, but who knows whether what I'm waiting for will ever come to pass.
What you waiting for?
It's all the same to me. Waiting's all I can do anyway. But if you too are looking for someone important to you, it's best not to keep waiting forever.
So she's just gonna casually let us talk with the dead, like it's no big deal.
Are you new here? What a coincidence, so am I! I can't believe how nice the scenery is. I thought it'd be all pitch black and freezing cold with no sense of space or time. Here I can finally work out a lifetime of emotions. It's fantastic. Perhaps I just set my expectations too low.
It's pretty. Yeah, I'm good on talking with them.
It's the lantern rite again. Wouldn't it be cool if we got to see the lanterns ourselves one day?
You can make a wish without a lantern, you know. My mom told me. As long as you yell it really loud, your wish will come true in the future.
Yell it? Isn't that kinda embarrassing?
As soon as the first person yells, and everyone else just joins in, and nobody feels embarrassed anymore.
That's right. Little Wu, you start.
Alright, I wish I could open a massive restaurant with never-ending dishes and snacks, so I could eat Joy You and chili chicken every day! That's your wish? If that's so funny, what's your wish?
To get rich, of course. Do big business and make a load of Mora. With Mora, you can do whatever you want and be happy.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, if you get rich, you could buy that super expensive toy box.
Not just one. One for everyone. No, loads for everyone.
Aww.
Well, if Momo's gonna be a businessman, then I don't need to earn any money.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's tough getting rich. Don't put all the pressure on me.
As for me, I want to learn to make Mingxiao lanterns. The big kind! And Xiao lanterns, too. I'll be the best artisan around.
Yeah! That way we don't need to go to Liyue Harbor to release Xiao lanterns.
Anyway, those are our wishes. Mung, Big G, what about you?
Me?
Huh? They all disappeared. Right when he was about to make his wish.
It brings back so many memories. That was the last lantern ride the five of us spent together.
It's been so long. Everyone's all grown up. Have all those wishes really come true?
They have
We
come true.
asked each of them for parting gifts for you. Little Wu's become a chef. Momo's a successful businessman. And Zongza makes great Xiao lanterns.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
We've never forgotten our childhood dreams. We've kept them in our hearts as a promise to each other. Anyway, time to release this lantern.
Hey, take a hint.
What? What do you mean, take a hint?
Let's give them some space to go over the good old days.
Yeah, no shit, I'm not following them. We're just standing here. I'm not following him more than you are. Yeah. The fuck? No, this is straight up eavesdropping. Who tell?
The hint? Really? Of all of us, you're the one who needs to learn how to read the room.
Yeah, don't you need to guard the border or something?
Monk's already crossed the border. That's the only way to send Big G off. As I explained, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was, once upon a time, more akin to a doctor's office than an actual funeral parlor. During the Archon War, piles of corpses covered the wilderness. People were plunged into misery and suffering. Disease was spreading all over the land. Death devastated the world of the living. Such were the times when the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first established. As humans, its founders were deemed too insignificant to matter, but slowly, they managed to drive away death.
They must have paid a huge price for that.
Is it the
After
eyes?
generations, Liyue Harbor became a bustling hub of prosperity, luring people with dreams of great fame and abundant mora. But in the end, some lunatics stirred up the legacy of the dead. By that I mean the remnants of the defeated gods that ravaged the world. I won't go into specifics of that situation, but suffice to say that at its peak, life was on the verge of bringing about its own extinction, while death was coming back with a vengeance. It took a long, long time, longer than you'd think, to restore balance and reinstate the border. Without it, Liyue Harbor as we know it wouldn't be here today, neither would the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, you or me.
I didn't expect you to. Can you reveal a bit
Not
more?
a chance. Curiosity can be perilous, you know. Don't forget my warning. The less you know, the better.
I mean,
What you
you're
make
the
of my
one
words
with the
is up to you.
story.
I do hope that most of it flew over your heads, though. The Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is just that, a funeral parlor. Nothing more to it.
Maybe it's for the
We
better.
live in peaceful times, but this harmonious coexistence between life and death should never be taken for granted. Huh? It's about time. Let's go. Let's take them to the place where all begins and all goes to rest.
What kind of place is that?
I just mean where we first bumped into each other. I come up with fun names for things sometimes, okay? No need to hound me with questions about every little thing I say.
She's so sassy. If you want to be quirky, you have to understand not everybody can understand the quirky. Which I guess, if you choose to be, not everybody does or realizes, and I understand that. But she chooses. That's a choice. She's choosing to be not like the other girls.
I think we did everything we could to make you happy, Big G, wouldn't you say? But if you ever really do become an evil spirit and come back with more nefarious nonsense in mind, I may have to forget our friendship and give you a far less fond farewell.
I won't, I promise. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. Now that I know that my friends are doing so well, I have no intention to bother them.
I also want to thank you. You made my dream come true too.
So you should also mind my warning, Mung. If you won't let go of the past, I might reunite you two sooner than you think.
Oh my god, she's low-key crazy.
How can you say such horrendous things with that smile on your face?
She's a yonder.
Well then, last but not least, let's say our goodbyes to Big G.
Goodbye.
See you later, Big G.
Not like
Sayonara,
that.
sucker.
You won't be seeing him later. Let's stick to goodbye and
Exactly.
such.
No, okay, small rant is I hate saying goodbye to people whenever, like, I'm hanging up a phone call, we're parting ways, because unless I mean otherwise, but I feel like goodbye means, or like implies, that you won't see the other person again. That it's a forever parting ways. Well, like, I usually like to say, like, see you later, or like, take care, see you next time, etc. Because, like, I want to see you again, so I will say, hope to see you later. But if I say goodbye, I hope to not find you again.
No worries. I'll just take my leave. I'm sorry. Of all the wishes we yelled that day, only ours hasn't come true.
Oh.
Nah, don't be bothered by that. No life is without its regrets. You can leave in peace now.
All right. I'll remember you all. Goodbye.
He's gone then. I thought that closure would bring me relief, but all I can feel now is emptiness.
So, what was the wish you two made? We didn't have a chance to hear it earlier.
Were they going to grow up and get married?
After each of us has started a family and built a career, we want both our families to spend the lantern rite together.
Aww.
That's why I envy my friends so much. Little Wu and the rest, they all had a chance to fulfill their wishes. Mine, however, will remain just a dream.
Yeah, you still got a lot ahead of you.
That's right. Also, think about this. Everyone gets burnt to ash one day. So enjoy your life while you can, and when your duty to the living is over, you can meet whoever you want again in the afterlife. Isn't that great?
Thank you?
Yeah, she's got the weirdest advice.
Either way, I don't think I'll ever return to Wulong Hill. I have a lot of feelings to process.
No worries. It's a good opportunity for you to go on vacation. Consider your leave approved. Naturally, this doesn't change the terms of our previous agreement. The leave will be unpaid.
Aren't you forgetting about something?
You promised that you'll help us in our search.
I took you to the border and let you have a look around, didn't I? But based on your reaction, it seems like you didn't find what you're looking for. It is a pity indeed.
The biggest pity of all is your lack of help.
I was fishing around on your behalf through the channels that aren't accessible to you. Unfortunately, I didn't find any leads worth pursuing either. I'll keep my eyes open in case anything crops up. If so, I'll be sure to let you know.
Well, if you find any dead
like
third
you mean
descender.
I'm not an expert on tracking down the living. However, if you want me to summon someone from the other side of the border...
Yeah, the third descender? Maybe?
Relax. I'll help you look for them. You have my word. My exquisite sense of humor always goes unappreciated.
Seems like you like your job. Funeral home director.
I have my reasons.
Reasons?
The spirits we saw near the border are the dead that still long for the world of the living. But I've never seen any of the previous directors there, not even once. This means that becoming the director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was the right decision for them, and left them with no regrets.
That's fair. Well. What an odd quest. Why are we climbing a tree? I want to go boop the bubbles. Oh. What the fuck? These guys are so weird. Ah, that's what they are. That makes sense. See, I didn't realize that was an enemy. I just wanted to boop.
Too slow.
He did not like the boop.
Quit following me.
Okay. I have some fur children to go take care of really quick. And we will be right back. Looking. Fucking tangled in my cords. Okay. Ready to continue. No, any other leeway available. Okay. Alright. Yep. Well, at least we had the glider
Here
out.
we are, right outside our place. Do you still remember the first time we came here? We even brought offerings and everything. And when we told her that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor. Paimon thought she'd be impossible to get along with. But now that we've spent some more time together, she's really not like that at all. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right?
It'd still be nice.
Paimon's got some snacks around here somewhere, so if she really wants something, we can just use that.
Or we can offer it and be polite.
Traveler, did something catch your eye?
Wow, it's... Don't think I've ever seen her before.
Whoa, what a pretty lady. Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer?
Seems like she could also be a powerful adeptus.
Yeah, you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. She must have a whole bunch of Adepti friends from all over the country. Okay, but if we're both friends of Cloud Retainer, then we're basically friends by association, right? Want to go up to her and say hello?
Who knew you were such a social butterfly?
Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon's got this.
Since when?
Hello. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Just say something in a nice, even tone, the frick. Why are also we like so nervous?
Paimon doesn't think we've met, but we're also friends of Cloud Retainer. May we have the pleasure of learning your name, Madam Adeptus?
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has this shift in form so clouded your eyes that you no longer recognize one anymore?
Wait, you're...
Cloud Retainer?
Huh? You're the illuminated bird? But you look... human. How did that happen?
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities. As for your confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now because...
Besides to
Well,
find the simps,
one has
what
made
else?
plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human form for such a trip is simply a way to make matters less conspicuous.
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place. In fact, Paimon can think of several examples, like that time when you suddenly appeared on top of a roof without any warning, or...
Last year. We've been traveling over a year. I guess it's been years. It feels like Cloud Retainer has her reasons, but doesn't want to discuss them too openly. Oh yeah, Paimon brought gifts.
Didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
That'd be...
Oh.
No.
So you have taken care to follow the proper rules of etiquette after all. Most commendable.
Exactly. It's polite. Cloud, you're invited to somebody's place and you don't bring anything?
Well?
Rude.
This is all Paimon's got. You don't mind, right?
One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else. So long as you've shown proper respect and consideration, the quantity or quality of the gift is but a trivial matter.
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, where were we before you reminded Paimon about the gifts?
Cloud Retainer said she was going to visit her disciples.
Right. So by disciples, you must mean Ganyu and Shenhe. It's also been a while since we last saw them. Maybe we can come too.
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shenhe and Ganyu should be quite pleased to see you again. However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
No reason.
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see how you were doing. We were hoping you'd tell us one of your stories. Who knew we'd run into your human form while we were at it?
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for Liyue Harbor. Ganyu is likely still working at Yuehai Pavilion, so that shall be our first stop.
Sounds great! Then let's all go to Liyue Harbor!
She reminds me of my ringleader.
Ganyu has been quite busy with work as of late. One can count on one talon the number of times she returns to Mount Outsong each year. Shenhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future.
Damn.
Do they think one was so easily mollified? One shall investigate everything with one's own eyes and decide for oneself if their living conditions are satisfactory.
I love her. She's such a mom. Okay. I was like, I wanted to listen to the voice lines this time. Well, it doesn't seem she had anything left to say. Oh, damn. We can.
My hat as an umbrella? The audacity to even make that request.
This is a whole ass thunderstorm. The fuck?
Yeah.
Nah, shit. Trajectory off.
Quit following me.
Yeah, fuck.
We're almost at Weihai Pavilion. Hey, do you think Ganyu will be shocked to see Cloud Retainer like this?
Possibly
I have
not.
no idea if Shenhe and Ganyu have ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go?
God damn it. Probably to look. She's back there.
Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
Quietly now. One shall stay here. You two can go and meet with her.
But why? Isn't it better if we all go together?
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied and drop everything to attend to one's visit. One fears that would only result in her staying up all night to make up for lost time. One does not wish to trouble her. Conversing vicariously via you two shall suffice. Do remember to inquire as to her recent well-being. Again, do not mention one's presence here.
Fair enough. Makes sense. Alright then, we'll just pass on your regards and...
Cloud Retainer?
Also, she has seen mom like that.
Oh, busted.
Is that lady someone you know, Miss Ganyu? She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting for a little bit? I believe my schedule today is quite full. Although, perhaps I could move some work to later in the evening.
Did they, like, clean
not
up
to
her
worry, Miss
design?
Ganyu. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away. Thank you, Huixin.
Because her model, or like her character design, looks a little bit more vibrant, and I'm not sure if that's just
It's been a while, Ganyu.
me thing.
Greetings. What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too. It's been quite some time since I last saw you in this form.
You are quite mistaken. One is not acquainted with this Cloud Retainer of whom you speak. One is simply a mere mortal passerby.
Huh?
Seems she's not buying it.
For sure. I mean, she saw through you.
That was but a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to recognize one so easily, especially after so many years of only seeing one's other form.
Gonya looked totally bewildered. She's thinking, why would I not recognize you? I used to see you every day, but how do you think... How bad do you think my memory is?
Recognizing you is, my responsibility as your disciple.
Huh. An apt observation. One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important... Cloud Retainer's right! We've still got something super important to do, so we can't stay here for too long today.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today. A more involved reunion should wait until you find yourself less occupied.
I understand. That should be fine.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows through your veins, excessive exhaustion will still cause grave harm to your body. It still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep when you suffered from nightmares.
Cloud Retainer! Stop!
She totally has empty nest syndrome.
Insist.
Which is
We
funny
are
because she's
running
also a
short on
bird.
time regardless, so one will refrain from going into each and every story.
Tell
Why
me
don't you
later.
continue your conversation? One shall simply stand by and listen.
You discuss some of your recent adventures with Gonya.
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time we spoke. If you ever need anything, please just come find me at Yuehai Pavilion. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appearing in this form, don't you think it'd be helpful to adopt a human name?
A human name? Huh. You raise a valid point. Considering the sheer extent of one's renown, Cloud Retainer is surely too recognizable as a name.
You really think so? Not that you're not famous or anything, but that famous?
You presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless, Ganyu's advice cannot be ignored. From this point on, when in public occasions, be sure to refer to one as Shenyun.
Shenyun? I guess it's not that bad.
I assume that's a reference to the full record of Pristine Pavilion. An Adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise, free and unfettered. The writer referenced Master's name to describe her carefree and spontaneous nature.
Oh, that sounds super cool!
Yeah, Ganyu's definitely different. She was a little more airheaded last I remember.
Actually, those lines were originally written to describe Cloud Retainer herself.
Oh, wow.
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what of it? Did you truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than average size?
Not exactly.
Look away in embarrassment.
To be fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishments. The tales of her past can only be found in ancient texts. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in Liyue. Left with no choice, many people left their homes, while others spent day and night praying to the Adepti. Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it is enough to gain a visceral understanding of all the pain and desperation during that time. On top of the drought,
They're
a
both
noxious
so
gas
verbose.
also began to spread through the land.
Literally
If not for Cloud
started to
Retainer's
see.
efforts,
God damn
much
it.
of Liyue would be nothing more than a barren wasteland today. The books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and the people were saved.
That's incredible!
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely with one ought, and even if one had not interceded, the other Adepti would surely have stepped in to help.
Even so, you stopped an entire drought! Can you really control the weather like the book said?
Could you?
Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you. So it was Paimon's bad for calling you Illuminated Bird before. You're not too mad, are you?
No, you're totally mad and you need
How
Paimon to
laughable.
repay.
A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why would one be offended by such a trivial matter?
That's fair.
That's a relief. In that case, Paimon will continue to call you whatever feels right in the moment.
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And what, pray tell, of her monthly remuneration? Moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work? Is she allowed time off during Lantern Rite?
That is a lot of questions.
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Shenhe to her employer personally. Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So, with Chef Mao being swamped with customers, and Shangling still off and out in search of new recipes, I introduced Shenhe to staff the restaurant.
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Shangling is kind and astute, while her father...
Sorry, they
now,
talk a lot.
It is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon.
Huh? But didn't you just say that you had something important to do?
Totally.
Can that wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Ganyu. One shall see to this matter on one's own. There will be many an occasion to dine together in the future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time.
See you around, Ganyu! Paimon was pretty quick on the uptake there, don't you think? As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon realized that you were just looking to cut the conversation short and not take too much of Ganyu's time. Is Paimon right?
Yes.
No, in fact, it was not an excuse. One is indeed visiting Liyue Harbor for an important purpose.
To also see her other daughter.
The moment is not yet upon us. Still, the truth will be revealed to you in time.
Huh. She really seems to be playing up the whole mysterious Adeptus thing right now. Is it because we just heard that cool story about her powers?
A bit. But could you blame her? If you found a captivated audience who thinks something you did was cool, would you not play it up a little bit?
Too slow.
Oh, God.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, how can I not? Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of a fine lady.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes. Hey, how about you ask her?
The way this mama bear is about to come in and speak the shit out.
You do it. No. I think you should. Wait, she's coming.
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to...
What would you like to order?
2 servings of more meat to go. Good chat. Bye.
Wuss. They pushed out so quick.
Welcome. It's been a while. May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
It's been a while.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is?
We brought your mom.
This is Miss Xinyun.
Master?
One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before. How were you able to ascertain one's true identity with such ease?
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. I would recognize you no matter what form you take.
Aw.
You.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great food, too.
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the traveler in Paimon, are you here for Shenhe?
Yes,
the
we're
lunch rush
stealing
isn't
her.
in yet, Shenhe. So I've got things covered for now. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some time with your friends. I'll let you know if things pick up.
Thank you, Chef Mao.
Where'd she go? Oh, wait. Bruh. Excusez-moi. The fuck? Your cart's in the way, ma'am. Can you, like, do business somewhere else? It's so inconvenient. Move your whole shop, your whole career.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human. Still, the work here entails dealing with quite a varied group of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
It's been manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
First, I try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
Oh, how should Paimon put this?
Oh, a sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into human society.
She's doing
And you,
fine.
Master? How have you been?
Simply marvelous. Though Mount Outsong has scarcely enjoyed your presence recently, one has hardly found the pleasure of one's own company to be lacking.
I see. Huh, just as expected of Master.
She is totally emptiness syndrome. What she means to say is she actually misses the two of you a lot.
I have missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately, I've already had a conversation with Chef Mao about taking some time off soon to visit Master.
Oh, you did? Do make note of such matters in your letters in the future. There's hardly a need to keep one in suspense.
Whoa, her mood shot up just like that.
She's a mom.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor, have you had the chance to visit Ganyu?
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's past.
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master? I believe this to be a good topic of conversation.
The turn has tabled.
No, not a problem. One was simply caught off guard. But no matter. Please, proceed. One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest. In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race. Mooncarver accepted, only to find Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh, what kind of device was it?
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron.
Wait.
What was it called again?
Oh my god, was it a motorcycle?
An electro-powered bicycle?
That's fucking metal.
You refer to the bicyclical Thunder Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day.
Why don't we have one
It
now?
boggles the mind why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could barely keep up. Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory, when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final stretch. Truly a most unfortunate turn of events. Anyway, do go on, Shenhe.
Master, that was the end of that story.
Is that so? Huh. With you gone, one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Yes, she
Lonely?
has.
At one's age, entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights. 'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous. What is the reason for that look upon your face?
It's nothing. It's just... well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth, and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again. Paimon's just a little bit confused. Which one of the two is the real cloud retainer?
To me, they are both, Master. One is the master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the master that I respect and adore.
Huh. One finds oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet you refuse to grace Mount Outsong with your presence for any extended period of time. One would almost question the sincerity of your estimations. This is not to say that your words paint an inaccurate picture. One has always lived by a single ideal. Eschew all action and abide by no rule. One does as one pleases and speaks as one pleases. Others may critique or praise as they see fit, yet one places little weight in such judgments.
She got like, what, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple, and it's as if her ego is about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Oh, lunch rush is coming in.
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shenhe.
I'll try my best.
As more and more guests begin to trickle in, Paimon takes the opportunity to order all. Of course she would.
So much yummy food! Paimon's gonna feast!
Can you eat this kind of food?
One is fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes here demonstrate no shortage of culinary skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration. One has already begun to conceptualize the next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Oh my gosh.
Everything's so tasty! A bit too hot at times, but still super tasty.
I'm sorry, miss, but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else, Granny?
Aw.
But it smells so delightful. Can we really not eat here? My poor legs can't go on for much longer.
Don't give up my spot.
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and see if anyone's happy to share a table.
Okay,
Well, that too,
I'll ask
yeah.
around.
Not everybody's down to sharing tables. Guess it doesn't hurt.
Excuse me. Would you mind letting us share a table with you? There are no empty tables left, so...
Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
I don't mind. As long as you don't mind the cheddar.
Great! Thanks so much. My name is Shuyu, and this is my granny, Yuendai.
Granny?
Yep. Is there something wrong with that?
No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young.
That's rude. Paimon.
A lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks, but she's actually much older than she appears.
Not the eye contact. Prolonged eye contact. Prolonged eye contact.
Granny, why don't you take a seat? Come on, it's not polite to stare.
Do you two know each other?
Have we met before?
No.
Tis a fated meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you.
I want braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground after a rainstorm.
That's disgusting.
No, not this again. Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu.
I would throw up.
Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people actually eat that?
Can't hurt to
Right,
ask.
that's what Paimon was thinking too. Need any help?
Is she another
Oh, do you mean
Adeptus?
with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing. Actually, her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning.
What about your parents?
They died young.
Damn.
It's just me and Granny now.
That's sad.
Oh,
You want to adopt this child?
but that's
as well.
okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got.
Wow, you're really tough for your age, kid.
Yes, she went through
You're
losing
too
both
kind.
parents. And a slowly decaying
What about me?
older woman.
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really gentle, and you're always there for me.
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream where everything was dark. Someone was standing in front of me. She told me to come and find her, and that once I'd found her, I would be free.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. You know, I believe I've had this dream a great many times. But just how many times have I had it? Now that I do not remember.
Wait, so you have a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely.
It's possible.
Her eyes are clear and her breathing remains calm and level. One sees no signs of possession.
Are you sure?
She would know more than you,
Who do you
Paimon.
take me for?
Exactly.
Is one not an adept? Am I not an expert?
You're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case, do you still remember what the person in your dreams looked like, Granny?
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me. But not as I am now. My younger self.
A younger version of Granny?
This is just getting weirder and weirder. What is going on here?
As one said, fate must have brought us together. You may leave the situation to me.
Are you sure? So, what are your names?
Oh yeah, we haven't introduced ourselves. My bad.
Paimon's Paimon.
Well, we all know you're Paimon. You literally always talk to yourself
Just
in third.
Shenyun is fine.
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But first, I'm sorry for asking, but, how do you want us to pay you back? Oh, we don't need any payment for this.
When have we ever taken payment? Nobody pays us anymore. Just curious about your situation.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. But Miss Yen, what exactly can we do to help out this granny? All we have to go off is that dream. Where do we start?
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places, her memories will likely return.
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do. The heavens above, the earth below, the wispy clouds, and the emerald mountain streams.
Okay, taking that as a no. I might have an idea. Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist heroine who saved loads of people from a disaster.
Oh.
If it's true, then maybe they wrote about it in the history books or something. A martial arts heroine? Oh, Shinjo knows tons about Liyue's chivalric traditions. If anyone knows about the heroes of the past, it's him. Let's go find him at the Feiyun Commerce Guild.
Are you leaving already? But I'm still hungry.
Oh yeah.
Order some food, Granny.
Order food and eat.
If there's nothing on the menu you especially want, I'll just get a few different things.
It seems we must part ways for now. The Traveler and Paimon are bound for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, while Yuendai and Shuyu shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have matters to discuss with Streetward Rambler.
Streetward Rambler? Oh, you mean Madam Ping!
Precisely. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace once you are ready.
Everyone, please, eat to your heart's content. Always wanted to try this place.
Your freaking cart's so in the way. Gosh. Who thought it would be a good idea to put a cart in between two buildings that is also a walkway to, like, eating areas? When there's no other optional walkway. Literally worst decision. Hey, kiddo.
It's you two. What brings you here?
Shinjo! Great, we found you! We wanted to ask you about something.
So explain everything. That we're just crazily following some random lady's dream.
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure.
That's fine. Anything is
I can't
appreciated.
pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But considering her age, I am reminded of a nameless heroine who's been featured in various chivalric novels.
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine appeared and began to clear away evil spirits in bandit camps. The people idolized her, but never learned her name. All they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, she supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together as a fearsome duo of otherworldly strength. After the drought ended, the heroine and the exorcist left the public eye and began living a reclusive life in the mountains. All that remained were tales of her incredible accomplishments. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yuendai. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Thanks a lot, Shinjo. We knew it'd be worth talking to you.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of extra research on her story.
Their eyes a little big
it was
for their
just out of
face.
personal curiosity.
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Shinjo, on her. Do you know of any places often associated with her?
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and Jingyun Peak. Perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those 3 places. That would explain why those locations appear in the various novels written about her.
Well, that was helpful.
You're welcome. To be honest, I found some parts of the story confusing when I first came across it. If Miss Yuendai was indeed the original inspiration for the character, she may just be able to help me put the pieces together. It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime, even after retiring from the public eye. But no one ever saw or heard from the nameless heroine again. There were even rumors that she became extremely ill. I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory. It's almost as if she was trying to hide from something. There's probably far more to the story than what's been written.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover the truth.
That's a deal. Perhaps, behind the truth of it all, there lies a story more fantastical than any work of fiction.
Paimon feels like we just learned so much from Xingqiu. A drought, a nameless heroine, a life of seclusion. Wait, why does the story sound super familiar? Oh, right! There's a drought in this story, too! Xingqiu, are droughts super common in Liyue or something?
Well,
you're on a
they
harbor.
used to be. But people have long since developed methods to prevent them, like by cultivating the soil or digging canals. So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago is probably one of the worst we've had in the last several centuries. The crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains became rabid and agitated. Countless caravans were attacked, and people who lost their homes came together to form bandit groups. What started as a natural disaster soon became a human tragedy as well.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. She must have been someone of true integrity, to do so much for the people while asking nothing in return. Still, as terrible as that drought was, it was nothing compared to the truly calamitous disasters that befell this land in ancient times. They say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the strongest of Adepti could hope to dispel the ruin and devastation. Do you have any other questions?
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Xianyun and the others again. Paimon hopes that Granny Yuendai will be able to remember more of her past. She used to be a great hero who saved many people. So sad that she can't recall any of it. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time, Xingqiu. Thank you so much for your help.
It's no problem at all. Safe travels.
Oh. I wonder if the old lady read about the Cloud Retainer's story and confused it with herself. Or the Cloud Retainer just forgot.
Too slow.
The difference. Oh, okay.
I have
Guess we-
recorded the tune that you requested.
Oh.
I hope it will be of help to you.
Ooh.
Oh, thank you. Straight word, but Ping, what has amused you so?
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such change in this world, and yet you appear just the same as ever.
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping, one would like to seek your counsel on a personal matter.
Oh, why so formal all of a sudden? I must say, you're making me a little nervous. What is it?
Well, the inquiry is as such. Approximately how much more would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor, not unlike the one that you yourself lead?
It does not require as much as you may think. Still, do you mean that...
Clavitainer, Madam Ping! What are you two talking about?
Nothing save for some trivial matters. Have you unearthed any useful details?
Shinto has a theory, but let's save it for when Chuyu and Miss Yundai have joined up with us again.
Well, they arrived to the scene.
Do not be troubled, young lady. Here, have some tea.
Thank you so much. What do you think, Chuyu? Does it match up with what you know of your granny? According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tianheng. Maybe that's my grandpa. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in her attic full of a bunch of weird sigils.
Seems like the stories were right on track.
I think so too. Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
What marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweetness in this cup. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains, thoroughly one with nature and at peace.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like. There's no need to hurry. At our age, it's always nice to slow down and take the time to appreciate pleasant conversation among friends.
Thank you.
Well, rest
Okay,
you that.
since we have the time, can I ask you something?
Go for it.
Sure thing. What would you like to know? I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
Please be mindful of your personal neighborhood.
What's wrong, Shuyu? Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since we started talking in the restaurant, but are you guys all adepti in disguise?
What?
Oh,
What do you say?
about that.
Yeah, why do you literally?
Well, you guys just seem super special. Plus, I think I might have heard Miss Shen Yun call herself an adeptus.
Wow, talk about keeping a low profile.
Slip of the tongue. Shen Yun, since you were the one who, misspoke, maybe you can explain to Shuyu here what you really meant by that.
One is indeed an adeptus. Is that of some concern to you?
Not fair. That is fair.
I knew it.
Don't sound surprised at all.
One time when I was a little kid, I saw a pure white illuminated crane. I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all icky and gross. But then this snowy white crane flew down from the sky. She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. When I woke up, I was already back in my bed and my fever was gone. I really wanted to thank her, but I was too sleepy to stay awake, so I never got the chance. So, I just kind of wanted to ask if maybe any of you have ever met an Adeptus like that? A pure white illuminated crane?
Stares at.
The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Clavitiner?
Never has one met an adeptus with such features. One surmises such a description is but a hyperbolic embellishment that oft results from narrative accounts.
That's weird. Was it really just a dream then?
Aww.
Well, even if it was just in my head, it doesn't matter that much anyway. All I really want is to help Granny recover her memories. I'm really grateful for all your help. Leave it to us! Now that we know the 3 locations, we just need to visit them one by one. Let's go to Wangshu Inn first. Okay, I'll go get Granny.
Let's go all the way. Frickin' Timbuktu. That's a long way to make an old woman walk.
Wangshu Inn. Wangshu Inn.
Do you remember this place, Granny?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious. And if you look out into the distance, you can always spot a bird that's been left behind by its flock. I believe I used to have a room here. It had a window. Yes, I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Which room was it again? Let me look.
I'll come with. Hyman's still having some trouble understanding what she's talking about, but if she's so familiar with this place, that must mean she lived here, right? Wait, huh? What are you doing here all of a sudden? You scared the living daylights out of Paimon!
Good.
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come take a look. If you're here, then there's likely no trouble afoot. I suppose there's no cause for concern. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have returned to your previous form.
You've seen her like this
I have
before?
indeed. I fought alongside her in this form on many occasions during the Archon War.
Oh, wow! What was she like during the war?
Care to share?
Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Behold, the glory of
What
one's
the fuck?
newest invention, the Bang Bang continuous fire mechanism. Hands up and surrender, or be
The
prepared
old
to
lady
face the full
impression,
might
oh
of
my
the
god.
Adepti.
An impressive imitation.
That's fucking great.
Paimon knows her all too well.
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. You may be unaware, but her talent with Adepti sigils is just as formidable as her skill in mechanics. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death. The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and solemn, only speaking when she had to activate her sigils.
A Cloud Retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it. But what happened after that? If you were so powerful in your human form, why did you decide to take up your bird form again?
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals, what use would one still have for such a shape? When dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world, a mortal form is hardly the most fitting of choices.
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealing herself to the occasional visitor, and always in her avian form. Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago when she decided to don her human form. I believe it was for the purpose of...
One believes there is little need to relive bygone matters.
Granny, are you okay? Back then, at this place,
Perhaps this conversation should end here. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any trouble, you need only call my name. However, given that you are traveling with Cloud Retainer, I trust you are in good hands.
Everyone! I think Granny is finally beginning to remember her past.
Aww.
Slowly now, calm your mind and recount what has been recalled.
A long time ago, I stayed here to recuperate from my illness.
Huh. So what Shinto said was true! You did fall ill! Was that why you went into hiding?
don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I can't even remember the name of my illness. The only thing I can remember is that it took a great toll on me, and there was no cure for it. I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. I'd come to every once in a while and stare at the migrating birds outside the window. It was a solemn sight. I remember crying, but I'm not even sure I knew why. One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he sold me a bottle of soul-revitalizing tea pills. He told me that the pills were concocted using adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery. My illness remained dormant for several decades after that.
So the dementia you're suffering is actually just his illness.
But if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that what you're going through now is just a relapse of what happened all those years ago? And it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms in check? Paimon's brain kinda hurts. Do you remember anything else?
I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, if only I wasn't so useless.
Hey, you're not useless. You've done so much for me. Watched me grow up. Raised me. How could you say that about yourself?
Oh, fret not, dear child. Granny was just a bit frustrated. That's all.
Hear that?
The recovery of a person's
For all you
memories is a gradual
self-deprecating
process.
motherfuckers,
Finding
remember,
pieces
people
of
fucking
one's
love you.
past
Accept
is always
it.
superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Next location. Next location. Oh, why don't we go to the area north of Dwayunkars next? There isn't really a landmark there, so where should we start? Oh, Paimon's got it. Let's check out the houses in the area first. After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed somewhere, right? Oh, Paimon's really got her thinking cap on today.
It's called logic.
We'll recover all of Granny Wendai's memories in no time.
Don't be too quick to pat yourself on the back, Paimon. It's literally common sense. Oh, dear God. There's so many places. They talk so much.
Quit following me.
Where'd that little fucker go? Oh, hey, crystal. Another crystal. Weird pocket, but okay.
Whoa, why are there so many treasure hoarders here? Guess it's time to round up some bad guys.
Bruh. How fucking dare you hurt my son?
Hey,
Right here.
Bow your head. The hunter becomes.
Assholes.
do you remember anything about this place, Granny Wendai?
Let me think. I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think I stayed here too long.
Got it. That's okay. There are still plenty of other places we can check.
That aren't.
Wait a second. If I remember correctly, I believe I brought... Ah, yes. I brought some sweet snacks with me. Go on,
Fuck
take
off.
some. You need to eat a lot if you want to grow big and strong.
I refuse.
Thank you. Then Paimon will help herself.
Of course Paimon would.
The wind rises. Behold! Quit following me.
What about this place? Is this the place? Man, we can't keep wandering through the whole mountains. You gotta start remembering.
Why don't we take a break over there?
This place. It's
Ringing a bell? Where you stayed?
Did you remember something, Granny?
Please.
I remember.
What the fucking Hilichurl?
Shuyu. This is where your father was born.
Oh, shit.
It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me. We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so we took refuge in this house.
That's so
Your
dangerous.
grandpa set up a barrier outside, but neither of us knew if it could hold the monsters back. I remember that night. I remember falling to my knees, reciting a prayer over and over. I alone am the source of this sin. Punish me as you wish for forsaking my oath, but spare my innocent child.
Sin? Oath? Did you do something wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only remember praying in the darkness with all my strength until the sun finally rose again and the fog cleared out. Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries.
Aww.
That baby was your father. I remember I clutched him tight to my chest and wept tears of joy. It was the first time I'd ever felt such happiness in my life.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy, and so are you, Shuyu. You're so much like him, and I love you both so much.
But fuck your mom.
Always going to be different from me. Why? Just what did I do?
Good
I
question.
don't care what you might have done, Granny. You'll always be the person I love more than anything.
You're too sweet, Shuyu. All right. Let's not stand around any longer. There's one place left, yes? Let's go take a look.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Qingyu Peak. Yuandai, how fares your health?
Not great. So we'll teleport.
I may be a bit slow, but I'll do my best to keep up. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Climb on. I shall carry you to the top. Oh, such lightness of weight.
All those who grow old grow frail in the end, do they not? First, you lose your memory, then your health. Eventually, you end up losing everything.
That's so dark.
We're finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny Yuandai?
Let me see.
Does it?
How strange. Have I lived here before?
Take your time.
When we were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of familiarity. I could easily picture myself in those places. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just didn't leave a strong impression on me.
But did the stories get it wrong then?
We can't expect them to get everything right, though.
Yeah, that's true. Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny Yuendai's memory just like the others.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too.
It's alright. We're not going to give up yet. We'll figure something else out. Just you wait.
Thank you. If only I could remember. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
That's the cloud retainers.
Look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Outsong? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Outsong. Mount Outsong.
I wonder,
Are you okay?
was she a former
Don't
follower?
push yourself, Granny. It's okay if you can't remember. You shouldn't do something that makes you sad.
Mount Outsong, What am I really?
Mount Outsong holds some familiarity to you?
It does, but I can't go back.
Well,
are you feeling unwell?
My head, it feels all heavy and dizzy. What is wrong with me?
Cloud... Miss Xianyun, is there anything you can do?
Let us go to Mount Outsong.
But...
Fret not, all will be well. You and I, you have already given more than enough to the pursuit of this endeavor. You may leave the rest to me. I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restoring your lost memories. It currently resides at Mount Outsong.
Wait, really? When did you do that?
Don't worry about it. Paimon.
I never leave anything to chance. All will reveal itself when we arrive.
Oh, we even get our own little, like, shortcut, so we don't have to freaking climb through these damn mountains. Worst part of Leeway is all the freaking mountains, I swear.
The wind rises.
Come on, just tell Paimon already! What's this thing you've prepared?
Here, this is it.
Huh? But isn't this the mechanism that you were tinkering with when we first got here? Oh, is it another invention of yours?
Precisely. A recent one at that. I am most pleased with the result. I call it the Suspensus Somnium mechanism. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle adeptal tune, can help the listener subconsciously relax and even enter a semi-hypnotic state. Soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential uses are numerous indeed. And of course, it can also aid in the recovery of lost memories.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! But if you had it all along, why did you keep it to yourself until just now?
Because she was working on it.
Come out Outsong right off the bat and save time on a lot of floating.
It's not like that's a lot of hard work
How
for you.
preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her own efforts, the device would have nothing to draw upon.
So it's kind of like the
Adepti can only help
hexanexus
those
of,
who first resolve
or the
to
Matrix
help themselves.
in
Had she
Honkai.
lacked such determination and strength of character, one would have little to offer in way of assistance.
Paimon thinks she gets it now. Hey, what's that other thing?
As previously mentioned, a gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured such a tune from Streetward Rambler. Only with her melodies can the mechanism reach its peak power.
Whoa, Paimon can feel what you mean. Paimon's body feels light as a feather. It's as if she's lying down on a warm patch of grass after a super satisfying meal.
And you and I, is the mechanism helping you to relax?
She's snoring.
It appears she has already succumbed to the depths of reverie. Come, join one on this side. We shall give her some time to herself.
Do we get to see what she's, like, reminiscing?
The drought is over. But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its course.
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for a second.
Please. Please, no.
Was she a former Adepta? And she chose to be human?
Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew, perfectly straddled betwixt the realms of heaven and earth. This is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left. The you of the past, the me from not that long ago. We should have never.
So that is the truth. No wonder this place is so familiar.
Granny! Granny, are you okay?
Cloud Retainer.
Your memories have returned.
So she recognized her.
Did you just call her by her full name? Does that mean you already knew each other?
Yes. I now remember everything. Everything.
Granny, please don't cry.
Aww.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, don't worry, my dear child. Granny is fine. I'm so sorry, everyone. You've gone to so much trouble on my behalf. It's all come back to me now. The most important thing that I had forgotten was the truth of what I once was.
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience. Reclaiming a truth long buried is sure to come with a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps one should recount the story on your behalf while you compose yourself.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must face my memories head on. Shuyu, everyone, I cannot thank you enough for all your help. I'm ready to tell you my story, if you're willing to listen.
Please, Granny, don't force yourself. What happened in the past doesn't matter. I love you more than anything. Nothing you say can change that.
I know, dear child. My feelings for you are exactly the same. It is for this reason that you deserve to know the truth. Some time ago, I made a terrible mistake. One for which I could never atone.
Is this the sin that you mentioned in Joyun Karst? What happened?
She got...
I am, in truth, not a human being. My real form, one that I held for centuries, was that of a wild crane. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain, Cloud Retainer, became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me. She even passed on the secret of cultivation to me. Though she never took me on as a formal disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually passed us by. Until that fateful day 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
During the drought?
That's right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past deeds. From them, I learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis in the past. She was the one I looked up to the most. More than anything, I dreamt of becoming an adeptus like her. I wanted to travel the land like she had, relieving suffering wherever I went. But I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with the crowd. Once she learned of my desires, Master prepared a special dose of human mimicry potion for me. She warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time, I would forever forget my past as a crane and become something neither human, beast, nor adeptus.
Oh no. So that was the source of your dementia all along.
So you decided to never
Was
turn
it
back
because
into a crane.
Grandpa?
Indeed, I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met, it was not only my first foray into the world below, but his as well. Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me, he cared deeply about the world and wanted, more than anything, to cleanse it of all pain and suffering. I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years passed by in a flash. Yet I did not want to leave his side, so
Oh no. What happened next?
She didn't change
I
back.
committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant that I would eventually turn into a monstrosity.
A monstrosity?
I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes, but I was too ashamed to face her. So I wrote her a long letter instead and asked someone to leave it outside her abode. I was convinced that she would not support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. In my shame, I fled and tried to hide from the world, such that no one would be able to find me again.
So that's why she
But
hid
that was
herself.
only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal to return to the life I was fated to lead. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was pray for forgiveness, even if I had long forgotten what needed to be forgiven. Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those soul-revitalizing tea pills, I probably would have...
Granny, what's wrong?
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence? Tea pills concocted using the blood of an adeptus? No, it couldn't be. Master, don't tell me. Back then, that merchant was actually...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the pills a symbol of one's best wishes.
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity, the only person I managed to deceive was myself. You knew where I was all along.
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself among a group of wild cranes and ask one to pick you out from among the flock. One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident. One always recognizes one's own, no matter what form they may take.
Oh, wait! Paimon's confused! Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When? And what happened after that?
Perhaps it is now time for one to recount the rest of the tale.
Ooh. We do get to play her.
One was furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses.
It's so weird that her skills just jump. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. I see why. It's actually pretty. I was against her at first, but she's kind of growing on me. Oh, can I yoink this? You know what? This is... Yeah. Ooh.
In truth, one had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a complaint and rarely left your side. Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies, glaring though they may have been. Wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one
The little fake
eventually decided
mustache.
to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate
Oh,
attire.
that's so great.
Only after meticulous scrutiny did one finally set out for Wang Shu Inn. As one
That's so funny.
expected, you were most ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest inkling of recognition. One was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance?
Chest. Oh, fuck.
Nevertheless, one would speak to you about another...
Bruh. Excuse me? Oh, fuck. I did it again. Is this a fucking nymph? You're supposed to use the E, is that why? God damn. Fucking hell. Why did that need to be complicated? god. There's so many of them. Yeah, she hella would have died, I'm just saying, on her own.
Those monsters would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely incited by the presence of godly remains. Said godly remains, in turn, were likely drawn to the trace of one scent on your body. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one's very making. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest. Although certain mortal matters remain foreign to me, one could not help but be moved by your joy. To see you happy, that was more than enough. Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait, but if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale.
Wow, not a jade. Oh, do I just... Where the...
Just as you and I troubled one with her antics, so did you give one many a headache. Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. However, upon seeing one's form, you began to cry, refusing to get on one's back. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one could not possibly be a true Adeptus, because all illuminated cranes are white from tip to toe. One had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of any other coloring.
That's so funny.
It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuendai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though you had never encountered her in that form, you still recognize the essence of her being. Perhaps fate brought you two together in more ways than one.
Well, I mean, she's her descendant.
Now all has been revealed. One owes you an apology, Yuendai. One recognized you upon your very entrance into Wanmin Restaurant. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your story to a satisfactory end with this visit to Liyue Harbor. Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories would merely have become the fictionalized account of another. Memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who live through them. Would you not agree? Even if the process was painful and arduous to experience. Have you any further inquiries?
She's not wrong.
Master, I must ask. If you found me all those years ago, why did you leave me be, even though you knew about my mistake? Why did you not bring me back to Mount Outsong by force?
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. It was a simple choice, nothing more. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. Have you not? 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an Adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a creature lacking in the ability to even comprehend its own monstrousness. Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
She's got a little bit more time left,
One
but
will
she's still
help
gonna
her
die.
reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
Oh.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
She can't just die as a human.
Master, you've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for. How much time do I have left?
Not much.
Not long. The transformation is imminent.
Granny? Please don't leave, okay? You're all I have left. Please!
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny has led a wonderful life. My only regret is having to leave you behind. Don't forget to eat well, okay? A growing young lady like yourself needs lots of good food to grow big and strong. Promise Granny you'll take good care of yourself when I'm gone.
I promise, Granny. I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl, good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable crane in all of Mount Outsung. Granny will train day and night. I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. When that day comes, we'll be able to live together again. You and I. How's that sound?
Good.
That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while, as long as we both work hard, we're sure to meet again someday.
Damn.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you to come back.
That's a good girl. Then Granny really has no more regrets.
That's good, at
I'm
least.
so sorry, Master. Thank you for everything.
No, she's still not a crane yet. Oh. We actually get to watch it. And then, poof. Well,
Shoo-you.
Cloud Retainer, you no longer have an
Let
empty
her be.
nest.
At her age, crying is a natural, if not fitting, response to such an event. Tears are a necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress and misery. Now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest. Take a nap if you must. One will wake you in due time.
Bruh, don't you hypnotize me. How dare. Did she come back? Or is this just like a hallucination? Yeah, this is just a dream.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end, and all my troubles would be behind me.
Sometimes I worry that their
If only
relationship's a
things
little
could stay this way
incestuous.
forever.
A nightmare? Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up.
Aww. She's such a mom. Oh my god.
Eloquent as one may be, words of comfort are not one's strong suit. You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you.
Aww.
After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
That's so sweet. Oh my god. Of course she would.
Chicken drumsticks.
You surprised no one, Paimon.
Was Paimon sleeping just now?
Oh yeah. And we heard all of it. Get exposed. Caught in 4K.
Paimon wasn't talking to you. Paimon had a dream about eating grilled chicken drumsticks, that's all.
Oh, we know.
Madam Adeptus?
Oh, Shuyu, you're awake. How do you feel?
I feel a little better. Thanks. I know I'll see Granny again someday, so I don't feel so sad anymore. Madam Could you take me in as a disciple?
So when I said, do you want to adopt this
and
child
have
at the
you reasons
beginning,
for
I
this
didn't
sudden
think it would be
interest?
this serious. Like,
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong.
within a couple days,
She felt really
asked
bad
the
about
grandmother, take the child. I didn't know she was
Without
that
that mistake,
desperate.
I would have never been born. Even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how much she loved me. So, I thought maybe one day I could become a cool adeptus like you and help a whole bunch of people, just like Granny wanted to do.
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal. The fact that Yuendai's blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire, one shall make it so.
Thank you
Especially
so
too,
much, Madam Adeptus. No, I mean, Master.
Yeah, because she's also going to need protection. One, she's a child on her own, and two, like, her parents died in an accident. Is that accident not because her dad had the grandmother's blood running through her, making him also a magnet to, like, problems like the mom, like the grandma? So it'd just be passed down to her, and she could just die because she can't defend herself.
Are you sure about this?
No, that's a great idea.
Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret. We've seen Cloud Retainer's 2 other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like chin-chin and violet grass.
What she's trying to say is she raises oddballs.
If you join them, you'll never enjoy Wanmin Restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
That's great.
How utterly preposterous. One has never enforced such a rule. Every individual must find their own path to enlightenment. So long as one retains a pureness of spirit, one's dietary proclivities are quite irrelevant.
Well, you say that, but Paimon's not seeing any tasty treats up here now, is she?
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comforts. That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Shu Yu shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple in the human world.
Whoa, you're leaving Mount Outsong?
Is that why you took the human
One
form?
has never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, one has sought only solace and peace. Yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, Yuandai, they all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive. Why are you all so silent?
Paimon is, just a bit shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
Probably.
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise unoccupied, one would not be opposed to the idea. One will be assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor. You should take care to avoid disclosing one's true identity.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret. So, when can we expect to start seeing you in the city?
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One plans to put up various items from one's collection for sale. The earnings should provide for a comfortable living in Liyue Harbor. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
That's true. Too true.
Seems like you've really thought of everything. Then how about we meet up in Liyue Harbor in 2 days?
A sensible plan. See you then. Oh, also, Why don't you take this suspense somnium mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the future, you may try quieting your mind and sitting in meditation as you listen to its melodies. It might help you find a new perspective.
Awesome! Thanks, Cloud Retainer! Hey, didn't we promise Shincho that we'd tell him what we found out? Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you.
We probably should. Oh, I will stand on this rock for 2 whole days. I stand on this desolate rock. No lights. No music. Soon evening. And there we have it. Where do we get now? Yep. I'm dropping stuff. Oh, fuck. There we go. Got that there.
Behold! Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection of ordinary valuables. Such intense scrutiny is hardly necessary.
Oh no.
To be quite honest, your insistence on that fact is my primary cause for concern. In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back, not even if I worked every single day for the rest of my life. I have to be careful. Yes, you can never be too careful.
We're here, Cloud. Miss Shenyan, what are you guys arguing about?
Ah, perfect timing. This ignoramus is questioning the authenticity of my wares. I'll have you know,
that's his part of his
these
job.
items have remained untouched in my personal collection for several hundred years. To question their legitimacy is pure folly.
Several hundred years?
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you see, passed down over many generations, as families are wont to do.
Yep, they've definitely been around a while. We can vouch for her on that one.
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to part with them. Indeed, you should consider it an honor to even have the opportunity to behold them with your own eyes. Doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to another buyer.
Whoa, please don't go! I apologize for any insult, miss. You see, I know full well that I lack the knowledge to judge the true worth of these items. If you could wait but a moment, I've hired an expert to appraise them for me. He should be here shortly.
Is this Zhongli?
An expert, you say?
Please be Zhongli,
Very
that'll
well.
be great.
I will wait for a little while longer then. Traveler, Paimon, this is my new residence. If you have cause to seek my company in the future, this is where you can find me.
Master! Oh, it's you two again.
Aw.
Hello.
Look at her new little outfit.
Outfit! It looks great on you.
Mm-hmm. Master made it for me. I like it too.
Huh? You know how to make clothes?
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of the proper mechanism, sewing is hardly a challenge.
She made a sewing machine.
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so I just left them outside.
Fret not, I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably sort through my stuff a bit first. Everything's kind of messy right now, so maybe you could not look yet, Master? Yeah, that'd be great.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets.
Oh.
No matter. Do what you must, child. Now, this expert you mentioned, When can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is!
Please be Zhongli.
Here, allow me to make some
It
introductions.
is. That's
This
great.
is Mr. Zhongli, a well-respected consultant at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor and an expert in all manner of valuables and antiques. Mr. Zhongli, this is Miss Shen Yun. She's the one who's looking to sell the collection of valuables I mentioned earlier.
Awkward stare.
If it isn't Miss Shenyun. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. What a serendipitous reunion.
Indeed, most serendipitous. Have you been faring well as of late, Mr. Zhongli?
Quite well, thank you. I was fortunate enough over the past few days to enjoy both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh brew of tea from the most recent harvest. The experiences left me with such insight and peace.
Oh my god.
So you two are
They're two
already
peas of a
acquainted?
pod.
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware, allow me to inform you that Miss Shenyun is a well-regarded collector and appraiser. She is well-versed in all fields, and oft-celebrated for her impeccable taste. You stand to gain much from this opportunity.
You are too kind, Mr. Zhongli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for detail. I can say without a doubt that you are foremost in that regard.
Why, you flatter me, Miss Shenyun. It would seem that you are as
God.
self-effacing
Are they
as
flirting?
Not at all, Mr.
Old
Zhongli.
people flirting.
While I am loath to butt into this conversation, I must ask, you two already knew each other, and you seem to have quite a cordial relationship. Can I be certain that you're not working together to swindle me? I mean, you never know.
Huh! A preposterous accusation! The heavens themselves would collapse before we would conspire to do such a thing.
Miss Shenyun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust.
Oh my God.
If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance, this transaction may be taken elsewhere.
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest. What fool would still harbor doubts after Mr. Zhongli himself has vouched for the goods? Miss Shenyun, wait!
Oh my god. They double
deeply
teamed him.
apologize for doubting you. So, Mr. Zhongli, could you please give me a final verdict on the value of these items?
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance are exquisite enough to merit it a place in any fine home. The same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder with geometric grace. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world. With that in mind, I earnestly recommend procuring every last item in this collection.
All right.
And look out,
Since I
Fontaine
had you
has
as
a
my
whole
consultant,
industrial
Mr. Zhongli, I shall,
industry.
of course, trust your good opinion. Then, in that case, Miss Shenyun, I'll take the lot. However, since the final sum is quite large, how about we start with an initial deposit through the Northland Bank?
The Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you refer to the fiduciary house. Oh, very well.
I fear people only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Zhongli!
My friends, have you been doing well?
We've been great! How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such a busy consultant!
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when Mr. Xiaozu requested my services. As for you, Miss Shenyun, I presume you must be looking to settle in the city?
I must say, the name Shenyun sounds exceedingly strange coming from you. Perhaps you could dispense of that particular epithet in further conversation.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
No.
Well, that is true, but...
Oh my god, they're flirting again. Make it stop.
Refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
Oh my god.
One has indeed. One's previous stays were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow. From turmoil to peace, enlightenment to aspiration. Human society possesses limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
Alright, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one plays the host as we try some specialty dishes together? One must profess great interest in trying bamboo shoot soup.
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Did she just say he's a bad cook?
What occasion was this?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too preoccupied to secure yourself a portion. Or perhaps our other companions simply availed themselves of faster reflexes on that occasion.
Huh, hardly. 'Twas most certainly out of consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple-layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot. One has already passed word to Shenhe Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Okay.
It should be a most splendid occasion.
Oh, thank
Shu
you.
Yu, come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li. He is,
A humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhengli.
That should be everyone, right? Let's go!
Sounds good. Actually, Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation? I heard it's impossible to stop eating after even just one bite. You know, 'cause it's super tempting and stuff. Is that true?
Aw.
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the right preparation, certain dishes can be too delicious to resist.
Oh, this is so cute.
Why are you all walking so fast? Hey, wait for Paimon!
You snooze, you lose. If you can't catch up with old people, I don't know. That's a you issue. Oh, that was so cute. That was really cute. I'd also say that's good time for today. Yeah. All right. Well, that will be all for today. I hope you all enjoyed, had lots of fun. We're finally up to date in at least the main quest. We have lots of other quests to catch up on. But for now, that'll be it. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, and night, wherever in the world you are, and I will see you in the next one. We will be joining Porcelain Maid. Say hi, be nice, Remember your P's and Q's, be polite, and go have fun. Take care.